Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Welcome everyone to week 2, day 3 of MLBB MCT Americas North. The competition is heating up and every match is starting to matter more than ever. I'm your host Layla, and joining me at the desk today is Kronos and Trek. We have an exciting lineup ahead today,
We are.
and let's get into the action.
I'm excited. It's day 3, of course. We're talking MCT AMER, and we've reached the point where, hey, a team that could pick up a win today gets seeded directly, Trex. I think that's what we're on about today, aren't we?
Yeah, we're getting to that point, right? We're about halfway through the Swiss stage. Teams are either going to be getting knocked out this week or also sent to a great spot on these playoffs. First of all, Layla, it's nice to have you. We have our official host now locked in for the rest of this season. So we are finally a complete trio. I'm excited for tonight.
Yes, so we have 2 great matches coming up. We have Stamina Esports and Influence Rage Origins, and then we have that's a best out of 3, and then we have a best out of 5 for Alpha 7 North and Vendetta. It is very, very exciting, and I'm definitely excited to be part of this whole journey with you guys.
You know what? You don't sound exciting enough, Layla. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
You said you're excited. You said you're excited, but then you're just like walking on eggshells around us. Like, come on, it's okay. You're not carrying no glass bowl, but you're right. It's a best of 3 and a best of 5. I think the best of 5 is gonna be more exciting, but the best of 3 before that, that's probably gonna get a lot of eyes, isn't there? So I think about that later on, Layla.
so coming up, we're going to have a quick explanation of what the Swiss format is, and this is what we're going to be operating on. And let's
Check that out.
Let's have a look.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas Finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best of 3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower seeded teams begin in phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher seeded teams advance directly to phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best of 5 series. In phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's final. The final match is played in a best of 5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas Finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best of 7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
What an exciting new format that we have. I'm just curious, what do you think of this new format that we have, Kronos?
It's been tried, tested throughout. We've seen that in the World Series as well. I think Trex, you know more about that than I do.
Yeah, we saw it first at MSC, and it was something new, and we liked it. I think everybody liked it. It was something intense. It was quick pace, and we got to see, it just felt random for once, and there was never knowing what was going to come the next day, and that's exactly what we're getting now on a slightly more microcosm base. But it still kind of holds that excitement, you know, and every team I feel like has very much equal opportunity to get to where they need to be. And we always see the best teams rise throughout this format.
Yes, I, for one, is very excited to kind of see how this unfolds. And with the Swiss format, there's more fairness. And then wouldn't it be amazing to just kind of see somebody go straight to the finals?
Hey, that's the best part. I think some of the players have been saying this as well. Like, hey, when are you gonna face this team? Possibly never, because they could just go straight to the finals. The other team could get knocked out before they could even meet each other, and that's the best part about the Swiss.
About this, okay, perfect. So coming up, we have also an explanation on the global ban system that we have introduced. It's something very new and exciting as well. Let's have a look.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best of 7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
Yes, the global ban system. So with this, I kind of feel like it's really hard to play the game now. Let's say you only know a couple of heroes, right? You have to use every hero out there now because you can only use it once. So what do you think of that, Kronos?
I'm digging into my bag of tricks, man. I'm digging into my bag of tricks to find out what I can pick up with, especially with this new patch that's come in. Does this hero work anymore? No, this was in the past. Let's put that aside. Wait, this hero works now? Yeah, I think we need to try this. Oh, wait, what about this one? I don't know. It's all about the different combos that's going on, right, Trex? And I think that's what this global ban brought to us, especially on the first 2 days. And the best part, today, we see it go into a 5-game series.
And that's where it's going to get interesting, right? We've seen it at the 3-game. We've seen about 30 heroes banned out completely. And for me, as someone who's never casted or analyzed or anything through this type of format, this is the real hitter for me. The Swiss stage is cool, but it's something we've at least seen and done before. But to be thrown into this, everything changes. But honestly, after all the interviews last week, it seems like about 90% of the players are all enjoying it. They really are, which was surprising to me, honestly, to hear that they are honestly very happy with this format. It's making things interesting and fun for them.
So coming up, we're gonna have a look at the bracket. Okay, so the Swiss stage we have coming up. We have Stamina versus the Night Horde, and they have.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right.
Wait.
I think day number 1, of course, we could see
on the day number.
about 4 games go about, best of 3s, 2-1, all the rest being 2-0, and then the final game being a 2-1 as well. And then they moved on to the 1-0 brackets, your 1 bracket, and then that really resulted into something that we were excited about, which is coming in today. What we're going to look at is the first game, or at least the first best of 5 that's already been sorted. That's Alpha 7 North versus Vendetta, and then the other best of 5, which we'll be covering tomorrow, U2 Esports and Leon. And the other best of 3s, that's a 1-1 bracket. We're looking at Stamina versus Influence Rage, which is our first game that we're going to cover. And Leviathan versus the Night Horde, which we will be covering tomorrow. So we're covering basically the top half of the entire thing. The bottom half is going to be tomorrow. And it's going to be exciting this week, only for the fact that we get to see who's going to be the Seed 1 team and who is going to be the unfortunate one to get that Seed 8 Trex.
I think another great thing looking back at this bracket is we've had a great division of best of 3s, 2-0 sweeps. It's right down the middle. 50% of the games have been 2-0s, 50% of them have gone the distance. And it's just showing that, you know, it can be a little depressing sometimes when it's just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I feel like this is one of the closest 8 teams we've had in a while in this level of play here. And it seems like there could be a lot of teams that can upset some others. And maybe we see that happen today. Maybe we see possible upsets happen today. I mean, it definitely feels like it could happen, is what I'm saying.
Yes, very exciting. I definitely want to see the game that I am very, very excited for, obviously, is the best of 5 with Alpha 7 North against Vendetta.
Why?
And
I'm
Um,
excited.
well, well, if you remember last year, I did kind of say something like I was thinking, Area 77 was gonna win. But now, Alpha 7 North is coming in, and I kind of want to see them win this year.
Okay,
Did
fair
you
fair
curse Area
point.
77 last year? Is this your fault? Alpha 7, this might not be the fan you want, man. I'm just.
Hey,
I'm trying to
be
redeem myself.
to be fair, Alpha Area 77 did go to the MSC, so I guess everything worked out in some way, shape, or form, right?
Ooh, good point. Very
So
good
I guess
point, very good
maybe
point.
in the long run, she's the kind of fan you want to have, but I don't know. It looks kind of dicey. It's up in the air. It's a coin toss. And speaking of a coin toss, I think that's what the best of three is going to come up to Trex. What are you thinking?
It is definitely. It's a coin toss. You're right, a 50-50. I could agree with that. I think it's pretty down the middle. We've been talking a lot about this match the last week, and I think all of us are on the same play of who's going to win game one, who's going to win early game. It's a tough call. I still don't really have a favorite for this match, honestly.
For me, for the game coming up, I wanna see Stamina, perform well. Just because I know Dez,
Okay.
being a streamer myself, I kind of just want to see him make it and do something really, really great today.
Okay.
And I think,
Your homie.
and I think on that part, on that part, you're kind of right? We've been talking about it. Trex and I have been talking about back and forth about the same thing. Like, you asked him this question as well in the interview last week. Like, NA kind of has a new face or is looking for a new face. At the moment, it's Trex right there, but then we need somebody else that could like really fill it. A player, not a caster. So I mean, at that point, we were seeing if Des could fill that because he's got a fan following, he's a streamer, like you said, he's always there to the public. He's got a face, he's got a name. The only thing is he's got to have the gameplay to fit that and fill that gap. That's quite a gaping hole for to fill for North America at the moment because there are so many teams, there are players, but are they the ones that you could say like, hey, he's the guy?
So, coming up, we're gonna have a look at the match one. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're gonna take a
for
look
the
at Stamina Esports. It's gonna be Instinct in the EXP, Dez in the jungle, Yomel in the roam, Diamond in the gold, and Bless. Oh no, Yomel in the mid and Bless in the roam position. This is Stamina Esports. This is the team we've been talking about, right? This is Dez. This is what some people, his fans, would want him to be the face. But so far, the reality is they have fallen short here and there. Last year was their first time breaking into a top 8 position. And yes, they've grown a lot. But for me, I want to see them push it further. I want to see them at... I'm not putting them at a first place finish this year, but I am hoping that they make it to a top 4. I'm hoping that we see growth from last year. That's what's going to be big, I think, really in the general scheme of things for this team, because then next season we can see even more.
Yeah.
And next we have the next team that's going against them, Influence Rage Origins. We have
Dalika Eto in the EXP, Maracucho in the jungle. We got Nox in the mid lane, Replic in the gold lane, and Astro in the roam position. And you spoke a lot about Des, Trex, and you're right. I don't think I got them in my top 3. I think I got them in my top 3. At least I want to see them be the top team. But then with the first week performance, it kind of a little bit of a letdown. But then what was more of a something that rejuvenated the entire letdown that we had was Influence Rage Origins with their gameplay so clean, so crisp, understanding what they got to do, fulfilling each and every single player's role, understanding the map, the draft, how to execute the draft, everything. Even the games that they lost were really down to the wire, right? Not like it was just a throwaway game. And that all comes down to, of course, their jungler. 5 games they played, 5 different picks. We're talking Maracucho. I think we had an interview with him as well. Pretty chilled out guy, pretty cool guy. He just said he wants to play against some of the big dogs. For what reason? I think it's very clear. He's out here to make a name for himself with Influence Rage Origins. And with the gameplay that they've put out, Dalika, Eto, Nox, Replic, and Astro, yeah, I think this is a team that could pull off a lot of upsets.
Okay, so we're coming up. We're in the pick and ban phase, drafting phase.
I think it's going to be.
Look.
Yeah, I'm excited for the draft. I think it's going to be. I think before we dive too deep into the draft, I want to kind of respond to what Chrono said here. It's like a big match on this is going to definitely be Dez versus Maracucho. For me, I think whoever wins this series is a possible dark horse in the playoffs. Like, these are two teams that I'm looking at that, like, okay, are they going to be able to steal something? Are they going to be able to get some upsets later on? Influence Rage, I've had my eyes on them since their very first match this season. They seem hungry. You know, who's really got that dog in them out of these two players, Dez and Maracucho? I feel like Dez, he's also pretty laid back, but I did kind of sense that Maracucho, like you said, wants to play with the big dogs. He wants to be one of the best. Dez seems very humble sometimes. I feel like both of these players need to put their humble aside, get some ego, jump in, get aggressive, and be him. You know, you gotta be him sometimes. You can't always come in like, yeah, everybody's good. You know, we want to see everyone do well. They gotta come into this game hungry. They gotta feel like they're the best out there. And I think whichever player is able to do that first here, they can maybe secure the win.
I think you're right about that, Trex. I think you gotta be him with a capital H on there too. Dez comes from a team called Team Ego now in stamina. He better have the stamina to take it all the way into the game. Game 3 if they lose the first one out. And I was when speaking about the bans and the picks, Eve, Baxia, as well as Fovius taken off. No, nothing exciting, nothing unusual. The Marcel, Freya, Jushin as well. We know those three are gonna be there. But the first pick, this Harriet, we were talking about it behind the scenes. He got a significant buff. Yes, they kind of nerfed this early game that you mentioned about that, Trex, but the fact that he gets extra bit of mobility while he's there when the Zaman Force drop down and get that extra jungle clear, which makes him a little bit more of a monster mid to late game. He's going to be more crucial in these turtle fights, going to be taking away these opponent buffs. So yeah, I think this is going to be quite difficult for them to take back, and to prioritize that over the Harley is what kind of baffles me here, Trex.
I will be the star.
Is it worth it? That's the question. We don't know yet. I haven't really got to see this in that much play just yet. And even if you play it in game, even if you're playing it in rank, it doesn't mean it's going to hold up in a tournament setting. We see so many heroes get played in a casual rank game and people think they're great, but on the pro level, it's just not the same. Obviously, Influence Rage feels like it is. Obviously, Influence Rage feels like this is the pick. The Harley, the Kalea is solid up front, well-rounded, nothing too much to worry about. And then we get the Hylos and the Guinevere. We have seen Maracucho play the Guinevere, most likely going to be a jungle pick. Possibly could get nope, no roam because the Hylos is already there. So definitely jungle Gwynny.
You know what? I think Wu Zetian is still open, right? So I feel like that could be a pick for them. It's been a very strong hero, and we see a lot of players getting MVP with this hero because she can do so much just with her ult, her global ult.
Ranger can poke far enough to at least maybe deal with Harith in early laning phase, comparative to certain other picks, but it's still a tough one. Kimmy gets banned out by stamina. Layla, I mean, you were right about the Zetian. It might have not got picked up, but at least it was good enough to ban and get out of the way. But yeah, they do still need a mid lane pick. And some possibilities. Maybe the Yi's been banned out. We've seen the Farza a few times if you want to go long distance, but against the Gwynny and everything, it's not looking great in the Harith. So options definitely getting limited.
Very interesting, because I feel like really a lot of the mages that are really strong right now are banned. So I'm wondering what they want to pick for mage. What do you think, Kronos?
I think with the Lunox being banned out, Kadita, Lilia is probably the best option here. Maybe Valentina, you're right, but then again, is it the best one? You kind of prevent the the Black Dragon if they go for it, but yeah, Lilia is the best possible choice, I'd say, especially against the Hylos, against the Harriet, the Guinevere, Black Shoes, Purify, so basically two lifelines you have. So maybe save the goal lane until the end. We can always see a Beatrix, even a Claude. I'd be leaning a little to the Beatrix since you have the Kalea already on your side. The Claude because you have the Alice, so they got 2 ways to work around it. Over here, mid lane, honestly,
Valentina
like
for influence, maybe.
Valentina. Yeah, I'm thinking
Steal the Tsunami
Valentina.
Slam.
Yeah,
That might be their best bet.
maybe Kadita, but then again, like, is that the best option? They need some sort of a knockup to kind of add to what this Guinevere can bring to the table, right, Trex?
The knockup would be nice, it's very true, and the Kadita could be something, but I think Valentina's safe, it's easy, it's comfortable, you still get it, you get the Tsunami Slam if you want to steal it away, you get the Black Shoes if you want to steal them away for survivability, and then whatever Stamina's last pick is, which honestly Stamina still could use maybe a little bit of crowd control. They need they need gold lane, so you just pick up the Claude here, right? It's simple,
Yeah.
it's safe. And even though normally you would pick up, he's a shred hero, he still does great against squishier heroes. It's not like they have to have nothing but a bulky lineup for you to pick up a Claude.
You know what? Melissa is still a solid choice. Got a nice bit of a
Against
buff.
the dive?
Yeah, against the dive, it's all right. The go away gives a little more sustain right now. I was thinking about the Wan, but never mind, because I was going to say, I haven't seen her in pro play for, what, years now? That hero is forgotten, but hey, we get to see the Granger, because you get to kite the Hylos. You can poke the Herald from far. I think this is looking solid, Trex. What you call the 50-50 in drafts, you and me today.
Yeah, I think the Granger, this is what we saw when the Herald was possible. It was a good pick. The Granger was a good answer to the Herald. And Herald has such big poke in the laning phase. The Granger can at least kind of keep his distance and hold lane. He might not win lane. Could come down to a 50-50 in lane between these two. We don't know how good the Herald really is just yet. But the possibilities are there. I will say this, from Stamina, there was some big some damage, some kill pressure burst between this Granger and this Harley. If they can get any kind of big pick off early on, it's dangerous. But then on Influence Rage, same thing. Kill pressure with all the knockups and crowd control. So a lot of it's come down to who can land those combos.
Okay, so we have our picks coming in. Looks pretty evened out. I know that Stamina has the coach, so I'm hoping the coach knows what he's doing and had these picks, trying to counter pick. Well, what do you think, Kronos?
Yeah, I think you're right. Of course, Rage Origins don't have a registered coach right now for MCT, but we know they're working through the background and doing their thing. But Stamina Esports, Rage Origins, with this first series, the first game, it's all about momentum. In a way, I still feel like Rage Origins kind of have the upper hand because they have a Guinevere against the Harley, which does really well. The only way I see Stamina really clutching this is if Dez finds those early pickoffs, if Kalea finds, Kalea is able to get those nice pickoffs to feed Dez or to feed Diamond. I think that's the way to go for this one.
I agree. I think, again, it comes down to the feed the jungle, make the plays happen. And I like that, right? Overall, the difference is Maracucho doesn't have to be the star. We have seen him do great, though, on that Guinevere and be an aggressive Guinevere at that. It wasn't a tank Gwenny in the jungle. The guy was getting kills. The guy was chasing people down. So I'm still excited to see it. I don't think he's going to be catching Dez with any of those ults, but you never know. The Hylos is a great answer to the Herald as well. One misstep by Dez, you get stunned, you get locked up long enough. I think in this game, we were focusing a lot on Maracucho Dez, but my eyes are going to be on Replic in Diamond here, the gold lane face-off. These guys are going to be killers in that gold lane. They are the backup damage. They are the mid to late game promise.
I mean, when you talk about that part, Trex, I think you're right, because Harriet and Granger need to find a way to get that snowball rolling. Otherwise, it's going to be super difficult for their teams to kind of make it out. And not just that, even the EXP laners like the Yu Zhong, the Alice need to hit that level 4 power spike, have massive ultimates in that turtle pit, in that Lord pit. They're going to be the ones that are changing the pace of the game, and they're the ones that's going to be leading the team from the front when it comes to these neutral objectives, not just the first turtle, even the Lord. So I think it just comes to the point where we will find an answer. We will find how this game is going to go. Eyes are on already, and I think with these picks, of course, we got a lot of Dez fans that are going to pull up in the chat. So, Trex, you got anything for those fans?
Well, before we jump into game, Layla, who do you got? Pick a team. Yeah, who do you got? Game one.
Stamina. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. And for the fans, it's the same thing. Let us know who you got in chat. Stamina Esports, Rage Origins. Support your team. I'm sure the Stamina Esports fans are already out there. They're probably listening to me doubt them right now and hating me, but it's okay. I think either way, I do kind of like Stamina Esports draft. Maybe it's just the Granger fan in me. That could be the possibility. Maybe it's the old school Lilia fan in me. That could be a possibility as well, but I like the draft. I think it's well layered. I think it's a decent front to back, but the Harley adds the possible angle, right? You have this assassin pick. Everything else is going to be front to back, but that Dez pick makes things just a bit more sporadic.
And not just that, right? I agree with both of you. Like, Stamina Esports looks so much better when you layer those skills. Yes, Rage Origins do have the option to layer as well, but it's a little delayed with the Furious Dive coming in from this Yuzhong. The only thing I'm thinking about was the Harriet so worth it that you actually give away the Harley, right? That's the big question. Because yes, Harriet got a buff, but my guy, is he like really that crazy that Harley got let through, which is so nasty at the moment? Because yes, we got a patch, and I'm surprised Harley didn't get a nerf.
And if he was that broken, he would have got banned. If he was like that broken, he would have got banned. So that's what's really making me question this first pick.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're gonna find out soon enough. The waiting's all done, the yapping's all over. Folks, we're heading to game number 1 of Day 3 MCT AMER North. We're talking Influence Rage Origins on the blue, Stamina on the red, a best of 3. Who's gonna be the one to claim victory? Who's gonna be the one to get first blood? Kronos and Trex to bring you the action.
Yeah, so we've had Influence Rage, a team that has done okay so far. Day 1, they did take a 2-0 loss, but we saw some great games from them. Day number 2, they were able to win in a best of 3 against U2. Stamina Esports also a rough start. They've had one great game in their bag so far, I feel like, in day 1, then just had a big downslide. They were able to get the win on Leon, so both of these teams are kind of working for something here, and this is the day to decide whether they're really going to be able to pull it off, and I feel like whoever takes this is going to has a possibility, really. I think the team that loses this, I'm gonna start feel iffy about. Whoever kind of loses, like, okay, we'll see how you do in playoffs. But again, like I said earlier, the team that wins this, I'm looking at dark horse material. I'm looking at maybe they steal a top 4, top 3 slot in playoffs. Maybe they make it to grand finals. Kronos, do you think that, which team, if you felt like, could be the big like stealer here? Which one's giving you that vibe?
I'll be honest, after the first week's performance, like I said, right, kind of had higher hopes for Stamina Esports with them being the first game, but the first game that the way they started the first 10 minutes, like, yo, this is a championship dark horse tier 1 kind of team. But looking at the entire week, how it went, I think Influence Rage Origins, yes, they're kind of like just flying under the radar, you know? It's like a shadow sneak just coming out of nowhere. You're not, they just catch you off guard, and I think if teams don't prepare or take them lightly, they will drop a game or two. So I think if you ask me, the team that kind of will win this, yes, they will be a dark horse. But if that were Influence Rage Origins, if that is Stamina that takes this entire series, if we got to consider them as a top 3 podium finish, I want to see a 2-0. That's what I would say, at least for Stamina Esports. But if it's Influence Rage Origins and they take a 2-1, I would still consider them as a dark horse, you know, can pull off a lot of upsets here and there. Right, Layla? What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, for this first game, I'm just really excited to see the Harith being picked up, and I just really want to see what this hero can do now. Maybe it's something that's everybody's gonna start using because of how good he is. And then, you know, just like you said, is it going to be a sweep? If it's going to be a sweep, I'm going to be a little bit sad for Stamina.
Unless Stamina does the sweeping. Unless Stamina does the sweeping, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, either way it goes, I think we're going to have a good series here. Both of these teams. One thing is, if Influence Rage loses, knowing their track record, the games are still going to be long. They're good at dragging things out. They're good at defending. They're good at, like, listen, if we're going down, it's going to take you a while to take us down. And that's what I'm expecting out of this series. And that's what Stamina Esports, if they want to win this, the win con, I think, for the overall series itself is, can Stamina Esports go the distance, right? Can they go against a pretty well-rounded team? Because Rage Origins is a well-rounded, in terms of macro, in terms of just, like, looking looking for a win condition, whether it's early to late game, they know how to execute. Sometimes they make some mess ups, but they still know what their game plan is. That's what Stamina Esports is up against right now.
Hey, who knew a team called Stamina Esports? Oh, first blood on the bot side. Diamond gives him a face full of his Rhapsody. Right there, able to pick off Replica, powered by Runestone. That was nasty.
Yeah, this is the worry, right? I think the Granger was definitely a good pickup. Replic already taken a death. Luckily, it was very early. He loses maybe 1 minion here, if that. But we're already seeing the possibilities. A nice gank from the bot as well with Dez.
Oh, wait, spatial migration.
Oh!
While the Requiem comes in as well, Terrify. Bless might be going down. This is another kill in the pocket of Rage Origins, and they're moving confident here.
Yeah, now with Turtle, should be able to easily go into Rage Origins' hands. Dez, nowhere to be found. He's down in the bot lane. So at this point, it's a nice Turtle plus a kill over to Rage. Going to even out this gold a bit.
Yeah, and I think I was going to say, is, with a team name like Stamina Esports, you got to know how to go the distance. Because if you're not, you got to at least live up to the hype at this point, right? Both teams sitting at a 1-1. You can see Dez actually stealing away the orange buff by giving away the Turtle and the kill. So you know it's not exactly a worth the trade, but they get something back in return.
Yeah, now taking a look at the items, we do see this Harith going straight into a Starlium Scythe and picks up the half boots a little bit early, but still already looking for some damage, already looking for some mana.
Yeah, and I think that Starlium side getting a slight bit of a buff. Of course, it was always a core item for Harith, but right now makes it a little more valuable. You got the passive that's reduced from about 5 seconds to 1.5 seconds. So that being a big difference maker, you know this Harith's going to rely a lot more on that. So maybe this could be the reason the Harith's unlocked. Maybe something we haven't noticed yet. I just want to see how Influence Rage can really pull this off. Speaking of First Blood, I don't think it really did any justice. This Harith being picked up first pick. But maybe as the game goes, because Origins are starting to get control of this river and slowly converting into the objectives.
Yeah, right now Fraud Alert is possibly up on the Harith. You know, the jury is watching closely, and we're wondering, was this worth the first pick right now? They seemed confident in it. But again, like I said with the patch notes, you know, we saw his early game damage go down a little bit. Yes, the scaling goes up, but we're still wondering, you know, is that going to matter? Again, like I said, it was a death in the first like 30 seconds, so it's not the end of the world. I'm excited to see how. Oh, big tsunami slam up at the top side.
And they get Dalika Eto as well. It's not looking good if you ask me. If you were Rage Origins, Stamina Esports, this is what they need to do. Get on the hunt. They have an assassin. They have someone who can just catch you by surprise, suplex city the entire time. And next thing you know, you're taking one out. So I think this is how they got to play. Look to get pickoffs across the map. Find yourself in a better position for these neutral objectives, which they haven't been able to do. They get the pickoff, but they're not able to convert it.
I mean, they get good pressure, though, on the top side. Plus, this could still be a turtle. Right now, Stamina Esports systematically attacking both off lanes. Maybe they're not as stressed about the mid. Maybe this is the goal. Make sure Instinct has a good game. Make sure Diamond has a good game. Turtle, though, is getting low. Can Dez steal it?
Nah, I don't think he's going to even try and
Doesn't
contest it. He walks up. He'll get knocked up by a spatial migration. Maracucho gets 2 turtles. Oh, wait, Bless. He used the Tsunami Slam, but Replic Purify early on. So now they're looking to stop Diamond. He's trying to get away. Zaman Force can be dropped out at any point. Maracucho trying to flank him from the side. They go in indeed. Forced to flicker out and take him down. That's a 1-for-1. Milo on the top side. They get a trade. So Dalika Eto getting taken out as well. So still, Stamina Esports have the advantage. They get 2 turtles away, but still.
Yeah, 2 ults blown out for Diamond there, plus no tower just yet. Down goes Bless, so at least Rage Origins gets a little bit more. But look, tower goes down on the top side. Tower half damage in the mid side. Bot tower should go down here. Rage Origins gets it, but I still feel like that was a win in the books for Stamina Esports overall.
100%, 100%. I think is able to move a little faster. That's what it's showing, right? It's getting to a point where Stamina Esports have taken charge, have got control. Meanwhile, on the top side, Dalika Eto tried to make a play, went with the Fury's dive, got caught out with the deadly magic. Dez is online, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0-2 on this Harley. If he could take a look at his damage items, I bet he has the Genius Wand already, building to the Lightning Truncheon Power Spike. And we're going to start seeing this Harley create havoc. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Bless Being stunned up, he gets the Tsunami Slam onto Maracucho, but get the Wild Requiem as well. Should be taking him down. Flickering out, but gets caught in the Psycho Ball. Meanwhile, Maracucho eating a face full of bullets coming out from Diamond. Astro making sure he can keep them at bay. Nox comes into the picture as well. Instinct wants to go in. Throne of Ruin can cover it from any point. Zaman Force drop down. They get the kill. There's Throne of Ruin. But Instinct makes it out, so they trade back.
Both teams make some critical mistakes there, over chasing, get responded, lose a member, but in the end, Stamina Esports does lose 2. Rage Origins now taking a small gold lead. One thing I do have to point out though, Delika Eto. We've seen Delika do a great job in the XP lane and really kind of help out with the team, but Delika being 0-3-0, especially on a Yuzong, you're not going to be that good at jumping in the back line. You're not going to be that good at zoning. And though Rage Origins is putting up a fight right now, when this translates into mid to late game, not having that black dragon as powerful as you need it to be could be a problem. And another pick off onto Delika, deleted, and the kill goes into Diamond's pocket.
Deleted Eto, man, that's what they're talking to him about. He gets another turtle, 3 turtles in their pocket for Maracucho and Rage Origins. But you're right, if you not have this Black Dragon in full power when you're trying to go for their first Lord, which is about 2 minutes now, yeah, we're looking at the Rage Origins not so angry, not so much full of rage at that point when they're getting to that Lord.
All right, so Stamina Esports, like I said, attacking members, giving up some of these turtles, but still holding on. They take another tower, and I think this plan isn't completely a bad one. Yes, they've lost out on neutral objectives, but they're setting themselves up for a really good first Lord, for a really good second Lord into the late game.
Nice glorious path to cut them off as well. They get the Law and Order. Yomel's going to be the target. Purified. There comes the Black Dragon, but he gets kidnapped instantly by that Tsunami Slam. They take him now. Yomel's to follow. Maracucho. Spatial Migration, 2 members. But the Replic dishing out the damage with that Zaman Force. This is what we wanted to see from Rage Origins, and they're able to dish that out. They trade 2 for 1. Advantageous, but still, Delika Eto needs to find a way to stop this from happening.
Yeah, but I mean, we just saw it, kind of what I was saying. The dragon is no longer that useful, but it's okay if Stamina keeps making these small hiccups, getting too grouped up, falling into that spatial migration, which is what keeps on happening. Maracucho just is landing. He's not missing today. There is going to be a problem. We're already seeing the damage start to stack with Replic. 4-1-0. We got the Starlium Scythe. We have the Feather. We're looking like a possible Crystal coming up here. Maybe Blood Wings. We'll see exactly what route they want to go, but still, Replic is going to just get stronger and stronger. We're seeing that scaling already starting to happen in only 9 minutes.
Yeah, I think Replic on this Herod, once he gets to that point, he's 4-1-0, right? So, Trex, are we still calling fraud on, is the verdict still a fraud, or?
We'll see. The alert is still on. The verdict has not happened yet. The alert is still on, though. We're watching.
I agree. I think we got another date for the next call. Indeed, the jury's still watching. Yeah. They're still going through their notes. They're still discussing. So I think coming down to how this late game might go, mid to late game at least at this point. They're struggling to clear the mid wave thanks to the Yomel on this Lilia. But look how they're blitzing the Lord. No Zaman for a drop down yet. Here comes Eto with the Black Dragon form. Instinct looking to cast him off guard. Yomel's there as well. Throwing for him to come at any point. Retribution from Dez to clutch it all. And Bless gets the black line, but Maracucho's not able to follow through. And Instinct looks like he's going to be taken out. Look at Dez. He's trying to find the target, but Maracucho as well as Eto. Nobody gets caught off guard, but Dez takes down Maracucho. Astro finds a double. Oh, 2 for 1, but Stamina get the Lord. They're playing this clinical.
Was that worth it for Dez? My mind is questioning right now. Yes, you got Maracucho. Maybe if you got Replic, but I'm wondering, you get the Lord. You're good. If they just lost Instinct there, I think it would have been okay. Instinct could barely get away. I felt like it would have been a win in the book if they just lost Instinct, but losing Dez as well from Maracucho, I don't know. I'm questioning the stability of it right now. Lord is at least still marching. Stamina is able to take a tower in the mid. So right now it is looking good for Stamina.
Yeah, I think at this point, with Yomel, especially if you're Stamina Esports, now you need to start relying on Yomel to try and open up the map a little bit more. Because you know Bless is the one that needs to cast him off guard. Dez is the one that needs to cast him off guard. Yomel being the Lilia should peel for the team with those blooms bursting up here and there. And nobody right now from Rage Origins can really tank that amount of damage, right? Even Astro at this point, he just got the Dominance Ice. I don't think he'll be able to... Okay, he does have the Radiant Armor, so yes, he can to a certain extent. Never mind, the fight breaks out already. They go in, Spatial Migration, and the Violet Requiem. Maracucho's the first one to get caught. A Purify comes in from the Tsunami Slam. Bez looks to get taken down. Instinct has to get away. Stamina Esports biting more than they can chew, but still an even trade, Trex.
Yeah, 2 for 2, jungler for jungler, roamer for roamer, very even trade. They freeze that top lane so well. They pretty much have a Lord at full push here. Tier 2 goes down on the top. Tier 2 almost down in the mid. And I gotta say, it feels like Stamina Esports are making mistakes, but somehow they're still winning out in these fights. You know, even there, Dez, a little too caught up in that pit, gets picked off by the Hylos, or gets the stun by the Hylos, ends up biting the bullet there. But Stamina Esports is still winning on the map, right? And they're still, even when they're a little behind on gold, they're still able to find small moments and turn it into a win. Diamond does finally get some more kills in.
He gets a flicker.
Whoa!
Oh, shut down coming in from Diamond. I was going to say he flickered forward for it, Bless, with that title strike, and he knew Replic didn't have the Purify, catching the right target just before the Lord. You don't get a lot out of it. You get a punish, but then again, Trex, now you don't have the flicker for the Lord. Is it worth it or not?
I mean, I think it is. Diamond's doing well with. I mean, the Bless doesn't have the flicker, but Diamond getting that kill, he picked up the Sky Piercer. I was about to talk about it, and he needs to get those stacks, and we're starting to see it show up here. So I think getting Diamond as many kills as possible right now is huge. We're already seeing Dez, the damage start to not matter as much, so they need somebody in the book. And having that Sky Piercer, I want to say he's gotten 3 kills onto it, maybe 2, is going to be huge, because that's the only way this Granger is really going to be able to output.
He's got, yeah, he needs that Sky Piercer stacks. You're right. He's only got probably 2. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I think
2 or 3
at this point, but look at how the Blitz and Lord again. Dalika goes in. Black Dragon. Hopefully they get the retribution on the point. No, they don't. Still able to clutch it out, and now you can see Ethel in the back line gets 2-man Petrify, finally finding a shutdown onto Diamond, and this is the moment that they're looking for. Yomel, no Black Shoes, should be taken down instantly. 2 traded again. Bez able to clutch the retribution. Somebody gotta keep it on. He is on demon time.
He really is. He is the thief right now, and that's exactly what you got to do. I'm so glad he didn't re-engage that fight. I'm watching him in that bush like, don't do it, Des. Don't do it. Just back up.
No.
Oh, he gets caught up, though.
No. Caster skirts in full effect. Trex right there, but they don't care about the Lord. Etho is dealing with it. They want to get this inhibitor in the mid lane. They do have the damage. I don't think they could go for the end, but they get another kill. Bless was caught off guard. And now, I don't think they should try and force this. Yeah, as the Monforce dropped down to get a zone, Replic no mana, they need to deal with this Lord.
That is tough. I mean, if Dez can steal Lords like this, they don't even need to all in 5v5 at the Lord Pit. They just, listen, Dez, you got this. You go. We're going to hang out over here. Bloodwings do finally lock in for Nox. Going to make Nox a bit more able to kind of hang out in these team fights a bit longer. Stamina Esports, man, they're doing a good job at finding little moments, but they got to tighten it up a bit. Because that's the thing. What we're seeing from Rage is, yeah, we lose Lord, but it's the steadiness that we are talking about from them. The ability to hold themselves together in these situations. And yeah, we're not losing members, but now we're taking the big fights. We're the ones who are pushing on your map. We're the ones who just got an inhibitor. You can steal the Lords you want as long as we win the fight.
We're not, yes, but at the same time, if you take a look at the map, the sides of Stamina Esports doing stronger than Origins. I'm willing to give up the mid inhibitor if my sides can stay strong, right? Especially now we're going to get a Lord in the 70th minute. You can see on the bot side a massive wave crashing for Stamina Esports, and it's continued to do so because they do have the 2nd tier tower up, and they need to find a way to get a pick off. Bless has been scouting these bushes along with Yomel, and the moment they find anyone, and I say anyone, they're just going to snatch them, and you're going to see Dez or Yomel, Diamond, Instinct, someone to get these kills. And Trex, looking at the items, I think they've hit their power spike.
Yeah, they hit theirs. The moment we saw Diamond get doubles and shut down Replic, he was at his power spike. He's only going to get stronger and stronger. The scaling's going to keep on going. And then as for Dez, Starlame Scythe, Magic Wand, we've got we've got the full package. He's got almost a 2,000 gold lead over Maracucho, which is huge. The thing is Dez has had a little bit of issues in the way he engages. He has gotten cut off. I like the last 2 Lords. He was able to finally come in a little late to the fight and just look for the pick, the pick and play, the drop and roll. And that's what we want to keep on, the pick and roll.
There you go.
A little bit of fight though.
Oh, Simon Force. Black Shoes baited out. No,
Oh!
Yomel. He got away, but he used the black shoes to get back in. These tiny mistakes that Stamina Esports are making are costing them the game. Now they're -1 at the Lord Pit, and I don't think they can contest. Bless gets a Tsunami Slam. Locking him down is Delika Etho. You can see a lot of damage being dished out as well. Here comes the Throne of Ruins. Amonforce drops down. Replic has the damage, and they're online. Finally, they steal his Lord away, which could have happened 2 Lords ago, and now Stamina Esports must be kicking themselves.
You know, in the back of our minds, we're thinking, where was Diamond in that fight? Why didn't he get involved more? But Rage Origins is doing such a good job at zoning. Even the way they dropped the Zamon's Force right in that little nook in the jungle, Diamond can't get through that quickly. He's going to get slowed down. He's trying to find a way through. And there's just no way that they can even get to the back line. Diamond has the damage. We saw it a minute ago when he was shooting out the Death Sonata. The damage is there. He brought Replic down about 30% with 1 hit. The problem is can he close the distance while Rage Origins is in your face?
I don't know about that. They should be able to clear this Lord quite easily. They do have the ability to kite with Diamond. Inhibitor should be a target, but Bless with a nice knockup from the Flicker as well, catching Maracucho, feeding a kill to Diamond, adding that Sky Piercer stack as well. Replic tries to make it out of harm's way. That's a double, and now Stamina on the hunt. They need to find the third Black Dragon to run away. Astro's going to be the sacrifice. Immortality's pop. Give that kill in the hands of Diamond, because we're looking at a Sky Piercer stacking up all the way. Triple kill on this man, and Stamina Esports finally finding some breathing room.
Yeah, this is where Stamina Esports is going to thrive, when they're actually being attacked and they can kite back. They have this type of composition where they can be patient and let Rage Origins come to them. It's why they haven't been doing as good in the Lord Pits, because Rage Origin already has control in the river, and Stamina doesn't have a way to get to them. But when Rage is coming at them, it's just boom, 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 back up, back up, back up, hit, 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 and we're seeing that pop off for Diamond.
Yeah, hit and run is what they can do at best at this point, Stamina Esports. And you're right, when they're kiting, they're so good. They get the pick and roll, find a screen, and then shoot that 3. That's what Diamond's all about. At this point, need to make that championship play. But Delika Etho, again, in the early game, if he didn't get picked off so many times, they could have been a different story. If Maracucho was able to get those 2 retributions on point, it could have been a different story. But if we're talking about ifs, buts, and maybes, ain't nothing going to happen.
And speaking of Delika Echo, taking a look at his items, he's got 1 physical defense item, but Astro taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he goes in, Black Dragon to the back line as well. Now they're looking to take down Bless and a 4-man Petrify, but here comes the follow-through. Bless is the one that's really baiting the entire team, and now they leave Delika Etho by himself. They're sniping from behind. Oh, the fight was split between the 2, and Rage Origins didn't know where to go.
And Delika Echo going down like that after getting the big Petrify just goes into exactly what I was talking about. He's had to use his items early on for magic defense. He picks up the Radiant, he picks up the Athena Shield. All he's got for physical defense right now is a Juggernaut. He doesn't even have the full item just yet. He's got 1 actual physical defense item, and that's not going to protect you against Diamond right now, and that's the major threat. The illusion that Yomel, Dez, and Instinct were going to be the ones that took you out just because they took you out in the first 3 minutes set you up for failure, and now you're 0-6-9 with no way to zone for the team. Astro, on the other hand, has been doing an amazing job with those glorious pathways. Even there, able to kind of start that attack off, but is it enough? Rage Origins, once again, with the pit, but not as much control as we saw in the last 2 Lords.
Well, at this point, the Lord, the tango, the cha-cha has begun, as Layla would like to say. But then here we go, 17-14. Rage Origins biding their time. Stamina Esports looking to get a massive pick-off. Bless needs to be the one to get this started. Diamond as well. But look at the bot side pressure tracks. The pressure is too much in that lane.
Who do they send back here? Do you send Yomel back? Do they go for the rush?
Forget about sending back. Astro take it down. Deadly Magic walks straight into it. Here comes the Throne of Ruin as well. Maracucho looking to go to the back line, but not able to catch anyone. Petrify on top of Bless. Flickers out of harm's way as well. Diamond is kiting. They got the damage. Nox steals away the black shoes. They lose the Hylos, but look at the base crystal. I think they should start blitzing this Lord, but Maracucho doesn't have the HP, and Diamond's just using the Death Sonata, sniping from afar.
Yeah, the poke right now from Diamond is insane. His distance is kiting. They are keeping the pressure down. Rage Origin with that wave coming down the boss side, also keeping pressure in response. But we have to point out the fact that every single neutral objective so far, the pit has been controlled by Rage Origin. So you can tell that even in them, they're thinking, ooh, it's no longer a fair fight. Stamina Esports able to keep them at bay.
10,000 HP, Petrify, here comes Bless, but he gets the Retribution. Maracucho is able to steal a big one, 21 minutes in. It's an Evolved Lord. When it matters the most, when the chips are down, he goes all in and they find the opening.
Maracucho said, listen, you can steal all the lords before this. It's fine. I'm gonna steal the one that matters because this could be a game-ending lord right here, especially with Bless down for 35 seconds. They gotta try to sync up these waves. Maracucho able to get the orange buff. Can they push it in and finish it? Like we said before, Diamond just picked up BOD. I'm wondering if he sell boots for that. And he's got all items right now for this defense, honestly. I need as much damage as possible. They're gonna start shredding down this lord.
Yeah, below 30,000 HP already. They're trying to slow him down with the glorious pathway. Look at Instinct and Yomel. Here comes Eto as well, zoning out every single person. He's not taking a lot of damage. Maracucho goes to Spell Migration, but while Requiem with a Winter Crown, I don't think that was the play. They're looking to lock down the base Crystal, but they get a kill. Diamond find one. The Petrify comes in. They're able to kite. That should be a double. A lot of immortality spot, but the base Crystal's taking out super low. Are they able to end? No, they're not. They're falling like dominoes, and then Diamond finds himself a maniac in the midst of everything. Stamina Esports, how are they doing this?
Diamond is cashing checks right now. He's got all of them figured out. The fraud alert is definitely up. Diamond said, all I need is a Granger and a Sky Piercer. I sold the boots. We're picking up the BOD, and we're about to push this lane right down your front side. I think they can pull this off. It's nothing but Nox, 3-0-11. Are they finally going to put a kill on this man as they take out the Crystal?
He's been the support of the entire day, but the Star walks in. Oh, wait, they're trying to get a clear, but at the same time, Nox taking a little too much damage. The Crystal's not going to be taken down. They get the clear, but 6 seconds for Maracucho to come back up. Stamina Esports looking to get that mid-wave crashing in, but I don't think it's going to be possible. They do have enough time to get a clear, and Nox just bought enough time for them to try and get a defense going.
Where's Maracucho going?
Oh no!
He's gotta go for
Oh nice! Okay. They get the Violet Requiem with the spatial migration. At the same time, they find a kill. The Likato comes in as well. Diamond adding another stack to the Sky Piercer, and you're right, he's cashing checks. He's cashing checks that Rage Origins didn't see coming.
You know, and I think it's funny, we said it, we're like, okay, we're going to talk about Dez and Maracucho this game. But right when we saw that Harris and that Granger, it's like, maybe this is the real anime battle here. Maybe this is the one we need to watch out for, because Diamond did not want to get left out of the conversation.
Oh, wait, speaking of a conversation, Astro gets picked up, put down. That's another stack where talk is, sir. He is online. He's on fire. Here comes another one. They're looking to get Replic. Might as well give that to him as well. He's been on a roll. Stamina Esports, after everything, take game number 1.
Diamond Esports at that. The guy just shredded through all of Influence Rage. My God, my Lord, that was a game. I honestly thought that Influence Rage was going to be able to defend that a little bit longer, and we were going to possibly break another 28 minutes or something. Layla, how are you feeling after watching that?
That was crazy. That was really out the way that Sanma was able to defend that Lord and turn it around. Unbelievable. I thought it was going to end right there.
Yeah, and I think it was a slight bit of a mishap with that push, right? They kind of overestimated the Lord. It was an evolved Lord. That was the possible end for them, but not able to find the angle, or rather a mistake from Maracucho when he dove in, didn't get Diamond, and preemptively, panically used that Violet Requiem and the Winter Crown, and then get the split. Dez was waiting, Diamond was waiting. If it wasn't for that one mistake that he did, that panic Winter Crown, yeah, I think that could have been for Rage Origins.
Not only a Panic Winter Crown, but a Panic Winter Crown plus Violent Requiem. He didn't catch anybody. He was just quick. Like, you know, you jump in, you don't catch anybody, you just jump back. You don't hit every skill you got in the book. But the pressure's on. You know, the pressure is definitely on at that point. I don't know. I get the goal. We have to zone Diamond away, because as long as Diamond is in that defense, the Lord is going to get shredded down. The fact that the Lord was sitting in front of the base Crystal for so long, too. I mean, Stamina Esports, not able to defend it, but also had the ability to, I mean, maybe shouldn't have been able to defend it, but had the ability to, right? And Influence Rage maybe bit off a bit more than they could chew. I think once they were kind of sitting there for so long, maybe it was time to, all right, let's fall back. Let's play it safe. But the fact that they just put, listen, we're going all in here. It's win or lose. That's kind of what ended the game for them. They lose 4 members, and from then on, it's over. If they would have maybe abort mission a little bit sooner, maybe there could have been a chance.
So let's have a look. the highlights or the post game. It was a pretty long game, right? And you know, with Harith, we thought he was gonna be a great pick. He was gonna carry. But what happened there, right? Actually, I noticed Replic, his main hero is actually Harith. And then unfortunately, he just couldn't beat the Granger.
So
What do you think?
the verdict from the jury is that it's a fraud, right? It's not worth as a first pick. Harley's definitely the one that we need to watch out for, right, Trex?
Yeah, I'm gonna lie. I got some of the ballots in. They're definitely saying that the Harith might be on fraud alert still. Might be full on fraud. Especially for first pick. I'm not saying it's not good. Replic showed some decency at it. Maybe we'll see something later on tonight. Maybe there's still possibilities. But for that game, all it took was a decently placed Granger, and there was nothing that Harith could do.
Decent? You're talking decent? 18-3-2. Are you out of your mind? That's not decent. That's my kind of Granger, bro. That's the kind of Granger I like there. Yeah, I know. He got double O's right there on his name. He's trying to show the double O this time for Influence Rage. Are they going to pull it off? They already got one in the bag. And I think with the way that they played Dalika Eto, yeah, he's looking to make that egg a comeback. He needs to find at least one kill in the game, especially with the last push. And you're right, that last push could have been so different if it wasn't for that spatial migration Winter Crown while Requiem play just coming out of nowhere. And Diamond on kiting heroes has been doing so well. So I think Stamina Esports finding their moment, finding their ways to get that victory. And you can see 33% kill participation and still Replic able to get a 38. So I guess is a great pick, but as a first choice, I don't think so.
You know, I will say this. For Influence Rage, it was kind of surprising because in the past, they suffered from taking games almost too slow and not being willing to force the end. And I'm wondering if that kind of is what got them here. It's like, okay, we know that Diamond's getting out of control. The stacks are too high. Maybe we need to try to force an end here. When in reality, maybe they didn't need to force an end there. They do go for it. But in props to Stamina Esports, taking a look at these replays, I said in the beginning, they gave up every turtle. But what were they doing? They were systematically attacking the off lanes. They were focusing on Dalika. They were focusing on Replic. They were making sure that Diamond and Instinct had a great game. And by doing that, when it came to mid to late, they were able to shred through Dalika. And Bless almost never got a big catch onto Replic, never got a big catch on Amadakucho. It was almost always either Astro or Dalika, but that was enough. You get rid of the front line, and Diamond can get to the back line.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what the idea was. It made it possible. And especially with that assassin pick coming through, right? Yes, we're talking about Diamond. He's been playing crazy, but Dez able to get those picks, able to extend the game a little further, contesting those neutral objectives. I mean, yeah, that Petrify format, Petrify should have made it all possible. But Bless surviving, even with the slightest bit of HP, after that immortality gets popped, buying the time that they needed. So every small micro decision turning into something big, turning into something that Diamond can really find a way to snowball from, even though it was past 15-20 minutes. When Diamond found his stride, yeah, Stamina Esports found their groove as well.
The way that even Maracucho steals that last Lord, I think we all felt like it was a wrap. We thought Rage Origins was going to be able to pull through, but Stamina Esports does it. And in that, we get to see the MVP. And Layla, it is Diamond. How you feeling about it?
Amazing. I was looking at the stats and he was the richest guy there. He did so much damage. 129k. That's crazy amount of damage. He's just doing amazing and definitely well-deserved MVP. I think nobody doubted that at all, right?
He's a stone cold killer. Look at him.
If it wasn't Diamond, I would have had a riot for sure. If Diamond was not on this MVP screen, I would have walked away. But luckily it is, so we're still here. I do want to point out the guy did sell his boots for that BOD at the end there. Or maybe he ended up stealing it for the Winter Crown. But either way, I think on that final push in, we knew it's like, okay, it's all or nothing here. I'm not going to need to run across the map. I just need to stand in front of this Lord and do as much damage as possible. Pew, pew. And it paid off for sure.
Hey, man, he looks like a stone cold killer, all right. I'm telling you. With the item build that he has, with the heroes that he's been playing, and the way that he's been playing, we want to see this guy pop off a little bit more. Forget about Dez. Ain't nobody going to talk about Dez right now. We already talk a lot about it. We want to see Diamond pull up for Stamina Esports because he's been carrying this team, and it's been hardcore. Bless, yes, he got those early pickoffs, but Nah. Diamond, it felt like a one-man show after 12 minutes, Trex, I think. After 12 minutes, it felt like a one-man show for Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. We still got to see, like you mentioned, Dez getting those Lord steals and everything, like at the 8-minute, the 8-minute mark and the 12-minute mark, somewhere around that range. And even then, him being able to keep the pressure. But yeah, Diamond, once, I think it was like the double kill in the mid or something, he killed Replic. Once those Sky Piercer stacks started coming in, it was just out of control. He was sniping. If your health got below 50%, you were gonna die in the next second. Pretty much. That's the way it happens. You got, once your health drops to 50%, you got about a second to live, and that's it.
Yeah, Granger, what a hero. Like, it just, you know, once again, it reminded me that Granger is a very dangerous marksman.
Granger's just been I mean, he's a fun hero to play. Even when he was in meta, I don't even play marksman that much, but Granger was someone I'm like, this guy's just so much fun, easy. You kill people, they go down, you shoot, that's it. I mean, just overall, I've been happy since he got into the meta. But there is a stark difference between like the great Granger players and your casual Granger player like me, obviously. They really push the hero to the limit, and positioning is key with this hero. We got a little bit of time till draft pick. What are we looking for in game number 2, Kronos? What does Rage Origins do to kind of pick up the pieces here?
I think if you're Rage Origins right now, you get the choice. I still think right now you go for the blue side. You get that first pick. You try and this time get the Harley instead of the Harriet. But also you don't want to give the Harriet away because he's super strong. But we've seen there's a way around the Harriet, the Granger. It's been there for a long time, and now we can see a little bit more. Oh wait, never mind. We're talking about global ban. So yeah,
none of that.
So
none of that.
No, but it still works out though. It still works out. You prioritize the Harley still. It's all right if you give all of that away. But I think right now, if you're banning out the Harley, maybe look to take the Suyo, because the Suyo is still super strong. If you're banning out the Harley, apart from that, just look how you can contain Diamond, right? And Bless on these pick-off heroes, we've seen even in the previous week, he was doing really well. The game where Bless was, I think, 0-10 and something, they still ended up getting the win because he knows to get the right target at the right time. I think that's the biggest difference maker if you are Stamina Esports. And if you're Rage Origins, you need to look to target down, at least, you know, take a couple of picks away from Bless, so you kind of neutralize the early threats in the game, Trex.
Yeah, I think it's a long road. It's definitely, Rage needs to figure something out here. I think they need to be careful for Stamina, once again doing the same as last time, attacking the off lanes, right? Making sure I mean, they just did such a good job at it. From early on, we saw the first like 30-second gank onto Replic, then up to the top side on Delika. Early on, getting towers, completely just abandoning the turtles. So I think Influence Rage needs to watch out for that type of strategy coming back in, because if that's coming, it's going to be something similar. That's at least in terms of gameplay. Draft is a whole different story. Layla, how are we feeling about game number 2?
I'm excited. I'm hoping Stamina can keep that momentum going. So let's have a look what they're going to pick for the draft. You know, with the coach, I think the coach has done a really, really good job. The Marcel, always getting banned. I feel bad for the guy. I haven't really seen this guy in action. I really want to see that.
He's gonna live there. He's gonna live there for the next 2 months, I'd say. He got a buff too with that platinum snap. You're now, when you get that shield, you're able to move around if you're his ally hero. So yeah, he is gonna live there for a while, and he's gonna be taking pictures of the draft that he's gonna see. The Eve's banned out. Influence Rage again going for the blue side. Like I said, I think this time prioritize the Harley, but if you're Stamina, you're probably looking to ban it out, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it worth the ban?
Global ban, man. Oh yeah, come on.
Is it worth the ban?
Now, don't change your thoughts now. Don't change your thoughts now.
You know, I just said, is it worth the ban? That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
100%.
I might not. If I'm Influence Rage, they picked up the Harley. I don't know if I'd ban I don't know if I ban it. I mean, they ban a Fred run, which is kind of surprising. I guess they are on blue side, so they can target ban a bit here. But they have to be careful because Stamina, they already banned the Freya. They could try to do the old, we're going to leave 2 heroes open here. You know, right now we still have the Jushin up.
Boxia.
We still have Basha. Both of those are still up and open and possible. I'm wondering if we're going to see, you know, the old 2-hero trade up here.
I'm thinking the same. I'm assuming it's got to be the 2-hero trade up, right? Because if you're Stamina, you really want that. But they know. But if they leave the Harley open as well, kind of Influence Rage know that they're not going to pick the Harley. So maybe pick up the Boxia, prevent the Harley from being picked up. But then again, Influence Rage is overthinking at that point. So I don't know. I think if I was Influence Rage, probably take out the Suyo to kind of throw a wrench in the plans. That's early. Layla? That's early.
Yeah. I mean, like, all the heroes that I know how to play are getting banned, so it's like, and I'm just wondering for game 2, you know, if Stamina really want to bring it, are they gonna pick a hero that Dez is really familiar with for jungle?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
we've been waiting for Dez to pick up like something Dez-ish for a while, something like a big assassin pick. The Basha though does get left open, but they decide to ban the Zushin, so no trade up for Stamina really here. Really, do we see that? Do we see the Harley come in? It did not get banned out. If Stamina doesn't first pick the Harley here, it was a fraud from the start.
Hey man, Stamina already picked Harley the previous game. We're talking global bans. Where are you at, Unk? Come on,
Well,
you gotta
I mean,
Harith is what I'm
okay,
talking about.
I'm talking about Harith.
Okay.
I'm talking about Harith.
I was
It's
gonna
the
say Harley.
Harley, Harith. It's
Okay.
close. And
About
there's
to
no
say-
Harith pickup.
I didn't mean to call you out like that, but it's okay. You can get back to me on that one. But yeah, Khalid, Kimi being picked up. They get mid lane prio. So you know they're going to get a lot more faster rotation. So I think on the other side, carry plus Kalea maybe. Lock it down. But then again, you're lacking your mid lane rotations. You're not going to be as aggressive. Hilda plus Lilia. I think Hilda plus Lilia is so good for Influence Rage. Or Hilda plus Valentina.
They can't pick the Valentina for influence because they're on global ban. Get your game together, Unk.
Oh, sheesh. There, he got one back on me. I like it. I like it.
On the other side, they do go for the
I'll take
Phobius,
it.
and they pick up
Right
the
on the
carry.
chin,
So
huh?
you do get one in there. You get the carry. You definitely. The question now is, do you pick up Purify on this carry? Do you go Flicker? Purify might be the safe pick, especially with a Khalid on the field and any more crowd control that Stamina wants to bring in. You mentioned, Layla, Dez picking something he's comfortable on. Could this be a game that we see like possible Assassin, possible Haya? Might not be bad against something like the possible Lancelot, something a little crazy here going up against this tanky front line, something that can get to the backside.
Yeah, I would want to see that. I wonder what they're gonna pick for their mage as well, though. So, you know, and I don't play jungle, but I would not want to go up against these tanky guys who can definitely try to stop me from trying to get to the squishies.
Like the glue.
Glue.
I like the glue. I like the glue picked up in the XP lane. You kind of, I mean, gentleman's agreement between the Lika as well as Instinct. They're not really going to end up killing each other. Just going to hang about, clear the waves, get into these fights. So you know it's all about those neutral objectives. Right now, for Influence Rage, Maracuja looks super strong with the Retribution, with the Boxia. So you know he's going to be farming much faster. If I was Influence Rage, I would look to take out the Suyo, prevent that early power spike, prevent him from farming super fast. With a lot more picks in the side of Stamina, maybe you could see a Yi Sun Shin as well get banned out, because you know Kimi and Yi Sun Shin play really well together with that Khalid. But if you're Stamina, what other mid lane options open? I think Lilia's got to go.
Yeah.
Faramis,
Ooh,
okay.
Faramis ban from Stamina Esports. Honestly, not a bad ban. It's one of those picks that's not going to get picked up all the time, but if it got picked here, it could be very dangerous with this type of lineup. There goes the Hayabusa. This is what I was thinking we could see from Dez in this type of fight. So I think it's a decent call from Influence Rage there. Stamina Esports looking for a final ban.
I'm thinking, I still think Lilia is a solid ban here, because there's not a lot of mid lane options open. The Valentina's already picked up. They got the Jushin off the table. The Zetian's gone. The Fire Mist is gone. The Kimmy is gone. If they want to go, maybe take out the Kalea, but it's not gonna do any work for them in the roam position. They're really gonna give away. Or maybe if you're Stamina, take out the Hilda even, because if you're looking to go the East Shin, you want to take away the Hilda, right? So if they ban out the Hilda, it could give us a little bit of an indication. There you go. I think East Shin is still a great choice for them on the table. X-Borg being taken off. So a lot of true damage not available still. I think Stamina, I think probably lock in East Shin for the final pick.
Yeah, you just
and
jungle
Lilia
YSS. Jungle YSS is simple. Lilia's they can't pick up the Lilia for Stamina, so they're kind of they need to look for something
getting older.
else. Yeah,
Gray
you're
hair
getting
showing.
fast, man. You're hanging out with us oldies too much, honestly.
I know.
It's a tough spot, I guess. I mean, again, we've seen the Farza be something that gets falled back to on this mode. The Kadita is another thing that gets falled back to. No, they don't need a mid. They have Kimmy.
I would sail across the cosmic
No,
sea
Where are we right
out of time.
I like the Nolan. I like the Nolan only for the fact that the entire time I was talking about the Suyo, right? He got a fast clear. He's got an early power spike. Nolan does the same. He has a later power spike level 4, but the farm speed of Nolan is really good, and they're looking to invade already, which adds to what the Khalid can do, what the Glue can do. So on the EXP side of the map, expect an early invade after Des takes his buff. So this could be crucial for the way Stamina Esports really play this early game. The first minute, I would say. That's where it's crucial. But Influence Rage, they need a mid. You're right, Kadita, Lunox is an option, Kalea that I spoke about, but they're giving away so much mid prio in the hands of Stamina Esports, and they're really expecting an invade at this point. So kind of like a countermeasure. Novaria. When was the last time you saw Novaria tracks?
M7, I think. Rosa probably picked up a Novaria, I'm pretty sure, on Team Aurora at some point. But it's been a while. And even then, I don't think it ever did that good. It's a pick that for me, teams will fall back to it, and I'm like, ugh, it just doesn't hit for me. But we'll see exactly how it goes. Layla, any thoughts?
I mean, I've seen a lot of really great Novarias that has great aim. It might hit. The right people in the back.
True. Claude makes it a strong lineup. You know the Claude's gonna run the Purify, so is the Kimmy. I like both sides. I think Influence Rage have a decent lineup. What are you thinking, Layla? Last words?
Last words? Go Stamina! I'm really hoping. I mean, I'm a little worried about him using Nolan and then having the Kalea there to kind of stop him. And then I don't know what the win rate has been like for Nolan. Nolan hasn't been picked up as much, and I don't remember Nolan winning.
U2 has a clutch Nolan jungler. They've won one game with it. They lost one game with it. But they're the only team that has used this Nolan. We've been wondering if anyone else was going to do it, so I am excited to see Dez on it. You know, you mentioned the Layla. I mean, you mentioned the Novaria, Layla, and I like... the more I look at it, the more I think about it, it's not a horrible pick. Against the Khalid, against this dive potential that Stamina Esports have, the problem with it is it's a little slow in the start. But if it can come online, those meteors could definitely start to hurt for sure.
Yes, and I think those Astral Meteors are going to be crucial when it comes to sniping somebody, at least poking someone down before carry or before Replic or Astro can get someone. And not just that the ultimate kind of gives an extra hitbox for Astro to pick somebody up. So yes, I think in the grand scheme of things, Rage Origins look solid, but if you give the Nolan a little bit of leeway in the first minute or the first 1 minute 30 seconds, it's gonna be difficult for Origins to find a way to come back. And then Nox is just gonna get hunted down by Dez on this Nolan. So yeah, I think still 50-50 for me, Trex, but I'm leaning to the draft of Stamina Esports a little bit more because they can be more active with this Nolan on the map. What about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, they can be active in terms of, like, again, early game kill pressure, which is what we saw from them last time. It's what they like to do. But Rage Origins does have some quick movements on the map. You have this Basha, you have the range with the Novaria, you have Astro on the Kalea that can, like, help kind of stiff arm a bit here and there. So I think if Rage Origins can find their spike and not fall behind in the off lanes like what we saw last time, there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. I think a lot of opportunity is what they need at this point for Rage Origins to try and make some sort of a comeback possible. But folks, we soon will be heading into the game. You can hardly hear the sounds, but I think we're probably gonna get a little bit of a tease before we go in. Layla, in these last few moments, you said you're supporting Stamina Esports, right? You're supporting the streamer Dez, but what do you think Rage Origins could do to make themselves come out with the win?
I mean, if they're able to protect their back lines, I mean, they have, you know, the great front line. As long as their back lines are protected, we doing good.
We're doing good. We're doing good.
We're doing good.
Yo, Kronos is phasing through reality right now. It's like super speed.
We just need the little momentum going in the back.
There you go. Yo.
He's flying at peak
I'm going through
right now.
Speed
I'm
of
moving
light.
through time. I'm
Oh,
moving
there
through
you
time. I'm
I
moving
didn't know
through
you looked
time,
like
folks.
I didn't know you looked like that, Kronos.
It's
There
all
he
right,
is.
man. I got some
Imagine
makeup on.
having two
I got some
Laylas
makeup on.
Match. Anyways. Hold on.
We skip that. We skip that.
Back to the back. Focus.
Focus.
Influence Rage. I like the lineup. We're gonna be jumping back into the lane, into the game, Kronos.
Yep, we're going to go in, folks. We see the graphic. We're talking about how we're gonna get to that point, how far we're gonna go through with the Influence Rage Origins and Stamina Esports. We're talking game number 2 right now with this best of 3. Influence Rage looking to make it and take it to a game number 3. Stamina Esports want to close this out as fast as possible.
And that's exactly, I mean, Stamina Esports, that's the goal here.
Oh,
You have this Nolan, you want to get aggressive, you want to try to get those stacks on quickly, and it's what they did with Harley last game. I think essentially the strategy is the same here. Get a nice early game, translate it into Diamond Loading, and look at the pressure already down on the bottom side. I'm expecting a possible early gold lane gank here, just like what we saw last time. Make sure Diamond has a great game so you can secure the mid to late game.
this is what I was talking about, Trex. On a Nolan, you want to get that Lava Golem, you want to get that Beetle, you want to kind of shoot Maracucho in the knees so that he can't really roll around that fast. And that's what Dez has done. He's not even got to his top half of the jungle. And you can see already Instinct and Yomel protecting that top half. Never mind, Maracucho just walks in, is going to take it away.
Got to give Maracucho the flat tire, right? And then
Yeah,
comes
that's what they
Yomel on
need
a
to
damage
do.
from Dez.
Oh. Yeah, they get a knock-up as well, but the Fracture along with Instinct able to get 1, and they make that 2. Stamina Esports, already 2 on the board, get the advantage.
That's 2 flat tires for the side of Rage Origins, and Stamina Esports taking a good lead already. This time, they didn't have to attack the off lanes. They're coming straight from the mid. It's not even first turtle, and it's a 1,000 gold lead on the side of Stamina Esports. They get this turtle. It's looking grim for the side of Rage Origins. What do they do here? I think they definitely give it up. They don't try to force it.
Ooh,
Almost a
they
steal.
tried to snipe, tried to
Almost.
steal. Yeah. No way they're walking to this purple and give this away as well, right? No, not a chance. And I think they are, but there's a nice knock-up, 3 members. But at the same time, nice Dark Wave coming in from Delicato as well. They go in, catching another. But this is the problem. Instinct getting on top of him is going to make it difficult. They walk away without giving away the purple, forcing out a flicker too. This is where the Novaria could start coming in clutch, getting those snipes early on. Delicato pulls one back. Bless is going to be the one that's down.
You know, during the draft, you mentioned the possibility of the Khalid going into EXP lane, and I forgot I wanted to comment on it. Honestly, the glue does a good job against the Phoveus, and you can still get some nice rotations. The Khalid is still going to apply great pressure, and by them putting him into the roam position, he's able to move fast with Dez and look for pick pressure. Now, the glue overall is just a monster pickup, and it's going to do even better against this Basha. We saw it already. Basha tries to roll in, you get stopped right in your tracks by that stun, and that's where the glue meta, I think, has just done so well, and it's why we've seen the Basha lose sometimes. You pick up something like the glue, and you just stop this heavy utility jungler from doing what it wants to. We're back with Layla, though. How's it
Hello,
going?
welcome back, welcome back. Oh, every time, you know, we get started and we're like, let's go, and then, okay, well, I am definitely looking forward to I know, you know what, I'm cheering on Stamina, but I really want to see, you know, Rage Origins to do something and kind of give us that, you know, fair fight that we really want to see, right? We want to see them bring show their abilities and really bring a really good series here.
You're right. You're right. I think that Khalid being in the roam position, I didn't say he was going to go to the EXP, but you're right. I mean, that Khalid is able to rotate much faster with the Nolan. And talking about the glue that you said, he's going to be really annoying getting on top of the box here. You're not allowing them to really play the game from the get-go. And the Nolan having that early advantage, right? I said it, like in the first minute, if you allow the Nolan to invade and take away that lava golem that they really want to do all the time, this is a Nolan rotation. You see them start with the purple and then get to the lava golem, steal that away, go to the beetle, take that away as well, and now all of a sudden the opposite jungler takes his orange and there's nothing to pick up apart from that. Then they get the crab, so you don't even get the crab. You try to get their lizard, but it's already protected. So it reached that point, and then in the turtle, no, Dez is level 5, Maracucho's level 3, just get to level 4. It's a slaughter. It's a complete slaughter, and it's going to continue to do so if they don't find a way to stop this Nolan from that snowball. But the problem is not even the Nolan, right? The problem is the tools he has around him. This Khalid, this Kimmy, as well as that glue that you mentioned about Trex. And it's going to be very difficult for Origins to find a way to make a comeback. And they need for Stamina Esports to get more aggressive and make a mistake.
So that is the plan for Rage Origins. They've been able to do it in the past. They've been able to drag out games. But Stamina Esports also, from day one to now, has just gotten better every single day. From draft to gameplay to the way they execute what they need to execute. They're a well-oiled machine today. And I don't think Rage Origins came into this game thinking that was going to be the case.
Hey, remember what Dez told us? Like, the further we get into the tournament, the more we're looking to get better, because Bless was a new acquisition that they got a couple of days ago before MCT started. So maybe this is what we're looking at.
And Bless, honestly, you bring that up, Bless has played better and better and feels more like he's part of the team. Does get caught up here, though.
Raging Sandstorm. I thought it was going to be Caster's Curse, but Astro going in. He gets taken down by Dez. I thought the fracture was enough, but able to survive a little longer, but only delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, 1.8k gold lead now. We're 4 minutes in. Second turtle about to come up, and with a man down, Ass coming in. Stamina Esports once again, easy blitz, right? Shouldn't be much they can do unless Nox gets something crazy. Doesn't. And yeah.
Maracucho, man, he goes to the pit stop. He's not able to make it out of there. It's just too fast right now. The game is moving a little too fast for Origins. But then again, they're able to get the poke down to Stamina Esports in these fights. And if Nox is able to hit a couple of those echoes with those meteors, gets those nice snipes, yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of oohs and ahs from our end.
We will see exactly how it goes. Hopefully Nox gets to that point. Stamina Esports, another possible pickoff here, though.
Yes, you're in the wrong place, the wrong time. Traction Pulse at least pulls one back. They get one in return, but Dez looking to take away another jungle creep. Grab right on top of Maracucho, but still able to make it out alive. Doesn't get pulled back in. Astro with a knock-up, trying to go for another one. Diamond to the back line, though. Here's the Blazing Duel. Look at the take down Replic with the help of the Fracture. Diamond barely survives. Maracucho goes in, gets a drive-by, now wants to make it out. And I think the snipe from Nox just taking him down low. Stamina Esports in the mid lane as well, looking for a trade.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid lane as well, looking for a trade, but also look at Rage Origins up topside. Delika, I almost kind of wanted him to just stay up there and take that tower. It is a gold laner for gold laner. Taking a look at the items, though, once again, Dez has a huge lead over Maracucho. 1,000 gold right now in the tank. And as far as that goes, it's kind of similar to what we saw last time. Dez just completely controlling the jungle and carrying Stamina Esports in this early game.
Oh.
And this time, he might even carry them through the mid to late if it keeps on rolling this way.
Yeah, I think this might just be the formula that they're looking for. Get the early snowball with the Nolan. I love an early snowball with the Nolan, especially if it's played perfectly, Trex. It just feels like Rage Origins are always late to the party. They're always late in terms of rotation. They cannot grab any neutral objective. That's the game we want to see from Stamina Esports. We've seen that to what, about 80% now? And I think with this third turtle, we want to see that come through again. But Origins getting control of the pit this time.
I mean, they've had control of the pit, I feel like, every time, and it just keeps on getting worse. But wait, a nice echo.
Yeah, but you can see the knockout coming from Astro as well. They could try and get that meteor down. Yomel take it down super low. The Leak on top of him. Here they get the Tsunami Slam, get the Flicker out of harm's way as well. Yomel's the first one to go down. Blazing Door to the back line. The Leak they're taken down super low, but the Retribution coming in clutch from neither as Diamond gets the Eto. And I think, was it Nox that got the turtle, or was that a Replic?
Replic was able to steal turtle, able to get in. Down goes another one. Rage Origins finding rhythm right now. Amidst the chaos, even with 1,000 gold deficit, even more when this fight started. They're now looking for a purple buff. Dez unable to get it. Grand Theft Purple comes in, and Rage Origins has taken control of the game, possibly.
And that's the mistake that I was talking about, right? Stamina Esports made that mistake. They could have gone from the orange, Dez could have gone from the orange to the turtle and then to the purple. But they prioritized the purple over the turtle, so that kind of really set the pace. So Maracucho said, I'm not going to take my orange, I'm going to go straight for the turtle. And that's what happened. They got control of the pit. And the next thing you know, Stamina Esports behind the 8-ball, not able to make it back up. And Astro just getting those good knockups to the title strike. And Bless is not able to sustain the damage any longer. Oh, this is what I was talking about. He's not able to sustain any longer, all right. Oh,
a lot of
Blazing Duet
comes to the backside.
Yeah, and he goes in as well. You can see the damage being dished out. Replic gets taken down. Diamond gets that kill. Yomel now trying to kite. Instinct left in no man's land. And Yomel goes down at the same time. So 1 for 3? No, 1 for 2.
1 for 2. But Diamond gets a kill and takes out Replic. Not a horrible trade. And up on the top side, too, pressure just continues. Stamina Esports, something we haven't seen from them much in the past few days. Macro is coming into play in these past 2 games. Stamina Esports is a different beast today. Even if they're losing in team fights, they're winning on the map. We saw Dez move up to the top side. And what did we see last game? That kept Stamina Esports alive even when they were behind a bit. It was the bottom lane last game, but still, they always had control in the push. I do want to point out one thing. Yomel looks like he's going for a Sky Piercer here as his second item. I'm wondering if it's the right choice. Stamina Esports, if they can get this big backswing at 8 or 9 minutes, I mean 9 to 10 minutes, it could definitely pay off.
Where they're looking to get there, right? We're at the half-May mark right now, if you ask about game times. 9 minutes is a good spot. They need to get this big Lord. It's going to be the one that kind of fuels the push to their final third. Dez is looking to snipe from behind. They get the traction pulse as well. Now goes in Fracture with the Retribution. At the same time, gets Maracucho. Replic goes down. That's a double in the hands of Yomel. You were talking about Sky Piercer. There's a Maniac right there coming in the hands of Yomel. That's 4 stacks right off the bat, just less than a minute before he purchased it.
I know, he did purchase it. Did it come through? I'm wondering that. I know before it was just the 2 gloves. Hope to God he purchased it. Pretty sure it is in. Dez, why did no one check that bush? Why did no one on Rage Origins check that bush? They're rushing down the Lord. These are the small moments that decide games. Stamina Esports, I mean, they made that steal was too easy. It was too easy.
Yeah, it was definitely too easy. He went in, he got the Fracture, a lot of damage at the same point. And usually, you know, Boxias don't lose out the Lord, so it's not looking for Rage Origins. And I think the problem is Stamina Esports hit them where it hurts, in the confidence from game number 1. So game number 2 looking smooth, easy breezy for them, 5K goal lead, but we've seen them slip up from here as well.
All right, so now the big push comes in. Stamina Esports looking to close this down in 11 minutes.
Wait, he flickered forward, not working out in their favor. I don't know what Bless was thinking right there.
Yeah, misplay. He pulled a game 1 Maracucho dive into Requiem, pretty much. So Bless now gets the mistake. We've been hyping Bless up this game too. He was due for a big mistake like that. Stamina Esports was looking to close. Now they're forced back. Caster's Curse is real. Remember that, guys. We shouldn't even use players' names, honestly, when we cast. We should just go back to heroes' names. Maybe there would be less deaths in the Land of Dawn. As we move forward, though, it's a 5K gold lead. Does Rage Origin have a comeback story here? We finally get the Holy Trinity in for Replic. Replic is starting to output a decent amount of damage. And Delika Eto is getting tankier. And I think as long as they can have a good front line, Replic can output.
Nice Echo, gets all 5 members, but they're not able to capitalize. No one goes in. I think more than Bless looking that I like the pickup of the Chastis Pauldron at this moment, so you prevent Replic from getting that free attack speed that he has been so far. Instinct has been playing well. Dez hasn't gotten taken down a single time. And that Echo should be enough for Astro to pick somebody off, right? That's been the difference. Bless is more aggressive. Astro's been more calculated with his pickoff so far.
Yeah, and you can see that even with their 0-5 and 7, 0-3 and 7, like the way that they've been playing, who's taken more deaths. Bless, I'm not saying it's not paying off though, right? Even though you've died more, the value has still come out for Stamina Esports. Overall, I think where Stamina Esports has really been winning is a perfect example in that last Lord fight. Their positioning. We talked about their macro, but even their micro positioning in these fights. And Rage Origins surprisingly hasn't kept up, because this is something that really stuck out for me from them as a team the past few days. Even when they were losing, they had great map control. They had great presence. And right now they're just kind of crumbling under the pressure that Stamina Esports is giving them.
I told you, man, they hit them where it hurts, right in the confidence. But here, Instinct gets caught out. Here comes Astro, looking to get the Tsunami Slam. Here's a nice 3-man Raging Sandstorm, but at the same time, Echo comes in as well. A lot of damage being dished out. Etho picks up the kill on Bless. He flickered forward for a Dark Wave, catches nobody. Dez goes into the back line, looking to snipe someone off with that Fracture. Nobody home so far. They look at him, they catch him with a Dark Wave. He does have a lot of energy to make it out alive. Fracture to escape. The Lore Dance is still going on. I think Replic should be the one to take the charge. Meteor to snipe Diamond from behind. This has to be Rage Origins Lord.
A good amount of damage from that Meteor as well, about 40%. Here comes the Echo.
Echo, and he's going to look at the Retribution. And Yomel don't want to get it once again, but Instinct gets taken down. Another snipe from Dez, catching Etho. That is enough time for Rage Origins. They trade 1 for 1. Yomel almost getting caught out, just able to make it out alive.
I heard the retry on that. I could hear it in the shing, and Maracucho just clicked it way too early there. You see the chunk go down from the Lord. There's a little bit left, and Yomel's just sitting there chipping away, gets it, the steal. This could be game time. Another big mistake by Maracucho. Don't know what he ate this morning, if he ate this morning, but we're seeing the pressure land, because this is not the Maracucho we normally know. We were hyping this guy up, and right now, it's just small things. And this is what we were worried about this game was going to come to. Who makes more mistakes?
Tsunami Slam, looks like Bless is the first one to make it. They get out, Extraction Pulse as well, Diamond taking on low. This is where you start seeing Novarius coming online, right? The ranges start hitting. The range is starting to show. And Stamina Esports need to start respecting that. If they get poked out a little too much, that Echo could be a lot of disaster. Astro going in, flickered out after that Fracture coming in. They're able to defend this one. Maracucho looking for a drive-by, goes in, trying to get a stun onto Yomel, but he's able to kite. He is a Kimmy after all. Goes in a little too deep. Instinct comes in as well. That Astral Meteor doing a lot of damage, Trex.
That is a lot of damage, but once again, Bless, there's a mistake from Bless. You know, it's like each time one team's doing well, somebody whiffs it. And this is the second Lord push now that Bless has gone too deep by himself and gotten caught off. And he's supposed to be the engager. He should be the one zoning them back away from these towers to open up space for Stamina Esports to take these inhibitors. And with all 3 inhibitors standing, we're sitting at a 5K gold deficit. I would say the possibilities are still there for Rage to fight for this next Lord.
Definitely. Oh no, wait, they go in for a 4-man.
Oh my god.
They kidnap Bless. Bless is the first one to fall. They go to the Blazing Duet. Diamond has to get out with a BMI. That was a lot of damage coming in. They could not hang with Replic. Astro has to make it out alive as well. Replic trying to go in, but in the back line, Dez finds a kill, takes out Maracucho. They split the fight apart. It was only a diversion. It was a delusion. Smoke and mirrors, and Origin fall for it.
Oh man, but Rage Origins, if they just had a little more damage, if they just had a little more possibility, and this is where we're starting to see maybe the problem with the Novaria. Even though the big damage comes from the snipes, you get a what was that, a 4-man knockup? A 4-man knockup!
4-man.
And all they could get was Bless in that. If there was just a little more, and yes, Replic's doing a great job, but it's just single target damage. And the same thing with the Novaria. It's really just kind of single target damage. Yes, if they're grouped up and you land the Meteor along with your Astral Echo, there's possibilities. But we're seeing that problem. They can get these big knockups, these big plays, but they can't clean house.
I don't know if I saw that right. Did Dez have 5,000 gold ahead of Maracucho?
I could believe it. No, they only have a 5,000 gold lead. There's no way it's
I know,
all
about to say,
Dez.
because
I mean,
I saw Dez have 5,000 gold lead ahead of Maracucho, and I was like, yo, that's not possible. That's absolutely insane, if you ask me. But then again, it's all right. We'll take a look at it later. But now they get the Lord started. Stamina Esports taking charge. Oh, they get the knockup on Astro. Bless is going to be the target, and he gets taken out as well. Replic's going to be the one to get that diamond taken out super low. Blaze Needle comes in as well with the Winter Crown. Instinct goes down. Replic is online, finds a double. Looking at the third, Astro gets taken down. Meanwhile, Dez in the mid lane looking to get and clean house. They want to get the mid lane inhibitor. Yomel is being stopping everyone from going away. The Liketo buying time. Maracucho is going in on top of Yomel, looking to get that kill. Gets a stun. Finally finds Diamond, able to get that one as well. They get a trade 1-for-1. Replic and Diamond. Replic flickers forward. He's looking to take Diamond down, but look at the base. They find the opportunity, but Dez wants to finish the game. Only Nox is there to try and defend. They have a whole big wave coming in. I don't think Nox has the wave clear. He tries to flicker forward. He goes for the fracture as well. But Mace is going to be the target. I don't think it's going to be a super nice idea. Dez sells boots to get the immortality. Oh my god.
But that's worth it for Dez. That's a win. That's a dub. 2 inhibitors. And Rage Origins didn't even get Lord. And he bought so much time that everyone's back on the field. And yes, that's a 6,000 goal lead for Dez right now. What is going on? The pickoff at the Lord Pit. Astral Echo does come out. Stamina Esports will have to back off, but still, it's still in the hands of Stamina Esports at this time. You just lost 4 members and somehow you won. Oh my lord!
Replic flickered back, but here comes Bless as well with the Raging Sandstorm. Wind of Nature coming out at the same time, but he gets shut down, and Dez finds the big one. Yomel gets taken down by Nox. Astro has to get out of harm's way. They trade 1-for-1, but you know Stamina Esports got the one big jackpot.
I have no clue what's going on right now. Stamina Esports
Astro
somehow keeps on. Oh!
Find a 2-man knockup. Bless is going to be the target. Immortality purchased by Diamond. Maracucho, Tortoise's Poisson makes it out. So Stamina Esports with the Lord marching down the mid lane. No Yomel. So maybe it's still a blessing in disguise for Origins.
Maybe. Possibly. There's a Lord coming. Stamina Esports are taking it slow. Nobody's at the Lord. They should be able to rush this. I still think Stamina Esports, at this point, I feel like they could try to get aggressive here and push.
How, though? How? Echo coming out, getting 3 members, 16,000 HP on the Lord, so below half HP. Replic taking a little too much damage. Oh, Diamond gets out with the BMI. Astro just needs to zone. They're able to clear the Lord. 5-man could go in. Yeah, I think Nox is doing a phenomenal job on this Novaria, right? Just making sure by the time these guys get into the fight, they're already softened up for the big blow.
Yeah, if this game keeps, I mean, that damage is just getting harder and harder and harder. And if one big hit on a Dez, one big hit on a Diamond from that Meteor, especially paired up after an Astral Echo or something, could be a major problem for Stamina Esports, but they've been doing a good job so far at dodging. They don't all group up. They kind of keep a spread angle, and Diamond now, Immortality. Earlier we saw him with the Winter Crown. We're definitely going to see a possible item swap as we move forward into some of these big fights. And knowing Diamond, if everything's in the line, and having the Claude, he might just sell the boots too at some point and get even crazier. A lot of possibilities on the map, and that's who my eyes are really on right now. Diamond and Dez looking for the finish. Can Rage Origins even really come and compete for the Lord?
I think they can, definitely. They have Astro,
right?
They have Replic. Yeah, they have to. I mean, they have the vision control. They definitely have a lot of damage. Oh, wait, they get a Blazing Duet as well. Oh, that's the first target. That's the most important one. Yomel finds 2, and this should be the 3rd. They were able to go in, but the wrong target went ahead. Rage Origins throwing the advantage that they had, and now Stamina Esports, they don't need to wait another 20 seconds. They can just walk into the base crystal, and that's what they're planning to do. A wave coming in the mid lane, a wave crashing on the top side, a bot lane inhibitor is going to be taken down now. The Lika Eto buying time, gets a grab on top of him, canceled out with the Winter Crown, but Yomel's already hacking away at the base crystal. Noxus can barely stand. And Stamina Esports clutching it out 2-0. Layla, what did you think about that one?
Wow. Haha. What did I say? Who's gonna be sweeping? Yay! That's all I can say. I'm very, very happy.
I like it. I like it. You know, Stamina Esports, they had a rough start, and as I was saying throughout those games, it feels like they've gotten stronger and stronger and stronger. Influence Rage did not bring their A game, and overall, Stamina capitalized on that. They continuously, there was still some small mistakes from Stamina. I think there's still a lot in terms of progress for them, but they definitely made less than Influence. They definitely were on point in so many plays of that game. The one Lord Steal with Dez hanging out in that bottom bush, just back to back, they were able to kind of make things happen.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the only ones that we could really point out as a mistake from Stamina Esports was Bless, right? There weren't really other crucial mistakes from the Stamina Esports. So I think if Bless is able to lock in a little bit more, I think we can say Stamina Esports, a good victory. Still, with a 2-0, I think they've impressed. We want to see a little bit more next week as well.
Yeah, with that game, like what could what could have they done differently to even turn that around? Like Dez was so far with all that gold, he had no death, did he? Zero death.
I think he did go deathless there, and I think Influence Rage, the real goal of that game was to don't lose the early game. That's what they could have done differently. Don't lose so bad in the early game. Don't let what happened in game number 1 happen in game number 2. But Stamina Esports was able to do that.
Yeah. So let's look at all the stats. So Dez with no death. Amazing. Like you said, Bless, I think we've been hyping him a lot. It's okay though, if he dies, but they still capitalize from his death. It's fine. You can die as many times as you want. It doesn't matter, right?
True. And I think the big one to point out, like you mentioned, Dez going deathless, right? Not just the fact that he went deathless, not just the fact that he got the early snowball that they were looking for. Oh my God, Trex, it was a 5K goal lead, my guy. Look at his goal, 17.5K, and Maracucho's like barely
touched there. It was almost 6K towards the end there.
It's 8,000. Oh my God. If it was one more 1,000, we could say that line. His power levels are over 9,000, but at this point, he just 609. Yeah, and not just that. I was trying to say that in these fights, he was more of a diversion. In that Lord pit near that river, that long bush on the left side, they got a 4-man knockup where Dez was in it, but somehow after 30 seconds, Dez was behind Maracucho, able to get a kill. So always looking for the next best trade, looking for the next best position that he can be in. Yeah, so clearly Stamina Esports have found a way to practice a lot more of these compositions with these global bans, and they're able to make it happen for themselves. Rage Origins, I think, just succumbing to the early aggression and losing and lack of confidence in this game compared to game number 1 or what we've seen from them in the previous series. Trex.
I agree. I think, yeah, was it like a full-on lack of confidence? Was game 1, did it hit too hard? Those are a lot of questions on on my mind. But yeah, Maracucho just didn't, in the nicest way possible, and just the reality, he didn't show up today, right? Because we've seen him play so much better than he played today. And I don't know if that's a him issue or if it's a Stamina just got better issue. That's going to be something that time will tell as Rage Origins goes on to their next opponents, because that's when it's really going to be crunch time for them. And Maracucho's going to have to stand strong. He's going to have to be able to hold up against these other junglers. He got to pick like Basha. In game 1, they got their prio Harith. They seem to be getting what they want in terms of draft. It's just execution that they're not able to pull through with.
Yeah, and I just the Novaria, she had a lot of team participation, but it's just not really making that much of a difference. And the
Yep.
MVP goes to Des, our boy. Let's go. What do you
Hey.
think, Chronos?
Clearly, Layla is a fan of Dez, right?
Yeah, we figured it all out.
we figured it out finally.
Nice
I know
caster
it
alert.
took-
Nice.
it took a lot, right? It took a lot of opening up the safes to find out she's a big Dez fan, of course. But 609 KDA, absolute monster on this Nolan. Understanding what a Nolan rotation is, especially in that early game, able to be the distraction when the team is able to dish out the damage. Knowing when to go in, knowing whom to target, knowing when to get out, even allowing Yomel to get a Maniac in those fights where he was the one to kind of start the things and starting to get the ball rolling in a certain way. The only complaint I probably have is with the early aggression on the board, they need to find a way to close games out earlier, right, Trex? We said this earlier as well. They did this in game number 1 in the opening game of MCT AMER. They got the early snowball 10 minutes in. What should have been a 15-minute game went about 20 minutes, 27 minutes. It could have been closed out a little earlier, a little more clean towards the final third. Maybe able to get that final fadeaway when when we're on when the shot clock's down to about 5 seconds. Just needs to hit that game time when it comes to the end. Get into demon time, Dez. That's what I'd say.
Demon time Dez, but honestly,
There you go.
even with them, demon, there it is. Is that it? Is that
That's
it?
That's
Demon
it, bro.
time
I'm telling
Dez?
you, demon time Dez. I called it.
He
Approved.
did lock
Seal,
it.
Let's
And
go.
he did lock in a day. But what's really shows out for me with Stamina is that they didn't have to do the early game, right? Like they were able to really translate Dez winning early game into a nice mid to late game. In game 1, we saw them be able to rely on not just Dez but Diamond as well on the Granger, and they came with a full strategy this time, and that's what's good to see from a great team. It's not just on one player. You don't just have one win condition, you have multiples, and you know how to fall into those win conditions at any point of the game.
Yes, so we have obviously the MVP. We're gonna do a little interview with him, and I have lots of questions. So we're gonna now be joined by Dez, the Demon Time Dez himself. Go through this and just starting with that game. What do you think was the key moment that made the difference for your team? Let's talk about the first one and then the second one as well.
And speak on Discord.
You're all right.
We
We can hear it.
I'm speaking
Yeah,
in
we
Discord.
can-
I don't know about
we
the
can hear it.
broadcast because I was told to only speak here. They didn't send me the link.
We're good. Let's get back to the
We're
interview.
good.
You're good. You're good. You're
Good
good.
question.
Okay.
Guys, tell us. All right,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
game 1, you focus on the off lanes. You're able to win through.
Yep.
Continue with what you were saying. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was saying the trades were good in the early game, but we kind of fell through the mid game, especially me because I kept getting caught by that Guinevere. Like I was just not fully focused for some reason, and I wasn't pinning my map as much, so I got caught a lot of times by the Guinevere in crucial times. But as you guys could see, like at the end, we were able to defend the Lords in a very good way. And Diamond definitely was the star of that game with his grandeur. He was the one who carried and got a Maniac in the base defense. And we were able to win that one, which was very good because we thought initially we were going to lose.
Hey man, I think with both games being done, yes, Diamond was a crucial factor in game number 1, but if it wasn't for your clutch Lord steals, right, it wouldn't have gotten to that point of the game. So We're looking at Dez locking into demon time right now for after this series. I think game 1 with those Harley clutches, game number 2 with that Nolan, Maniac coming in later on as well. 1 minute you're in the bush, 1 minute you're behind Maracucho. Talk to us what happened to the game number 2. What was the shot calls? Because we know you went in early. How did you lock in?
So game 2, like I had a few choices for jungle, but as soon as I saw Vasha and the kind of comp they had, I thought Nolan was a good pick because of his farming speed, right? He can keep up with the tempo, he can do a lot of trades and move a lot around the map. And I knew that our early game was strong because we had like Khalid Kimi. So I told my team to just invade. And as you guys could see, like I'm pretty sure like we got a kill and we were able to shut Basha down. He wasn't level 4. And we even got the first turtle, but then we lost the team fight on the blue buff, which was bad. But a lot of the mistakes that game was like, letting Khalid give vision because he was obviously gonna get bursted. So at the end, we realized that we should just let Glue walk in first. And as you guys could see, before we ended the game, we caught them at top just because Glue was there and then the Khalid could counter engage. And that game was also like one that a lot of trades were made. And I think my positioning during some team fights were also good. And make sure I didn't overstay and I look for the next objective in mind. You have to think quickly with these kind of heroes, because of their high mobility. But it was definitely a good match.
I like it. I want to focus a bit on some more behind the scenes. You guys really seemed like a well-oiled machine coming in today. Every day, it seems like your team has gotten stronger and stronger. And on the other side of Influence Rage, they just seemed off. It felt like the mental game wasn't completely there. I'm wondering, you didn't have to wait till 2 a.m. to play tonight. You guys had an early start, right? So is there anything you guys do before games? Any like prep, like hour before game? Is there any kind of, like anything that happens that you pre-game? What's the pre-game
Ritual
for Stamina Esports? What's the ritual?
Honestly, we didn't have much time to warm up because, some of the players, they have to work, they have schedules, even on the day of tournament. So we only had time for like 2 ranked games, and rank doesn't always help. But the best thing to do is probably to analyze games, learn from other teams, and try to apply those things in the tournament. You also have to be like really mentally prepared. You got to make sure you're locked in, you're at your 100% before the match. And never like underestimate your opponent because again, every team in this tournament is very, very good.
So, with your amazing carry on that second game as a junk, advice would you give them?
I would definitely say the best thing to do and the best thing that helped me was watching other players, watching other MPLs, learning from your own gameplay as well. You can always watch your own mistakes and try to learn from them. But yeah, mainly just watch other tournaments. Don't copy paste exactly what they do because every team is different, every region is different in their play style. But definitely try to see situations and try to learn things from it every single time.
Yeah, and I think that goes for, not just jungling role, just if you want to improve your gameplay in general, definitely looking at all these tournaments, looking at these pro players, learn from them. I know when I first started as a roam, not so good. And then I got better. Someone was like, you should probably watch MPL. I'm like, okay, let me do that. So once again, congratulations. It was such a big win. And we really look forward to seeing more of you in the next matches.
Hey, you know what, Des? One question before you bounce off.
Oh my
Sorry. You said last week, last time we had you said that Bless was a new introduction to the team, right? And you're getting better as the season move forward. So are we gonna see that get better now? Last week was 2 1s. Now we're seeing 2 0s. Maybe we see 3-0 next week.
Yeah, hopefully that's the plan, man. You always gotta try to constantly improve and just trust your teammates. Always try to communicate well with each other and just get along, because if you're in a team and you're not really like friends, then the synergy will not be there. So you have to try to respect your teammates, be there for them, and just have a good time overall.
Demon Time Des.
Is there anything you want to say to fans? Because you stream, probably lots of fans watching you, supporting you right now.
I just want to thank everybody who supports this competition in general, because it's always very fun to just compete in it and watch it. So any kind of support that comes from fans is obviously appreciated for future tournaments. And I want to say also thank you to the people that are supporting my team. I know we didn't have the best start, but we're trying our best, and we hope we can keep improving constantly.
And
Well-
yes, you definitely did really, really well. What a great big win for you guys. Proud of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Des, for joining us. It was a great interview. We're excited to see you next week. Yeah, we'll see you play again next week. We'll see you then.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that was I got to see Des. I was in a
Are
contest.
you fan?
I'm
are you
such a
fangirling
fangirl right now.
Are you fangirling
Yeah.
right now? Hey, like, get it together.
Get it together. I know.
No wonder.
So, great big win. Well, it's just he's a streamer.
She doesn't
I'm
know
a
she's got
streamer.
butterflies.
Very, very proud.
Imagine
You
if
know
there
what?
was two Deses.
No, bad.
Sorry, I had to do the throwback. Call back.
Yeah, just watching
let's
him
get back.
stream, and just being grinding, jungling his 1,000 star jungle. That was epic. I was there for that. Doing a lot of good things. Yeah.
Awesome. So a good win by Stamina Chronos. Do we think they have what it takes to keep this momentum going? Tomorrow's going to be an even harder opponent, or next week will be an even harder opponent. Do we feel like, I mean, it does look like they're on the upswing right now.
If Demon Time Des shows up, they definitely can. If he locks in, gets those retributions, those Lord Steals, able to get that early snowball, going deathless throughout the entire game, definitely.
So we do have a word from sponsors coming in. Layla, you want to tell them about our sponsors?
Yes, so today's games are brought to you by runestone.gg, a platform designed to help you better understand your gameplay, which we all really need, and improve with real-time data. It's a perfect place to track stats, improve your gameplay, and stay ahead of the competition. Go take a look and start climbing smarter today.
I like it. Have you checked out Runestone, Chronos? Have you actually
I have.
applied it? You have? Tell me.
I have actually. I have gone through their website quite a bit. It feels like I'm giving a test right now, but of course it comes down to they don't have a lot going on there, right? They don't really have a lot going on their website, runestone.gg. But if you take a look at what they offer, of course, they're talking about real-time data. They're looking to bring in a lot of information into one place, so you can be there. The kind of one-stop shop kind of for everything. One-stop shop.
Yeah.
One-stop shop. Yeah, that's the one. The one-stop shop for everything. So I think that's the crucial one, of course. But I think moving on to the next part, Layla, what do we got?
Oh, we have a break coming up. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we're gonna be here. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I hope you guys really enjoy the game, and we'll see you back here at the desk soon.
up, warriors? The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
And we're back. How was that? Did everybody get a little break? A little water break, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Definitely did.
Little popcorn break. Prepare myself. Put a little like voice spray in. You know. I don't know. Yeah.
Still a bit sweaty palms. But you know, ready to rock and roll because all the nervousness from game number 1. I think game number 2, we're gonna, or rather, first series, match number 2. I think this is the one that Layla was waiting for, weren't you, Layla?
Ooh, it's very, very exciting. Can I say these teams are, you know, what we're really, really looking towards. We got really big names in those teams, you know, so definitely gonna give us some really great game and great highlights. I can see that already.
Yeah, Alpha 7 versus Vendetta is going to be a stomp. I feel like a stomp, not like a 3-0, but it's going to be a show. This is a match that I've been looking forward to for a while. And even though Alpha 7 has been dominating overall on the board, I honestly believe this could go any way right now. Vendetta seems to be this underdog that could become a first place team here. They look amazing. They've been able to beat teams that have taken other teams down, go through trials and tribulations, deal with crazy drafts, and have constantly adapted to what they've been up against. So now they're up against the quote-unquote final boss of MCT North, and this is going to be their biggest challenge, where so far they've done great in the face of adversity.
Kronos, what do you think?
I think Vendetta is the team that could. They don't want to be the team that could. They want to be the team that can beat Alpha 7 North, like you mentioned, quote unquote, the final boss of MCT North. And not just that, I think MCT South included, might I say. You never know. Alpha 7 South is a strong team. Alpha 7 South has been rolled. They got knocked out by 9Z earlier last week. So I think there's still a little bit of a debate, but so far they're probably only 4 teams that are kind of undefeated, and I think Alpha 7 North is the only one that went in 2-0-2-0. So yes, they're looking to be the final boss so far. But then again, it comes down to the draft, and one thing about the draft, I want it to go all 5 games just so we can pick our brains apart about the draft, seeing those 30 heroes, 50 heroes banned out. Gonna be a treat. Gotta be a treat to watch.
I'm waiting for the Layla pick, the Eudora pick, you know.
Come on.
Like,
you know,
we're going all
it's
the
not
way
gonna
in.
happen.
That's true. If we get 50 banned heroes, what else is left at that point?
Trust me, you think that way, but there are so many other combinations that are open, right? Which you don't get to see quite a lot. The Tigreal could come through. You can see the Atlas pop again. You can see the Kufra come out of the wrong position. In
Melissa.
the EXP, you could, Melissa's a good goal lane. Juan could come through. Irithel's another solid choice. Bruno's there. Clint is available. In the mid lane, we already saw Novaria. We could start seeing the Kaditas pop up. We could see the Lilias come through again. The Faramis could be a
I feel like you're
great
just naming
solid
heroes at
choice.
this time.
No, think about it. The Faramis to counter the glue. But yes, I am naming heroes as well. But, you know, these are some picks that could come through. And I think in the game, when it comes down to best of 5, everything is open, right, Trex?
Yeah, and with that, speaking of games, we're going to look into Alpha 7 here. Alpha 7, as we keep saying, the quote-unquote main character of MCT North. We have Nats in the EXP lane, who's been a complete monster, best player, the guy looking to be the best jungler in NA, Cole World in the mid, Zia in the gold lane, and Shark, the OG, sitting in the roam. This is a roster that we all have our eyes on. We've seen how well they play. They've dominated every team so far, and they're trying to make Vendetta just another check on the board here. I think they're looking to come into this with a 3-0. I think they're looking to make it look like they are as strong as everyone believes them to be, but Vendetta is definitely going to be the hardest team they've faced yet.
So with that, I really do want to know what kind of heroes do you want to see best player try to pick up?
Hey man, Don Carlos got to pull up. Don Carlos got to pull up, but at the same time, Vendetta is going to be the next team on display, folks. Merciless, Tarzan, Churabami, Melon, Mythbami, the Bam Bam brothers are going to pull up this time. Are they going to park the bus? Are they going to bring in the van to try and take down the side of Alpha 7 North? That's the big question here. And we know one more thing, Trex. I know you want to say something, but one more thing. We spoke about this. I know everyone in North America is looking at this as well. Best player versus Tarzan. Is Tarzan really the king of the jungle, or is Don Carlos going to make him fall to his knees?
I mean, Tarzan, if there's someone that could do it, it's going to be Tarzan. It's going to be that. And that's going to come down to not only the way they play, but some of those picks they want to get. And that is what Layla was asking. What are the picks we're looking for? The thing is it's going to go deep. There is something. Didn't we have before we get to all that, didn't we have a possible roster swap coming in here? I want to say there was the chance of that happening. I don't know if it's showing on screen.
Let me
but
take a
we
look
will
as
see
well.
exactly. I want to say Akiro might be playing for Vendetta today. But right now it is showing in-game so far as normal, so I'm not going to bring it up just yet. But you mentioned picks for jungle. Best player showed versatility, but Tarzan honestly has showed versatility for a much longer time. Best player used to be locked in to more of assassin picks, whereas Tarzan was picking utilities. He was picking up things years ago. Even when we got into the heavy assassin meta, he was still willing to try new picks, still willing to push the envelope, has clutch pocket picks, things like in the past it was like things like the Akai. So we saw him pick the Uranus on like day 1 too. So overall I just feel like Vendetta seems to have a couple. We haven't seen Alpha 7 have to dig deep yet, and I'm wondering if it's more because they just can't dig deep, or are they just going to continue to stick to the basics?
Oh, hello. So I'm just looking at this, and they both have a coach, so that's a very good thing. I think when you get a team like this, you definitely need to have a coach to kind of coordinate. With Freya Ben, okay. With the Bam Bam Bros, okay. When Kronos was talking about this, because I play Roam, I do think it's kind of funny that the Roam and the Mage, they're always rotating together. It's very cute. So I kind of want to see them, kind of see what they pick up, and then kind of see that combination happening.
And you're right. Speaking of the Bam Bam Bros, that mid and roam duo kind of stick together, rotating together. We know that they've been playing this role for a long time. Cole World coming into the mid lane from the roam position along with Shark. So of course they think in a similar fashion, you could say. But is that really going to show against like the synergy that's been there for years right now with the Bam Bam Bros against that raw talent that's just there in the side of Cole World and Shark?
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, Cole World and Shark is a new is overall, I mean, yes, they've played together, but not like this, not mid and Rome, right? I mean, it's definitely a different lineup. It is, I mean, overall, Nats as well, joining in with best player Shark and Zia. Like the major two highlights of this that we know, or the major three highlights, is Zia, Shark, best player. That's where the synergy really is. Cold World and Nats obviously have been connecting well, but it's still different than what some of these players have played with for the past year at least. But wait a second, the Marcel!
No way.
Let's
Locked
go.
in. After the new patch, this hero for me, that patch was labeled as a, it was like a balancing. It felt more like a huge buff with everyone being able to output damage now on
Just
the
ban the Marcel,
photoshopped
man.
heroes. It gets let through. It is a best of 5 though. If you're gonna let it through, you do it game 1. You risk it in game 1.
But the thing is, now that you let it through to the side of Alpha 7 are never gonna let that pick through, right? For the entire 4 games that's to follow, if it goes to a best of 5, they're never gonna let that through. So it's gonna look difficult if you're Vendetta, and I think this one pick could be really costly because the rest of the draft just looks kind of standard, except for that Phoveus. Yes, Phoveus is a solid ban, but now if you're on the red side, you don't want to give away the Marcel. It's too expensive a pick right now. They get the Zetian as well, so you got a lot of wave clear, you got that range, you're not gonna get caught off guard. No one's there to dive the backline so far, at least. They need to add maybe a Suyo right now to the mix. That would just absolutely destroy whatever Vendetta are thrown at them.
I gotta be honest though, the Marcel, there's your Suyo, but still, the Yves plus the Sora, not a bad trade, honestly. Like, those are also 2 bannable power picks that normally aren't let through. The Suyo looks good, but it's not godly, especially in the hands of a Harley. So Vendetta, like, they didn't completely lose out on these first 3 picks. There was just so much left open that everyone got, everyone got their hands in the bag a little bit here. Do I think Vendetta, I mean, we'll see how prio this Marcel is. Was it worth a Yves, a Sora, and a Harley, in your opinion,
Yeah, all these heroes that are being picked are the heroes that we want to see banned right away. So we're gonna have such an exciting first game, just letting all the heroes that we don't want to see coming out. And now I'm just seeing how does that work with the synergy for all the heroes that they're picking, right? Kronos, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to find a way to get to kind of keep pace with this Marcel, at least push him away from the river. I'm looking at Hilda to be picked up if you're Vendetta. In the hands of Mitbami, they need to find a way to stop this Marcel. Not gonna lie, he's gonna walk into the jungle. Need to find that stiff arm, like you call it, Trex. Otherwise, he's just gonna be able to walk into the jungle, be a problem to this Harley, and you're not allowed to rotate whatsoever and take away the element of surprise from this Harley. Because when you're a Harley, you want to have that element of surprise as an assassin, right? So if you take that away, he's not such a big threat that you think he is. So I think at this point, Hilda should come out. If you're on the blue side, Granger's a solid choice. You prevent that kite, you prevent that kiting ability, you prevent that range that they have along with the Zetian already. So I think Hilda's just got to go here.
For VTA?
I mean, if Alpha 7, they ban out the Hilda.
Even Alpha 7 needs to ban out the Hilda. They ban out the Hilda. VTA maybe picks up Glue here. Wouldn't be bad. I mean, it's been a monster overall. It can kind of be that stiff arm, and you still leave yourself some flexibility for possible EXP lane roam swap at the end. Well, no, I think he goes Sora. Oh, so Sora EXP.
Yeah. So just because you get to dive into the backline, right? You can dive onto the Zetian. You have that BMI. So Arlot EXP, okay. So that makes things work for them. Yeah, it's fine. You don't really die early. You do have a little more damage before level 4. Even level 4, you're able to get those massive final slashes. Eason Shin in the goal lane is absolutely solid. You get the better of the Claude in the laning phase. So I think Alpha 7 North have cooked up a solid lineup. VTA with his high-lows looking to dive. I still think the Marcel was a little too expensive to let go here, man.
I don't know. I'm looking at Alpha 7's lineup. Unless the Marcel is really just that godly right now, I like VTA's lineup. Like, Alpha 7 has not a whole... I don't know, the front line's just not completely there for me. I do like the R-Lot, but it's going to be hard to catch multiple people on the side of Vendetta. The Claw's going to be everywhere, the Harley's going to be everywhere, the Sora's going to be everywhere. There's not a lot of targets that, it's going to be hard to get like a 3 or 4 man big swipe there. So we'll see if they can pull it off. If there's a team that can pull it off, Nats can definitely do it. Like if there's a player that can do it, that's who I'm going to put my money on. But I do really like Vendetta's lineup here.
You're
Any
right.
thoughts?
Yeah, you're definitely right about the Alpha 7 North. They don't have that kind of set, and they don't have that kind of front line to really tank the damage or anything. So I feel like Vendetta has definitely a more solid composition.
Well, let's see exactly how this goes down. It's a best of 5 tonight. Probably one of the most exciting games we're going to see so far in the MCT North Americas. This is Vendetta going up against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 hasn't dropped a single game so far, Kronos. Do we think they're going to drop one tonight, or are they going to clear through Vendetta?
I mean, if they're going to drop one, this is the game. You guys said it. VTA's lineup looks super solid with this Harley being there, right? You'd have this Marcel that can walk in and out, but if the Harley has enough damage in the early game, get that farm, you're going to be able to push him away. That's what they want to do. Okay, still gets that golem, so still alive in these fights, still not giving away a lot of gold. That came in clutch, otherwise it would have been disastrous because best player would have hit level 3.
Yeah, we are seeing movement already from Alpha 7. The Zitian, one of the great things you get, the wave clear, is very clean. Myth Bomby, though, already holding down the front side, looking for the stun. They're actually going to clear away first, and Shark brought low, sent back to base already. And this is the thing, yes, you are to, oh, nice damage on a Nats as well. Merciless in trouble, forced to use a flicker. Nats gets through, goes down to the minion. A 1-for-1 trade, but we're already seeing the aggression happen from Alpha 7.
This is what I was talking about. The R-Lot's going to be able to get a better trade. In the early, has more damage till level 4, and then we can talk. Merciless can come into these fights, maybe dish out some damage, get that crowd control going. But what you want, if you are Vendetta, is poke out the Marcel, send Shark away as early as possible, let Tarzan roam free. Let that element of surprise be there, and now they're looking to get a cut on the bot side to make faster rotations to the turtle.
Man, Melon, the rookie, the kid, going to get pinned down on the boss side. He's going up against Zia, and Zia's been doing this a long time. We have one of the most OG gold laners against one of the newest big faces in the gold lane. Tarzan does take first turtle, a little bit of damage, lands down on a Shark here. A nice mountain shaker onto 3, but wait a second, Zia brought low. Cold World able to find Merciless though, and Vendetta's unable to push through with that attack. A nice kill from Cold World, so it's 2-1 turtle over the side of Vendetta.
So Vendetta still have a little bit of an advantage, and this is how they need to continue to play. It's all right. Alpha 7 got 2 kills on the board. Vendetta needs to keep that element of surprise going. They need to find a way to get into these fights. Churro Bomby, Myth Bomby, once they get to that point where they can use their RWM Glorious Pathway at the same time, slow down Alpha 7 as much as possible, then we're talking, right? Then we see those big ticket ultimates come into play. So far, Alpha 7 North have tried, haven't succeeded. Shark needs to hit that level 4 before he could get that golden hour, create the space that Alpha 7 North are looking for, and find a way to get Nats into these fights. You want to include Nats into every single fight as much as possible, and so far, Vendetta have been doing a great job by keeping him at bay.
I got to point out, though, Alpha 7, even at first turtle, wait a second, nice RWM, forces a flicker out of Cold World. 40 seconds till turtle. Cold World won't have a flicker coming up on that next big neutral objective. That could be big for Vendetta. We see the rotation from both gold laners. What I was going to point out is Zia rotated early for that first turtle. Cold World taking a more steady approach in the gold lane, kind of hanging out, making sure he gets his gold. Melon
and it's
taking a more...
Hey, he's the kid, man. He's a rookie. He needs to find a way to get there. He's evolving as we go, game by game, series by series. And I think looking at the items as well, going for DHS, gets that Warrior Boots early, so he's not really afraid about any sort of crowd control coming in from Alpha 7 North. They don't really have that much apart from that Platinum Snap that comes in from Shark. So Vendetta, they've been holding their own. When is this bubble going to pop, right? When is the volcano going to erupt? And I think it's going to be this turtle, because you can see already 5-man rotation from Alpha 7.
Yeah, they are looking for these fights. They want the second turtle as Zia makes his way in. Glorious Pathway does come down. RWM as well. Gets some nice shots onto Nats. He is caught in the midst of things. In the backside, though, Merciless looking for a target as well. It's Tarzan secures the turtle. Merciless gets taken down 1 for 1. EXP for EXP. Once again, the trade is on, but Vendetta finds the objective. Alpha 7 unable to break through.
Yeah, and I think that's the crucial part. They find the objective, right? Able to get the advantage. Those little trades and taking away an objective. 2 + 1. Kind of 2 - 1, still 1 ahead. So you know Alpha 7 North are kicking themselves at this point, but best player, this is the power spike that they're looking for, the Sky Piercer. We've seen that before. That early Sky Piercer could work wonders, and he's so mobile, he's so good on the Suyo. It could be disastrous if Vendetta are too low in fights. And it all comes down to Nats, and if he can pull off those massive sets, those massive final slash. But Zia,
oh, Zia goes down. Not to mention, Orange Buff just got hijacked. Tarzan takes it away, and this is going to put best player behind a little bit. So yes, he gets the early stack, but overall, Vendetta's controlling the game. It's a 2K gold lead, and Alpha 7 can't seem to do much about it.
yeah, and this is the power of the composition that Vendetta have. This is why we kind of like the composition that they had going with the Sora, with the Harley, the Hylos. They could walk up the tanky front lines. They can really control this river. They're not afraid to take the hits early on, even in the mid game, because Hylos, we know about the amount of HP as Tarzan forcing a flicker from Cold World.
Whoa, big RWM. In comes the golden hour, but it's still not enough to do the damage. Not enough to output. Alpha 7 caught in the midst of things. Best player just trying to get his own purple, but he's brought back with a shifting clouds and 3 members fall. Vendetta are taking this game into their hands with speed, with quickness, and looking for a tower next.
Oh my god, this is what they were looking for at the moment. Pre-level 4, I said it. Nats is going to have a field day. But, oh, Zia! Oh,
Close.
Yep, pre-level 4, Nats is going to have a field day. But once they hit the level 4, Merciless gets into these fights, gets those big shifting skies going. It's going to be problematic for Alpha 7 to deal with because they're not tanky like you guys mentioned, right? They don't have someone to go in the front, tank those damage, and kind of bait out those spells early on. That not being present for Alpha 7 means they need to be blitzing through the map. They need to move really fast, which they have been doing to their credit for these neutral objectives, but not walking away with any advantage.
Oof. Final slash does not lock on. Nats gonna go down here. Another pick off, killing spree for Tarzan. You know, I wanted to say it during the draft, but I know what. Wait a second. RWM catches more. They want to keep up the fight. Golden Hour does come out, but still not enough. Tarzan's gonna keep on the onslaught as Cold World goes down. More members falling. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead, and we're only 7 minutes in, Kronos.
Oh my god. This is the Vendetta we were looking for, right? VTA online. Bam Bam Duo 205. The mid duo has more advantage, but has more wave clear, has enough front line. They get control of the river. They let Tarzan go loose in the jungle, and all of a sudden, this Marcel pick is not really showing so much. He's not showing up at this point. 0-0-1. It's crucial. It's a great pick, but you need to add some sort of front line. And them not allowing Nats to go on a comfort pick, getting him as Arlot, which is squishy, doesn't really help Alpha 7.
It's not helping at all. And the thing about the Marcel, yes, it looks good. But the skills are so telegraphed. Down in the orange, big shifting clouds.
Merciless.
Nice damage. Everyone taking things slow still as Melon on the backside just gets golden. We haven't even seen Melon really get fully involved in these yet. And that's the thing. Even if Vendetta has some trouble at some point, Shark takes a little bit of damage. Golden Hour comes out again, but it's just an escape mechanism as Tarzan with the hat trick falls back. But VTA continues to push forward. They push this fight long enough that now Alpha 7 has no ultimates left. Nice RDM comes out. Melon still holding on to this blazing duet for dear life. He doesn't want to pop it too early. Vendetta just smothering slowly.
The tempo of the game is too fast for Alpha 7 right now to catch up. They were relying... Oh, no. What was he doing? What was he doing?
The deadly magic, it's delayed, you know? It's like it's a slow kill. It's a slow burn. And that's what Vendetta's doing to Alpha 7 right now. It's a slow burn.
So clearly, Harley is the pick you want if you're on the blue side. You don't want to give that away. It's the one that you need to prioritize. 4-0-4 right now. We saw that previously in the hands of Dez. We're looking at it right now in the hands of Tarzan. King of the jungle so far. He gets the Lord. He gets all 3 turtles. 9 minutes into the game. and Shark is not allowed to walk up and even face check bushes. And that's when it comes down to what they've done in the EXP lane. You cut off Nats with whatever pick you can go for, and now you're looking at problems.
I'm going to be honest, I never even put that together. Tarzan, King of the Jungle. Like, that's why he picked the name when he went full on jungle. It never even clicked for me, that the whole play on that. It never did.
Oh
Been
my
years
God.
casting Tarzan games, and I never even thought that Tarzan, fictionally, canically, is the king of the jungle. But a big RWM comes out. Tarzan to the backside, locks on a Cold World. Cold World is going down. Punch the clock out, go home. Vendetta does not stop right now. Lord still crashing down. It's perfectly synced with the mid lane. Melon's going to chip away as the rest of the team works on to the bot side. They rotate down, and Alpha 7 is pushed against the ropes.
And I'm talking about the tempo. The game is going too fast for Alpha 7 to keep up. And they want Nats in these fights, but he's not getting it. Oh, wait.
Melon gets pushed in, but it's still not enough. He's able to walk away safely in the backside with a Blazing Duet, plus the Winter Crown. Vendetta do get stopped, pushed back. No inhibitor goes down, but only 3 kills on the side of Alpha 7. They're unable to fight against this composition right now.
Yeah, I think Shark really has to show up right now. 0-0-1. They don't have the stiff arm right now to stop Vendetta from diving in. They do have this R-Lot, but then it's not the best pick in the EXP lane. They could have gone for the Lapu Lapu. They could have gone for the Alice. It could have worked out, but you know what? Look at Tarzan. He's going for a Holy Crystal. It's going to be disastrous if he gets that. The power spike is going to be too much, and Alpha 7 North needs to find a way to get back.
Pathway comes out, caught up with an RWM. Best player's caught, taken out, killed out by Turobami. Shifting Clouds to bring back another member, and Shark falls next. Cold World caught up in a Blazing Duet, taken out. Tarzan gets the kill. Now they're under the tower. They don't care about the shots. They're moving for the base. It's Zia and Nats against 5. But no, Vendetta's not done yet. They want another inhibitor before they close this out. Moving up to the top side. It's 10 seconds on the clock for Shark. Nats back on the field. Best player looking for it, but they are going to look to end this, and I don't think Alpha 7 can defend. Base down to 20%. Base down to 0. Vendetta take game number 1.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. We might go all the way. Get their first defeat on the board. Alpha 7 North. They need to lock in because Vendetta are coming with a vendetta. They're coming with a vengeance, and they want to take this game. They want to take this series all the way, Layla.
Wow. I think we did expect that, right? Yes, we had the Marcel, but you don't have anything to combo with the Marcel properly. They got the Wuzatim, and, you know, it's same thing. Her ult cannot be really, you know, come after that. What's after that? So what, based on that draft pick, did it play out the way you guys expected?
I mean, I called it. I said that I felt like the Alpha 7 draft, even you said like the Zitian ult, if they're all spread out, there's not much you can do with it. And the Marcel, yes, it looks good, but reality is it's not really a Shark hero. The Golden Hour is a super telegraph skill. Yes, you have crowd control, but you don't have set potential. You don't have any surprise factor. You don't have any ways to just really punch them in the face, like just attack them. It was, and after they lost the early game, all of those skills were just defensive. I liked the draft of Vendetta the moment I saw it all finished out, and they played it perfectly. So yeah, I think for me, it went exactly how it was planned.
So let's have a look at the stats. Okay, so you know, that's a really short game. Very short game. They were. I was
That's all I got to say about that.
It was short. What do you think, Kronos?
I think apart from the fact that it was a short game, you can tell that Vendetta had it locked in. Because like Trex mentioned, right, you could see that this Marcel wasn't able to do anything. Yes, the skill is quite telegraphed. You're able to zone them out with that Golden Hour. It's not a set. You need to kind of layer skills on top of it. And that being the problem for Alpha 7, they needed more time, right? And the time should have come from the EXP lane, but Vendetta did a fantastic job, especially Tarzan, going early, taking out Nats. Yes, Nats got the first blood, but he got down at the same time. It was an assist from Tarzan that made it possible and that made it a little difficult for Alpha 7 to make it or take it to the game past a certain point. And this is what the highlight that we're talking about. Early on, you could see Nats forced to go in, Tarzan able to try and get that kill added, and then now all of a sudden, this was because Shark had to go back into the base, making it difficult for Alpha 7 to contest the river. And the moment you're not able to contest the river, Vendetta are looking to go all in, and Tarzan is let loose in the jungle. And when you let Tarzan let loose in the jungle, you're looking for trouble, especially when he's on a Harley who is looking for pickoffs. You can't see where the deadly magic is coming from, and Alpha 7 North just couldn't hang. Best player wanted to get the better of him, wanted to be able to roam around freely just like Tarzan in the jungle, in the river. But this Marcel, in the early game, not getting any added damage along with him, just didn't allow them to get to that point, Trex.
Yeah, and at this point, and we're looking at these highlights, I mean, early on, the pressure was on. The RWM was perfect. We asked the question during draft, the Marcel, was it worth a Harley a Sora and a Yves? And then they got the Harley to top it all off. It was definitely worth it. Even with Merciless taking 3 deaths early on, he was still able to make plays happen. And that's the good thing about the Sora. Even if you die early on, you get to level 5, you get to level 6, you get that level 4 locked in, you get 1 or 2 items locked in, and you can make huge plays happen with those shifting clouds. And it's not just a huge play. It's a surprise factor. So I think going into game number 2, we got to see something different from Shark. We got to see something different overall in terms of composition. I think Vendetta baited them in to that Marcel pick. I think they knew exactly what they were doing. Like, yeah, you can have the Marcel. We have a quick answer for that. We're going to get the better draft in the end.
And the MVP goes to Bambi Mid Bambi. Great roam. I think also with the mage, you know, they're the 2 Bambi bros, they really were able to do a lot of good plays there.
Well, right now, with this victory for Vendetta, there's only one team in AMER that's unbeaten. That's Octa Gaming in the South. At least they've got a 4-0 run right now. So they're looking strong. So Alpha 7 North no more looking like a final boss, especially with the tempo of this game being turned up to the max for Vendetta to try and push through. And that was the most important factor. I mentioned it in the game as well, Trex, that they needed to turn up the tempo. And the one responsible for turning up the tempo is the roamer, right? And Mythbommy knowing how to do this. You know Shark's not going to be able to hang 1v1 against you, especially as on the Marcel. So abusing kind of the mechanics and what the hero has in his kit to push back Shark. And then next thing you know, Alpha 7 are always -1 hero when they're trying to get into these jungles, when they're trying to contest objectives, when they're making rotations. And that just turned the game around completely and then put pedal to the metal. Vendetta just got a quick victory, like Layla said.
Yeah, I mean, as a hero, I'm not the biggest fan of the Hylos, but Mythbommy makes it look good. We saw it early on with that earlier RWM in this highlight. He uses it as such a good cutoff point, as a way to just, not exactly always an engage, but as a wall almost. Like, listen, I'm going to put this in front of you, and there's no getting away. And paired up with the RWM, paired up with the other Bambro, he was able to really just kind of control both of them. It was such a good combo of skills in terms of map control, in terms of fight control, and that's what won them out so many of those fights. Those RWMs placed down along with the glorious pathway. There was just nothing that Alpha 7 could do once they got caught up in all that.
Was there ever a moment where, you know, Alpha 7 could have turned this around?
If there was, it was supposed to be the first 30 seconds to 1 minute. Shark just had, honestly, the game's
it was right
so
in the very beginning.
It is right in the very beginning, because it turned into snowball effect, right? We've seen that the first blood that came out of the top side, 1 minute, 30 seconds to 2 minutes ish. I would say not even 30 seconds though, 30 to 2 minutes. That's the timer, right? You got Shark taken down low. He's forced to recall. The moment he recalled, Tarzan is +1 on the top side, and Nats, he's already too deep into enemy territory, trying to take down Merciless. he gets the kill. He goes down because of the help of Tarzan. If Tarzan wasn't present, that could have been a win for Nats. And then from there, Tarzan got that kill, and Harley getting a kill. That's 200 gold. You're really, and not just that, he was able to walk freely in that top half of the map before the first turtle, because Shark went to the bot side to add more pressure along with best player. So that kind of freed up what Tarzan could do. And after that was just Tarzan probably telling Mitbami, like, or Mitbami telling Tarzan, hey, look, Shark's on the bot side, you don't have to worry. And he's roaming around freely. Whoever walks up, especially Cold World on that Zetian, don't have any stun to lock him down. He just walks in, deadly magic, poker trick, get out of there, and that's another kill. So there's no possible way to stop him. So if they needed to win, Shark needed to dominate the river with the help of Core World, and simply they were not on the same page, or they didn't have the tools in their kit to make that possible. And that's when it comes down to the draft, right?
Yeah, I would say it was more of the latter of what you just said, right? Like, they didn't have the tools. With having such a squishy EXP laner, such an aggressive EXP laner, there was no way that they could get through the front line. Like, how could they really pop off in the early game? It was really just Suyo. Suyo would have had to get a quick pick off. If Nats doesn't die in that top lane gank and Suyo gets the kill, maybe there could have been some scaling that happened. But overall, it just didn't seem, honestly, the chance that they maybe could have won that game was in the draft, maybe before the first 30 seconds.
True.
Because the moment I saw their draft, I'm like, oh, there's no set potential. Marcel is not a Shark hero. I don't care how good everyone thinks he is, how good they think Marcel is. Shark is a great player, but there was no pressure early on to pair up with the Suyo, to pair up with the Arlot. They gave up pretty much all of their front line and early game aggression.
So heading into the next game, what would be the biggest priority for each team?
A better win condition. I think for that's the problem here, where we're going round and round. It just comes down to Alpha 7 having a better win condition. That's the way we could sum it up, because in the previous game, yes, Marcel an OP hero, but it's not like Trex mentioned, it's not a Shark hero, and there's not enough aggression paired along with the Marcel, so you're really threading the needle. That's why I said it's like the first minute, it's really fine. You're looking for a needle in the haystack. It's not every day is a Sunday, so it makes it difficult for them to find a way to victory. But if any team could pull it off, it was definitely Alpha 7 with the high skills that they have, with the caliber of the players present. But again, you can't pile the pressure on just from the start, right? So maybe give them a little more room for finding win conditions, a little more ways to find a couple of answers. Then we could see Alpha 7 be able to pick up a victory. If you just give them one win condition throughout the entire game, get the early snowball, get best player to do the best that he can, get that level 3, steal that golem away, and then direct snowball, it's going to be super difficult. But because of that, Vendetta knew it, pushed the gas, and the next thing you know, they walked out with a 11-minute, 39-second victory. So game number 2, I would say find a better win condition if you're Alpha 7, but if you're Vendetta, keep pushing. Don't let Alpha 7 breathe. Keep that tempo going up.
Yeah, so with that, Alpha 7, I don't think we count Alpha 7 out, right? They lost a game.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these players are used to losing a game 1 and coming back and winning game 2 and 3. I think it definitely felt like a draft issue there. Now, VTA, though, they get blue side. Alpha 7 opt for red side. They opt for second pick. And we've seen red side do well. The double hero swing back, especially once the draft starts to open up. And that's what we're possibly looking like right here. Jushin is banned out, but the Eve can be open for the side of Alpha 7. Vendetta do not ban it out. They leave it open, which means Alpha 7 has a free Eve here. They have a free Sora here if they want it. What is VTA getting out of this, honestly?
Valentina. I think Alpha 7 banned Valentina here, right? Yeah.
Harley, all those things. Vendetta left all those things open for Alpha 7 right now.
It's Valentina banned right here.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be Valentina first pick. Yeah. I mean that's.
Yeah, first pick. Sorry.
Because if they get Yves and Sora, then you need that Valentina no matter what.
100% Valentina here. If VTA let that through, yeah, it could be disastrous for them. There you go.
So Alpha 7, you just take the Yves Sora, or you can get that in your second 2 picks. You take a jungler.
True.
You take
Harley.
What's good at?
Oh,
You don't even have to take the Harley. Yeah, you take Harley. Well,
Obvious.
you're giving up at least one of the three now. You're giving up either the Sora, the Harley, or the Eve. Since you only get 2 picks left in your first phase.
Yeah, I think lock in probably the Eve, but then again you're giving that to the other side, so probably Harley. I think Harley would be the better choice.
For who? For Alpha 7?
For best player, yeah, just to get best player to lock in a Harley right now.
Wait.
Yo,
Wait.
what's going on?
Was that a
That's the gourd.
was that a miss? Is that real?
Gourd is a good counter against the Valentina.
Yeah, but
Ooh, Frederick.
And they hard
like,
too early. I agree. What's going on?
What do we think about the drafting picks? The coaches, what are they thinking?
Sir Rose is either I don't think he's cooking. I don't know what's going on. Glue, so forget Sora. We'll save that for game 3. We'll save that for when we're at match point. We'll save the Sora.
Yeah,
don't
maybe
know.
that's the strategy. They're saving the best heroes for the match
when
that
they're about to
really
lose?
counts.
So the gourd is kind of indirect counter to the Valentina, you can say, right? With the Mystic Gush, yes, the Valentina gets that, but you have the range good against tankier heroes, and I think they hard reading into the fact that Tarzan was probably going to go for a Fredrin, maybe. I don't know. That could be the possible
Still, it's
answer.
early. They could pick that gourd
It's very early.
whenever
I agree.
they want. They
Super
could
early.
5th pick that gourd.
I agree.
And now they give up jungle possibilities. Fredrin Uranus pickup
Harley's
from
gone.
VTA is solid, super solid. They even take the Uranus as a possible counter in the jungle to the Fredrin. They can't take Suyo on Alpha 7 side.
and
Do
Shin.
we see maybe a Fanny here from Alpha 7?
It could be possible. It
player?
looks super strong. Yeah. I think VTA
get
looking to ban it out.
Layla, give us something. I'm speechless right now.
Yeah, we're grasping at straws right now.
I don't know,
Something
with what they're picking, it's just so out of the ordinary, or what we just haven't seen. So it's like everybody's kind of just watching to see what their reasoning
Joy.
is behind.
Joy band similar to a Fanny band. It kind of both those heroes supply the same exact thing. Alpha
There is
7
Leomord.
on the gun here. They do need a gold laner. Claude's gone.
Would sail across the cosmic sea.
Nolan
Nolan?
again. I like it. Fast jungle clear. Beats the Fredrin. Okay, now I see why they picked up. Okay, still the glue could have been a final pick. I agree, but then again, in an expanding river map, you get to see a lot more Fredrins pop up because the mobility of the Fredrins kind of balanced out by the speed of the expanding river, the speed of the river. So yes, in a way, but that was like super early on the gourd. Not gonna lie. So yeah, but the Nolan looks solid. Gonna be faster, more mobile. We've already seen what a Nolan can do this early on today.
The champion spirit alone.
But if you're VTA,
Ooh. VTA keeps it simple. Their draft is just easy, simple, front to back, ube. Everyone's going to stick together, make plays happen. Nothing too much to worry about. Alpha 7, you're running low on gold laners. You go for the Moskov. An aggressive lineup once again from Alpha 7. The A7 throws me off every time. I keep wanting to say Area 77. But this time they do have a nice front line. They have a very nice front line with the Phobius and the Glue. The Glue should do great against the Fredrin and the Kalea, honestly. I think it's much more 50-50 this time.
I still feel like the Vendetta lineup just looks really good to me. I mean, this is just safe picks, right? It's the heroes that we know that works really well. What do you think about the chances of Alpha 7 North winning this one?
I think they got a better chance compared to game number 1. A little more well-rounded. The gourd came in too early, but they found a way to make it work. They found a way to put the pieces around him to let this gourd shine, and this gourd is going to shine in the game if he's able to survive, doesn't get any dive on top of him. Trex, take us into the game, man.
As we jump into the land of Dawn, Vendetta start things off with a 1-0. Alpha 7 need to do something to stop this from going to match point. This is game number 2 of Alpha 7 up against Vendetta. Will this be the difference maker?
I'm telling you, the difference maker, if there is going to be any from the side of Alpha 7, is going to be that Gord. He's such a nasty counter to the Fredrin. He can't really walk up, get stunned every single time. A lot of true damage, too many slows. Along with the glue on top of him, this is more of a shark here. This is what I was talking about. You see how the Gord kind of like bullies the Valentina even in the laning phase. So the Valentina really needs to pull up. But at the same time, it's going to come down to how fast Alpha 7 are going to be able to make their rotations. And you can see on the top side, it's already starting to work.
Yeah, I mean, this is an aggressive lineup for Alpha 7. This is what I kind of want to see in game 1. Oh, early game pickoff. The crowd control is insane on the side of Alpha 7 if you think about it. And even the Gord, you mentioned it, it adds another layer of crowd control. And for a mid laner, he's got good range on that crowd control. So set potential all around the map for Alpha 7. Vendetta. The thing is, with the Fredrin, you can still kind of take this match slow, right? They don't need to really try to rush things. They have decent ability to fight in turtle pits and still contest for them. Just the Fredrin alone can kind of hold his own. He just needs to watch out for the glue. So when I think about a win condition on both sides, Alpha 7 maybe wants to rush things a bit. Vendetta can take it slow and look for a mid to late game spike.
I agree. I think looking for a mid to late game spike just because of the fact that they have the Granger, they're okay inviting the pressure. He can definitely dish out the damage from afar. So in that sense, yes. But at the same time, Alpha 7 with that Moskov will be looking to split the map as much as possible, especially against an Ube composition that you mentioned, Trex, coming in from Vendetta. It could be the answer. They have all the answers. They just need, this time, a little broader win condition compared to game number 1.
So it's all about the execution now of how they're gonna play. The draft are more even, and then we want to see, in terms of macros, which team would be stronger? You think?
I would say just because, like what he just said, Alpha 7, having that Moskov, being able to play the long lane, and then to whereas we look at Vendetta, and they are much more grouped up composition. They want to fight together. So they're not going to be, it's going to be a bit harder to control those long lanes, right? It's going to be a bit harder when it comes down to Lord. Alpha 7 always has an answer to that with the Spear Destruction. Zia can just hang out in bot lane, hang out in top lane when these Lords come up, and be able to get to a fight in the nick of time anytime.
Kronos, what do you think?
No, exactly. That's the difference maker. That Moskov is going to be a difference maker in mid to late game. In the early to mid, it's going to be that Gord, especially in these neutral objectives. You already saw First Blood being on the top side with the Nats getting the aggressive start. He did the same thing in the previous game. It's just that Shark wasn't present. Now with the added layer of Shark and that glue, it's going to be so messy. If Tarzan pulls off any Lords or any neutral objectives in this game, he is definitely king of the jungle, bro. Like you can't walk up to a Gord or walk up to a glue. Yeah, he's gonna be quite annoyed with the amount of crowd control coming his way, Trex.
Yeah, he's gonna be yelling out the old "I can't move" every time he's in this pit. Tarzan's gonna have trouble. They're gonna almost, I want to say, have to approach these fights differently than they probably ever have. Maybe not be the ones to attack, maybe be more of the respawn. Let Alpha 7 get in the pit first and look for angles. Ooh. Tarzan almost has to approach the fights like an assassin in a sense. Find bushes, find the last moment dash in. He can't be the one to start the turtle off. And you can already see he's taking this fight slowly. He's hanging out in the bush. He's waiting for an angle.
Oh, Cold World, Mystic Gush on the bot side.
Yeah, nice damage on a Merciless. Has to use the flicker already as Myth Bombing jumps onto Cold World, trying to keep them both at bay. Alpha 7 also taking their time. Best player is going to move down and possibly go for purple buff before this. Tarzan makes his way in. Merciless push back. Trobami finding an angle onto Nats. Spear Destruction does not connect onto anyone. Tarzan with the Appraiser's Wrath. Nats brought low and Merciless picks up the kill. Best player making his way back to the turtle. Vendetta doesn't want to rush this, but neither does Alpha 7.
This is what we were talking about. They need to go for a re-engage in the turtle pit. That's what's happening. Shark goes down.
That's huge for Vendetta here. Tarzan going to be able to chip away, and now Merciless and Mythbommy putting pressure on to Best Player. Best Player brought low as Tarzan takes the turtle. Orange buff there as well. Best Player jumps in, but he's at 10%. He has to get out, but he can't. That's a big pickoff, a big misplay. Alpha 7 lose a turtle and 2 members.
No, this is nasty. This is exactly what they need to do to get the win. And Alpha 7 are letting them do it, Trex. This Fredrin jungle has to play like an assassin, like you said. That's why I was kind of laughing at the back, right? When was the last time we could have actually said that? And he's playing it so well. He is doing such a good job. He's keeping best player at bay. Merciless, yes, he's gone down once, but at the same time, look now. Oh.
And Melon gets the kill. And they give the kill to exactly who they need to give it to.
Oh, no. It's not looking good.
I painted the picture on like, listen, Vendetta can't start off the turtle. They need to be patient with these fights. They need to try to draw them out as long as possible. And Vendetta did it. They executed it perfectly. And this is what, no matter the lineup, Vendetta seems to be executing. I'm not counting Alpha 7 out. It's only a 900 gold lead.
Oh.
Retribution is used by both. I didn't see who got it,
Could
but
be.
look at the 1v1. Look at the 1v1. Tarzan, here comes Myth. Here comes the Bam Bros. Down the mid side. And all Coldwell can do is stop him in their tracks, and Tarzan's not getting up. This is my jungle.
King of the jungle, my guy. That's what he's telling best player right now. Don Carlos, I'm not bowing down to you, but the way he's playing, he's so aggressive like he should be, and he's gonna get this orange too.
He's another one. Grand Theft Orange, another one. DJ Khaled in the jungle right now. Trobam takes it. Tarzan with the Appraiser's Wrath. All Alpha 7 can do right now is just stun him from a distance.
Look at Tarzan. He is not letting up. He's not giving away. Ashley, we're still supporting VTA. If you're watching, just say it.
All right, best player did at least get his purple. He secured a camp. But on the boss side, though, Merciless taking some damage, forced to use the flicker once again as Nats enters the fray. Spirit Destruction once again connects to nobody. Turtle low. Shark trying to make his way in. Best player in the backside looking for Turobami. You need to be looking for that turtle. But he loses it. Tarzan takes it against, and nobody goes down to the side of Vendetta.
I think Alpha 7 are disconnected today. They probably woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I don't know. They're so disconnected. Best player should have gone for the turtle. He could have easily got that with the help of the fracture, but opting to go for Churobami instead and not even getting the kill. Oh, he didn't even have the flicker on him at that point. Vendetta are playing this so aggressive. They're doing every single thing right, and Alpha 7 North are not able to stop it. And it's all Shark. Shark is just allowing them to walk through it. He's 0-3-1 on the glue. We saw first blood in the early game. But after that, this glue has kind of been missing.
Yeah, I mean, the glue's missing because he died 3 times. He's been off the map for a while, you know? Best player, a level behind, about a level and a half behind, honestly. Merciless takes a death early on, but now he's tanky enough where he can kind of hang out and just bully. And you pair that up with Tarzan, and it's true, best player just can't do much. Look at the damage on Merciless. Consecration comes out. Does get pushed back. 3 people on him. Here comes Myth Bomby. Just it's no problems, no issues on the side of Vendetta right now.
Hey, just shrug it off because they know what they got to do. And he gets the purple in the Tarzan. Oh, no.
Once again, this is my jungle. I am the king. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. Merciless comes in as well. Melon finally showing up to the fight. Hasn't even had the chance to pop off yet, but it is coming soon. Cold World down. Merciless takes that one for himself. They're owning the jungle right now. They're owning Alpha 7. 1.8k gold lead.
The good part for Alpha 7 being now the Moskov can do what the Moskov does best, right? Split the map. They get the tier 1 on the top side. But again, Tarzan. Oh.
Point to be made. Melon picked up an early game Sky Piercer. He might have not got the first kill, but that's going to be his first stack into it. Another turtle going to fall into the hands of Tarzan. This is looking rough for Alpha 7. And I didn't think those words were going to come out of my mouth in game number 2 of this best of 5.
I'm not going to lie, same here. I never thought we'd be hearing I never thought we'd be hearing those words. At this point, Alpha 7 are never going to see the light of day because Vendetta are so aggressive and not allowing Alpha 7 to breathe. So far with the victories that Alpha 7 have got, they've been allowed to play their game. They've been allowed to go the game at their own tempo. But these 2 games so far, Vendetta are making Alpha 7 play to their tempo, which is not allowing Shark to do what he wants to do. There's no breathing room. There's no kind of disruption that they can look for. There's no way to kind of stop the aggression coming in from Vendetta, and it's all coming out from the jungle. It's Tarzan leading the charge, Merciless doing what he can in the EXP lane, and he's not going to go down even now.
Fracture and all used on him. We're talking the whole kits are getting pulled out on Merciless, and he's unfazed. It's a bug bite at this point. Tower's going to go down. Tarzan's going to take another purple. I mean, Alpha 7 doesn't have a jungle at this point. They've given up at least 70% of their buffs over to the side of Vendetta. The gold lead continues to escape. They are doing the right thing, though, with Zia up in the top side. They're able to take another tower. Zia just needs to farm. He is the only saving hope, the only possibility for Alpha 7 to win this game. Their opportunity was the early game. They don't have that anymore. Best player is a glorified retry button at this time, and they got to figure something out.
Bro, look at the way Tarzan is. He's everywhere where best player is. The best player wants to split the map. He wants to get some sort of push going in, but Tarzan's just not allowing that. And look at his items. He's building into a Guardian helmet. He's going to sustain longer these team fights. He's going to have a lot more HP, and it's going to be a problem. They already have the dominance ice, and if Zia goes down now, Alpha 7's hopes might as well go down with it.
Up in the boss side, though, the Magic Gush does come out. Doesn't do a whole lot to anybody. Vendetta able to push away back to the river, and they're just it's pick and roll time. You know, we poke here, we go there, we put some damage on Zia. Now we're back over, quickly rushing, using these expanding rivers for speed to burst down this Lord. Best player may be able to make it in time. This time, hopefully, he doesn't target Churro Bomby. He needs to go for the steal. Merciless, though, is just keeping them back. The one-man army right now up against them all.
Oh, no.
Nice pick.
Shark.
Ooh.
Oh, he splits. He gets out of there. MLBB didn't have the Tsunami Slam there. If he had the Tsunami Slam, Shark would have been down and out, right? Melon has been stacking these kills, and now I think Zia's going to be next on the chopper block.
Zia dashes back, is brought low, will be able to get away. Forced to, I mean, still has the Purify. So actually, Zia, in the midst of all this, he's playing a good game with what he's got.
No, that's the saving grace for Alpha 7 right now. They're already giving away 4K gold lead on the side of Vendetta. Lord is marching on the bot side. 10-minute game. No chance we're going to see a same end at this point because Alpha 7 North have good wave clear. They can get this game going a little bit longer, and the longer it goes, the better it is for them compared to the previous game. But this time, Vendetta, they have the tools to try and take the siege to them. They do have MLBB who could give a surprise attack, and Melon needs a couple more stacks. And look at Tarzan, so aggressive again.
Holy Defense comes up, brings Lord down, so no inhibitor breaks just yet. Another Holy Defense in the mid side. Alpha 7 will be able to defend this, but VTA could try to push in.
Oh.
Nothing major, they're going to play safe. They're going to play smart.
Look at the damage best player's taking. That's 2 Death Sonatas. He has to go back to the base to heal up. And that's what Melon can do right now. He's dishing out a lot of damage. I don't think Tarzan should be that. This could be disastrous for Vendetta.
Yeah, Tarzan is brought low, but in comes Merciless in the backside. Once again, keeping best player away. Tarzan escapes safely. MLBB Death Sonatas come out as Merciless dives onto Zia. Zia, if he goes down, he will go down. Melon showing up, the rookie of the year with the double kill. Another one, shots to the face. Abort for Alpha 7. Vendetta is relentless right now in this best of 5.
Yo, that better be in the highlight plays. Melon pulled up with a flicker in the face of Zia and Shark to get that double kill. Now look at Merciless.
Ooh,
oh no,
big grab. Melon. We've been hyping him up, and he does not disappoint right now.
Oh, this could be over.
5-0-1 on the Sky Piercers. I don't think there's anything Alpha 7 can do right now to stop this. There's not enough tankiness for Melon at all. Another inhibitor is going to go down. Shark jumps up, tries to get the stun, will get the grab, and the slam onto MLBB. He falls, his Nas picks up the kill. Zia now trying to get some free shots onto Tarzan. Tarzan just too deep, taking out Zia, picks up the kill, and Vendetta has to run for the hills, but there's no inhibitors left for Alpha 7.
They got the job done. If it wasn't for Zia, even the top tier 2s and the tier 1 would still be standing. Vendetta, they said it last week, Trex, they have a Vendetta against them, and they're bringing it. They're bringing the Vendetta. They're bringing everything that they can. Merciless will be going down.
Okay, damage is starting to stack up for Zia. The items have locked in. That's the first time we saw Merciless go down since the first death, but we're not counting that one. The Lord is up. Alpha 7 find a moment. Is this going to be it? Shark finally making plays. Nas finally holding down the front side, and Zia chunking away at the team.
This is the winning formula that they need. This is what they need Zia to do. Churobami with a Mystic Gush gets them poked out. You force them back. Best player right now, like you said, a glorified retry button, but able to get that purple this time. Melon is the hope that Vendetta have, and Alpha, honestly, along with Melon, everybody else, but Alpha 7 are relying so heavily on Zia right now to dish out the damage, and Cold World. That Gourd can create the space with a skill 1 to try and peel for the team. And looking at the items, the Merciless does get that Chastis Pauldron. We want Tarzan to get that item as well, and he has. And now it's going to be disastrous. It's going to be difficult for Alpha 7 to do anything.
Ooh, look at the damage on a Myth Bomb, though.
Zia
has to try to get out of there.
Oh,
Best
Melon.
player's going to lock on, be able to get the kill. Immortality does pop. Myth Bomby able to use the flicker. They're still chasing him down. He will not escape. A Shark picks up the kill. That's 1 down for the side of Vendetta. Alpha 7 unable to fully pop off. Merciless now getting locked on by Nats. A Shark, Cold World, and Zia keep on moving up with this Lord. Wait a second, did you see the big damage
I saw that SOD.
on the best player, the SOD. Churobami's not going to go for that 1v1. Down in the top side, though, Lord is going to connect. Merciless going to get brought back to the team, brought back to death as they chunk down. The Magic Dust does come out. Best player takes down a tower in the mid side. Lord continues to push in. A couple more shots onto Nats, but Tarzan can't connect. He doesn't have a flicker. He doesn't have a dash. He's just got a retry, so he's just got to defend. The base does finally go down. Best player continues on the attack. Alpha 7 North finally evening out the playing field.
Oh, that took a lot. That took a lot from Alpha 7 North just to get the kill on the Merciless, right? And even then, it wasn't like they did the damage. The damage came out from Melon that kind of reflected back to him, and now you're seeing another pickoff.
The damage from Melon is insane, and that's what they got to look for. Little pickoffs before this next Lord, because now Alpha 7 is here to play. Best player, he was behind for a while, but now he's got the items in. He's taken a gold lead over Tarzan, and that's huge.
And you know what, Trex? The RNG is not even in favor of Alpha 7 at this point. They got the inhibitor, but it's on the top side where the Lord is, so you know Vendetta can clear it. They can make their way to the pit, and they got the pressure on the long lane. So what Zia's got to do is come to the bot side, and it's not going to help their cause because he wants to be there. They got 3 lanes that's left open. Even looking at the items, they have everything in their arsenal, even a Wind of Nature at this point. And I think if I was Melon, probably sell that boots, goes for a Rose Gold Meteor, and he's not going to get taken down. There's no chance whatsoever. The other thing is Cold World does have a lot of damage, gets that Divine Glaive, so Tarzan really needs to think before he gets into these fights. Or if he's not, if he's still going to be as aggressive as he was early on, he needs some support. He needs some follow-up, and they need the damage to take down Shark first. Once Shark goes down, it's going to be easier.
All right, Vendetta, all they got to do is slow play this. Magic Gush does come out, though. Alpha 7 looking for the attack here. They know they've used up some of their ults. They maybe need to make a play happen. Merciless keeping down the front line. Best player brings out the Fracture. It's a lot of damage on a Merciless, but he will be able to back off. Cold World trying to get some stuns, but can't find them. Zia, more damage on a Merciless. Merciless finally pops the Consecration, able to get some health back as everyone readjusts. Vendetta just need to slow play this. It's looking very similar to how they beat Night Horde when there was no inhibitors left. If they slow play this, let the minions push in, get Alpha 7 to force away from the Lord, they can have a chance here.
Yeah, look at that. You can already see the pressure on the bot side, on the top side. They need to clear. Shark has to go. Merciless is creating havoc. SOD connects.
Best player is looking for the entryway. Can they get it? Yes! He steals the Lord. The Tsunami Slam does come down, but Myth Bomby may not survive. This is Tarzan and Merciless on the backside. Nat's able to find Myth Bomby, and now Merciless falls as well. Tarzan might just be the next one. A double kill for best player. A Lord and 3 members, 40-second death timers. Alpha 7 might be able to tie this up.
This was nasty. All the heavy lifting done by Nats working overtime. They called him back to punch in the clock and get more work done because he was zoning away Melon by himself and Churobami. Those are 2 damage dealers that are required, and now the push. This could be the finish.
It took time, but Alpha 7 were able to keep composure. They're going to lock on this base. They're going to try to end things here. Melon holds them off all alone, but it's not enough. He couldn't get the final minion. Alpha 7 takes game number 2 and ties it up.
Honestly, Trex, deep down inside, you and I, we know we were rooting for the underdog. Vendetta, in this case, Alpha 7 North did not look like themselves, and hopefully that was a wake-up call after that second game. Because if you let them do that to you one more time, I don't know. Can we really count them as the top dogs of this entire competition? That's hanging by a thread right now. That's hanging by a thread.
They came in with so much momentum, Vendetta, and what happened? It just dropped. And I feel like Zia, what amazing damage. He really held it there. If he could just, you know, make it to late game, they had a chance.
Yeah, not only Zia, Shark 2, once he got tanky enough, he was able to really hold down the front line. I think once Vendetta lost their pacing, they even started to kind of fall apart in some of those team fights. And I don't know if it was them falling apart or Alpha 7 just playing that much better with that lineup. We liked their composition, but because they lost the early game, they had to wait for the composition to come back together in the late game.
I think
Layla?
Okay, yes. Let's look at the stats. Okay, so we have, it's not a game that we would say short like the first one. They really held it there, and then they were able to make it to late game. And let's look at, I would say what stood out to me the most is definitely Rome coming in, and Shark doing what he can, grabbing everybody. What do you think, Kronos?
I think you're right. I think, like Trex said, once Shark got tanky enough, it started to make a difference. But then again, look at the team fight participation. It's only 9%. He was barely there in like 1 kill out of the 12, or 1 or 2. Yeah, he's got 9. Okay, I think that's jumbled up, right? Yeah, that's jumbled up, right? It's got to be jumbled
because,
up.
So team fight participation works in terms of how many kills you are a part of. Shark, a lot of time, was zoning away in other places, and the kills were happening in other places. That's how I would defend his honor here, you know?
No, but then looking at the stats, it shows that Alpha 7 had 12 kills in total, and he was there in 10 of them. So it's not 9%, it should be 90% or something like that. So yeah, definitely that's it's okay. We'll figure that out. But then again, this early game was nasty, man. Vendetta playing it so perfectly. Could not have played it any better. And even this is what we stopped seeing from Vendetta in the late game, though. The tsunami slams were not hitting. We barely got to see any. And if we did, it was onto Shark, and they didn't have the damage to burst him down. Even then, it could have been possible, but Alpha 7 North were kind of grouped up together, and Nats was so annoying, right? When Nats got to the point where he could tank so much and those Infernal Pursuits were just popping, he was just bonking and bonking and bonking, Vendetta just didn't have any answer, and he was zoned away. He was zoning away Melon as well as Churabami, which became a massive problem. Over here, you can see it took so much from Melon to take 1 kill down, and they still didn't even get that.
Yeah, it was a tough call for Vendetta. Even this final big fight, I said it, they could have taken that Lord fight a little bit slower. This one right here. But I mean, Merciless did his best, but Best Player was just able to get in. And Nats, honestly, is the one that really, I think, helped secure that. He pushed Churro back, he pushed Myth back, and he's able to make sure that no one can zone Best Player away. Because even though Merciless did a good job of zoning in the beginning, he has no crowd control in that late game, and the damage isn't there anymore against level 15 max items out people, so they just walk right past him. MVP, though, does go to Cold World.
And when we picked Gord, what were we thinking? We were like, oh no.
Did not think it would be MVP.
Yeah, we did not see that coming, but he pulled it off. He got MVP, the damage. He was able to be there for a lot of the team fights. What do you think, Kronos?
I think this Gord, I liked it because of the fact that I didn't like it when he picked it up. I liked it after what Alpha 7, or rather Vendetta picked up, right? So yes, I think very preemptive in terms of picking up this Gord, especially in what was that the second pick that they went with? It was kind of crazy to think that they went with
this. That was their first 2 picks on red side.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was like, if it was third pick, I would have been really happy. I was like, yes, I can get behind this. But like, yo, that second pick, there's something you're reading into. Sir Rose got a mystic ball. He's looking into the future and looking at what the draft of Vendetta could look like. So I think, or maybe just preemptively assuming that they're going to come out with a tank jungle, knowing that it's expanding rivers, right? And the one problem that Gord has is his mobility, so expanding rivers adds to that, but still, it doesn't justify a first pick. I would say that 100%.
Which pick did you think had the biggest impact out of the draft pick wise?
I think the Phobius. 100% Phobius.
Phobius was cleaning the glue, just having a front line this time instead of last game where they were just able to kind of get walked through. Even though Zia did great, even though best player ended up doing good towards the end game there. None of that would have been possible without Nats and Shark holding down the front side. They would have just got walked over. And Nats overall too with the Phoveus in that last fight. It was because of him that best player could steal that Lord, honestly. So yeah, the Phoveus was cleaned. And I think the glue, we finally get to see Shark on something that he can be aggressive on.
Any underrated plays?
Underrated? This is a rapid fire right now. The underrated play.
Boom, 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 boom.
No, I would say for Vendetta is that Granger surviving, Melon surviving that 1 HP against Zia. If he would have got caught there, that was game over. Right there, that would have been game over. But if you're asking for Alpha 7 North, it's that split on the top side. Zia able to get 2 towers to apply the pressure. Just able to free up a little more space for them not to keep going to the top side and focus on the opposite side, allowing best player to do something on the map. Because at this point, if you ask me, 2 games in a row, best player just a glorified retribution, right? Glorified retribution, like
a good retribution though. He got that steal at the end. It was a good.
He's all right.
Listen, it was a good retribution, and towards the end of the game, he was no longer just a glorified retribution button. He was able to actually apply some pressure. But I will agree with you that I feel like Alpha 7, the moment they started losing that game, seeing them send Zia up to that top lane and Zia no longer getting involved in fights, that was all part of the plan. I will say that they executed their, once they knew, okay, early game is not ours, our only option is late game, it was all in the notebook for them to win out in the late game there. Yes, it was a hard route, and it's not every team could do it, but I do think that them winning that, the way they won it, they knew exactly what they needed to do, and they got there perfectly.
Yes, sir.
So we see that their draft has gotten better. What would you expect in Game 3 now?
Game 3, we're getting deep into 50-ban territory soon, but right now it's 30, right?
Let's not talk about that. Let's not. That's stressful.
It's gonna be fun, man.
That's real
it's
stressful.
It's gonna be fun. Trust me. It's not as stressful as you think it will be. It's more mind-boggling. But I think right now the one thing that Alpha 7 have is a lot of advantage. Because if you think about, oh wait, it's not Alpha 7. It's Vendetta. Because they didn't pick up the Harley. Oh wait,
no,
they did pick up
Alpha
the Harley.
7 that can still pick up Sora, Harley. and Yves.
Yeah, but looking at
are available.
I'm looking at the jungle pool though, right? Looking at the jungle pool, in the first game they got the loss with the Suyo, not just the Suyo, even the Easton Shin in the same game. So there's 2 junglers there that's kind of out. So with that in play, it would make it slightly difficult. When we reach 5th game, it's gonna be 10 and 10 again. It's gonna look crazy. Those grayscale humans are gonna look really good. But yeah, you can see already now they're gonna target ban. Sorry, Layla, but you only use. Now they're gonna target ban.
Oh, okay. So I feel like they're gonna really have to pull out for this 3rd game here. In true Alpha 7 North fashion, they start out not so great, and then I feel like they just pick up the momentum and then just get going.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that Alpha 7's like in the clear. They won game 2, but they didn't win game 2 cleanly. Vendetta still seems, for me, if I didn't know either of these teams and I was just watching these 2 games, I would say Vendetta feels like the favorite. But in terms of draft, I don't know. Yeah, they don't have the YSS. Yeah, they don't have the Suyo. But also, they have the Fredrin. They have the Harley. I feel like in terms of draft, Alpha 7 has a huge advantage coming into game 3 and 4. There's just so many things open, like so many power picks open for them right now that Vendetta almost is running out of things. They almost don't have enough space to ban the Yves, the Harley, like so many things that are still on the field. The Sora, which they did have to ban here, but Claude Sora, they can still leave the Yves or the Harley open for Alpha 7.
I think at this point, ban out the Harley. Just don't give that away, because that's one of the picks that best player can use, right? They still want to give away, they ban out the carry.
They're targeting Zia. It is.
I know.
Try to give Zia as horrible of a game as possible, and he is running out of marksman at this point. There's no Moskov. There's no. I want to see what he's gonna be forced to pick here.
No Moskov, no Easonshin, no Claude, no carry.
Still has
So
the
that's 4
Granger.
picks already. He has
Unless
the Granger,
Vendetta
he has the
takes it.
Bruno, he has the Clint. That does decent, but then if against the Clint you're allowed to full dive. No Freya present too. So what's it gonna be here? First pick Beatrix? Right?
I mean, I think
don't know.
they can
It could be
still
a strat.
Fredrin, so like Clint Fredrin having a nice pocket for the Clint with a strong front line can work out. VTA though, Marcel is open.
Guinevere,
Go
solid.
for the Gwenny.
So now you're not allowing Alpha 7 Zia to kind of breathe
the Fred.
whatsoever. Get that spatial migration, makes it super difficult. The Fred,
No, I'm saying they can't. It'd be hard to pick up the Fredrin against the Gwenny.
yeah,
So it's
Same
a nice
thing with
preemptive
Harley.
Guinevere. And Marcel
with
is
the
still open
Marcel-
for VTA.
Yes, I don't think Alpha 7 North is gonna try to pick up Marcel again. I
Sadly,
just feel
they
like
can't.
they
The
can.
global
They can.
ban.
right. So
You're all good. We've
we're
done
still
it.
trying
we both
to
did it
get
once.
you
we both did it
do
once.
this. Yes, exactly. So I guess would they ban it?
No, they're gonna pick up the Valentina so that they can still have his kit if VTA gets it. They still get the golden hour if VTA decides to pick up Marcel here.
I'm looking at goal lane options, to be honest.
For we're dwindling down for what Zia. They
Yeah,
don't-
because like VTA needs to pick up a goal lane here, like
Yeah.
Moskov, something. Yeah, Moskov's solid.
Or do we see the sun
Moscow.
come out finally? Something like that. We've seen it once so far. Ashley did say that she likes the sun.
I am not the only one bound by these chains.
Obvious Lilia, still looks solid. Grok, no.
I have a theory.
Harriet,
Jungle Uranus.
Harriet.
This might be a Jungle Uranus. Against the Gwenny, you get the consecration. Not horrible. You can secure things in the turtle. It's not very best player-esque, but it's something that could be flexed here, and I think we need to keep an eye out for it.
either Uranus jungle or I'd say Harriet right now in the gold lane. So that way you put Uranus in the EXP, add some more damage with like Fanny, possibly Lancelot in the jungle. But I think if you're running out of gold lane options, this is the best chance to pick it up because you know VT are gonna ban it out. Never mind, they're going crazy. Khalid is gonna be the choice. They get mid lane prio. At least they're able to control the river. Now, if you are Alpha 7, ban out all the roam picks that are possible. Hylos and Kalia are already not available for them. Maybe take out the Gato Kacha. Maybe take out another hero that could possibly provide a little more knockup. Kaja, I would say. Never mind. Oh wait, they got
They're banning gold laners now. They're like, listen, we can do
Yeah.
this. Because they still have the Granger as an option. They still have the Harith as the option. So I think we see possibly Alpha 7 ban out the Harith here and then just take the Granger for yourself. Because then
think
there's
ban
also
Moskov.
nothing for VTA. Oh, Ben Moskov?
I think ban Moskov because you have a lot
Then
of
you
magic
get the
on
Granger
other
to
side.
counter the Harith.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm thinking. Because you don't go for the Harriet because you have too much magic on your side. But then again, yeah, the Harriet doesn't really fare well. Never mind, they go for the Hilda. Prevent the early game aggression that could come in with the and keep up with the Khalid. It still makes sense so far.
Valor and royalty in
Sorry,
a
Layla,
dead
we're in
body.
deep theory right now. We're
Yeah.
in deep. We're in deep in this draft right now.
We're deep. Leomord's gone.
She's just, oh,
I'm trying to keep up. I'm like,
ignoring.
let me take notes as well, you know? Make sure next time when I play, I know what's going on.
Hayabusa? No, right? No way.
I don't think, no, they the last pick jungle. I think they last pick jungle.
Yeah, the last pick jungle. They need to go gold in here.
'Cause-
Granger. Just lock Granger. I don't think there's a better choice. You don't want to go for the Harriet against the Phoveus and the Guinevere. So I think Granger's a solid choice. You give Moskov over Harriet on the other side. I still think VTA would go for the Moskov. You get long lane presence. You have ability to outplay the assassins on the 1v1. You can take down the Uranus. Yeah, it's the Granger. Moskov plus Grok?
Moskov.
Maybe?
Grok's not bad. Grok's not bad. Grok's a good, I mean, it's set, it's simple, it's... They need damage, and I feel like Moskov and Lilia just aren't packing the punch right now. What if they swap Gwynny to roam and pick up something
That would be
aggressive?
insane. That would be like absolutely insane if they go. They could put if they put Guinevere to roam, they could go Moskov in the gold lane, in the jungle, probably lock in.
Yeah, they don't have much left there either. They could pick up the Nolan.
Lancelot.
Then you're kind of squishy. Ooh,
No, I don't think
it's
Nolan
tough.
works there. Nolan doesn't work for VTA because they have a Khalid that's just super aggressive in the early game. So yeah, maybe Suyo could be a choice. Never mind. Glue, roll. Irithel.
Blue Airthel.
Too late. Even later than the Moskov, in my opinion. VTA.
I don't know, but the Airthel's not bad against the Granger. I would say this, because you can kite. It's easy. It's much easier to not get hit by his skill 1. It's a good hero to dodge the skill 1, at least in laning phase. And you get some burst damage. I did want some burst damage, not just like shred, because I want to see more damage. But yes, we've seen her picked up once.
I thought I could swear I thought I saw a Joy ban on the other side, but yeah, it's a Joy.
The Joy.
It's okay, but I'm not a fan of the Joy here. I think best player has his work cut out for him.
Layla, give us some breathing time. Tell us about this.
I'm not sure how Lilia would do. Because, you know, yeah, she has that ult, but I feel like Joy could still catch up to her, you know? So I like Alpha. So.
Okay. I like Alpha. I mean, I think it's both sides. The Joy might be questionable. It might pop off. Vendetta, on the other hand, the Airthil is kind of my risk pick there. And how are they going to output damage? We'll see exactly how it goes. We're going to jump back into the land of Dawn. It's a tie series right now, 1-1. Alpha 7 able to even the playing field. Kronos, as we jump into this, what are some win conditions we have to look at for these two teams?
If you're a VTA, you want that mid-game power spike. We're looking second turtle if you're a VTA, and you want to go gung-ho at that point. So hold your own. Don't give too much of a goal lead to Alpha 7. And if you're Alpha 7, you want to blitz this early game. You want this Joy to come online as early as possible and abuse what Shark can do just like that. Get first blood.
Well, but the response back. Roamer for Roamer. Shark for Myth Bommy. So a little bit of abuse, but Cold World is going to have to go back to base. And that means technically Vendetta wins the trade there.
We agree. Vendetta do win the trade in that part. But for the benefit of Alpha 7, you bait out 2 flickers, right? So that's a good thing.
So that might actually be a win, yeah.
In the turtle pit, so you know for a fact Alpha 7 will get the better of Vendetta in this turtle pit. If Mid Bommy overextends, if Churro Bommy overextends, he does have the black shoes though. This is what you want to do if you're a Shark. Be annoying, be in the face of the opposition, play the Shark game against Vendetta.
Nice knock-up. He didn't have to use the Retry. Tarzan didn't need the Retry. He already used it earlier. Getting that knock-up meant he could safely secure his orange. Turtle's going to be up in about 24 seconds. Look at the top side best player.
And not just that, look at the way that Alpha 7 are really going into the jungle of Tarzan, which didn't happen in game number 1 nor game number 2. So now you're not allowing Tarzan to do what he could in game 1 or 2. You're putting Vendetta in a difficult position, but I think Vendetta were prepared for that with this draft, right? They know they got to absorb a lot of this early pressure coming in from Alpha 7 North, and they've been doing that really well, not giving away gold lead. And I think Alpha 7 should get this turtle if they play it right. If not, Vendetta might just walk away with a couple of minute win.
Gets a knock-up, a lot of damage on a Shark. They don't have the stun, finally locks in. Shark goes down. Best player able to pick up Myth Bomby. It is Roamer for Roamer, Roamer for Roamer. Back and forth for the 1v1, and Best player wins out with the help of Cold World behind him. A double kill into this Joy is a great start for Alpha 7.
And that's the start that Alpha 7 were looking for. They need to get best player to get the ball rolling on their side. And with this first turtle in their pocket, which should be coming soon, they know for a fact that they have to extend the lead as much as possible. Because come 6th minute, 8th minute, Vendetta are going to start running away with the game. They're going to be super strong, especially when Merciless starts joining these fights.
Well, best player is low right now, but there's going to be no way in. The slam. Wait a second, the stun. Best player does find it. Good damage, though. Shark is bringing him back. And now Myth Bomby in a bad spot. Doesn't have... Uses the flicker. Nass is going to chase him down, get the final hit, and get the kill. Alpha 7 with 1,000 gold lead in a 4-2 kill spread, plus a turtle into their hands. This is looking good for A7.
Not just that, even on the top side, you force Melon to go back, force out the sprint, so that he doesn't get a lot in terms of gold. Irithel's already a late game gold laner. You need that power spike, comes in super late, and you're not allowing that to happen. You're hindering that in the mid game. And now, you know, Alpha 7 are going to start applying more pressure, making sure they can extend this 1.5k goal lead to about 2.53k until the next 2 minutes. And Vendetta know that they need to play a little more safe for some time. Apart from Mythbommy, he's opening up the map on the bot side. Nat's looking to get taken down. Tarzan needs to step up and get a couple of knockups, add that pressure with Churubami and what he can do with these glooms. Don't allow Shark to breathe. This is good from Vendetta. They're not letting Shark do what he has to do. And maybe this could convert into something else.
We'll see exactly how it turns out. Vendetta definitely needs some time now to get back on the board. I'm worried about this Aerithel pick, honestly. Does it? We haven't really seen a pop off. You do have the ability to chase, but with the way this is going and with the way the damage is spread out between the team of Vendetta, a lot of it is going to come down to Melon once again. And is he going to start overheating at some point? Last time, he had a great game, still wasn't able to take his team to victory. Can he do it this time? Towards Alpha 7, you've got a whole team of people right now that could carry this game at any point. Shark can make a huge play happen. Zia can pop off. Best player's already 2-0. Looking for a 3-0 as Merciless is under the tower, doing as much as he can with the pursuit. This is big. Can he find the kill? He wants to keep on going, and now Merciless in a bad stop. Whole world picks up the kill.
Nat still survives. Shark goes with a Raging Sandstorm as well. Tarzan just tries to make it out alive, but on the top side, they get a 1v1.
Zia gets the outplay, 1v1, showing him who the real OG is, as best player finds Tarzan. Vendetta is feeling the pressure.
And this is what we spoke about as well, Trex. Alpha 7 needs to apply the pressure. They got a 2.5k goal lead, 5th minute mark, exactly where they want to be, preventing Vendetta to play their game. If this was a little closer for Vendetta, it could have been a turning point, right? Right now, you're seeing that they're not able to get there. Now, how do Vendetta make it out alive? Maybe get that spatial migration, add Churubami's damage to pick somebody off. At this point, best player should be the target they're looking to get, and Mythbommy is trying to get control of the river, trying to be chaotic. Shark just preventing him from moving forward, just stopping him in his tracks.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from Shark in game one. We saw a little bit in game two, but wait, a big Raging Sandstorm. The knockup does lock on from Tarzan, but it's still not enough. Best player able to secure the turtle, but now Shark and Zia are under the tower, taking out Tarzan. Zia is on the prowl, looking for another target as Melon tries to get away here. Merciless brought down, taking down a double kill for Zia. Alpha 7 are finding towers, neutral objectives, and members of Vendetta every single time.
Every single time, and this is looking like a flip U-turn of game number 1 and 2, where Vendetta brought in the early pressure, but Alpha 7, this time they understand what their game plan is, knowing their picks. This is what they got to do, and they're playing it well. Now the goal lead is extended to 6.5k. Once it passes the 5k mark, Trex, it makes it difficult for any team to make a comeback.
Ooh, I don't think there's anything that Vendetta can even fight with right now.
Oh, no,
Mats comes into the backside. A lot of damage landing on Churubami. Churubami taking out Melon, putting useless shots out there. No damage at all. Violent Requiem locks in, but still Tarzan goes down. 3 members for the price of Shark. Just isn't enough right now for Vendetta.
This is why I didn't like the Irithyll. Yeah, it's such a high-risk pick, like you said. If they had the Moskov, they would have had the opportunity to split across the map, use the SOD to get out of the fights, find cross-map plays. Look at Nas. He's just standing there, and as Patrick says, menacingly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Nats is like, yeah, I can have fun with the Uranus too. We know Merciless was giving him the business in game number 1, but now Alpha 7 is getting some heroes that they are comfortable with. Nats in flow state, 3-0-4.
Yeah, and looking at the items as well. Tarzan only has the concentrated energy. Looking to go brute force right now, and Tarzan, ooh.
That's bad. This is bad. This is looking gruesome for Vendetta. Double kill, 5-0-4 onto Zia. Wondering how early he got a Sky Piercer in and if those stacks are locking in, because it's looking like it. Zia had a rough game 1. Game 2 had a rough start, was able to farm up, and it feels like he's been farming ever since game 2 at this point, because game 3 is already in his hands.
Hey man, Melon had his fun with his Granger. Right now it's time for Zia. Same thing. Merciless had his fun with the Uranus. Now Nats is doing it. The sides are taking over. Cold World is allowed to roam freely. Best players walking around the map. Nobody can catch him. And then it all comes down to the one who made this possible. Shark in with that early pressure, getting the early first blood, not allowing MLBB to go in, rotate, do whatsoever, create chaos. This is what Alpha 7 had to do. Finding their win condition, able to double down on it, and look at the goal lead. 10,000 less than 10 minutes in. This is the Alpha 7 that we know. This is the Alpha 7 we wanted to see. This is the Alpha 7 that all the fans expected that we didn't get to see in game 1 and 2. Now Vendetta backs against the wall. No item power spike yet for Melon. Barely has the Berserker's Fury. It's going to be difficult. Holy Shield is present, but the Lord, healthy, is going to crash soon, and it's about the second wave that comes in after that.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch out for this bot lane, too. It does not have the holy defense. 3 out of 5 members in Alpha 7 have over a 2,000 gold lead over their opposing lane. Nats holding down the front side. Lord does crash. Berserker's Fury finally does lock in for Melon, but it's probably not going to be enough. As Alpha 7 hold down the front line, Vendetta are able to clear the waves, but another one is coming soon. Zia along with it, and Shark. Raging Sandstorm is locked in, just waiting for Shark to pop it off. Decides not to use it just yet as Nats stays behind the wall. Zia looking for free shots. All Alpha 7 is looking for, they're not even looking for members, they're looking for towers. Black Shoes pops from Cold War. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm onto 2 along with best player, MLBB, forced back to the base to get health as Zia chips away at the tower. Vendetta still in the defense as Merciless, Melon, and the rest of the team just look to hold down the base. Zia does get knocked up. Tarzan forces spatial migration away. Nats still just being a nuisance in the back line, and MLBB finally drops. Alpha 7 still not going away, but Zia does finally fall. A double kill for Zia right before he does as Melon gets the shutdown. With only 3 members standing, Alpha 7 might have to back off here.
They definitely have to back off right now. They've bitten more than they could chew at this point. They were forcing an end. Honestly, it would have been better for them to try and get the other inhibitors. I don't know, a little lack of discipline, you could say, coming in from Alpha 7 right there. 9.4k goal lead. Yes, they have the goal lead, but you want to look more clean while finishing these games out. You know you have the end. You know what Vendetta can do if you get them, if they get you to the point where it's super late. This Irithel will start shining. We still need maybe another item for this Irithel to do wonders. 2-2-1, not looking good so far. Best player not gone down a single time. Nats, Cold World. The only one that's gone down is Zia. Yes, Shark in the early game, but that's kind of his job at this point. And no one can really take down Nats on this Uranus. That's another reason why I thought Moscow would be slightly better. But that's all in the past. This Irithel really needs to shred it. If you're going to go DHS, the crits are not going to work out. So if you're going to go crit, you're going to need some sort of shred to take down this Uranus. At this point, who can really take down Nats? They need to expend a lot of resources. And he's on a Purify, for God's sake.
I don't think they have enough resources to get past the Purify and the Consecration, honestly. It's like you Violent Requiem, he uses the Purify, you get the grab, he uses the Consecration, and now there's nothing left in your kit to really stun him and stop him for long enough. Nats is immortal at this point, I feel like. The only way they're going to be able to get to him is if they kill all 4 members of Alpha 7 and leave Nats as the last man standing to defend the base.
Well, at this point, I know a lot of people that are watching would have said we don't like the Uranus pick coming in from Alpha 7, and it's working wonders, and you can see why. Lord's crashing on the bot side, no inhibitor. They're trying to defend, but who can stop Alpha 7 at this point?
Nats is literally just standing there, absorbing all the damage he needs to as Shark and Cold World patrol the top side. Lord has come through. Zia right behind it, looking for free shots. The wave on the mid is coming soon. Alpha 7 don't try to force it this time. They know what they came for. They came for inhibitors. Here comes the big flicker from Shark, and Melon is targeted down by best player. Cold World under the base right now, getting a face full of shots. We'll be able to maybe get away here. Under the tower, more damage from Alpha 7. Shark low. Vendetta just trying to defend. It's nothing but Churubami and Tarzan. Tarzan is trying to find Shark, but he's unable to do it as Zia finds a shot, takes him out. Mythbommy back on the map. The Bam Bam Bros just trying to defend, but Alpha 7 should be able to lock onto the base here. Minions on Zia, able to get the final shot in. Churubami cannot defend. Alpha 7 take us to match point.
Hey, the Bam Bam Bros missed the Bam Bus, I'll tell you. They didn't see it coming down the street, got caught in traffic, weren't able to try and get control of the game like they did with game number 1 and 2. And Alpha 7 played their game perfectly. You asked for win conditions, Trex. I told you, Alpha 7 needs to get that early game on point before the second turtle, need to get a 3.5k goal lead. That's what they did. Got a 2.5k goal lead, found a way to snowball and let it loose. No one to stop the raging sandstorm, nobody to stop best player from going in. Alpha 7 dominating win.
What do you think of a best player's joy?
Come on, Trex.
The joy was it was phenomenal, honestly. It was really good. It made me think that, okay, this is a viable pick. This is if best player picks it up, I don't know how many other people we're gonna see use it, but best player made it work very well, and it just fit very well against the composition that they had.
Yeah, and there you go. Not a lot of kills at all for Vendetta, and best players Joy, no death, doing really good. What was that, a double kill that he picked up early?
Yes, and
Yeah.
it was being able to do that early on is what really put Alpha 7 into that spot of being able to win that game so cleanly.
Yeah, I think it just came down to how Shark was able to play that aggressive early game. Unexpected that Churubami and Mythbommy would just walk up to a Khalid, try and get a clear when there is a Valentina Khalid on the other side who have 100% mid lane priority. That's kind of like the best mid lane duo right now in the meta. Maybe you can argue with a Hilda plus someone else, but you could see this is where the game kind of slipped. I mean, yes, it's too early to call it. This is the double kill that you were talking about, Layla. And I think it came down to how best player was able to outplay Tarzan. Tarzan really put everything he had into it. Just that the hero doesn't have the kit, doesn't have the tools, especially pre-level, pre-4th minute, where you don't have the concentrated energy to try and survive. It became a little difficult for Alpha 7, or rather Vendetta, to try and make a comeback. And Alpha 7 knew what they had to do with it. A run and gun, find a way to make this lead a little bigger, a little more bigger, balloon to a point where Vendetta just couldn't stop them. And the next thing you know, Alpha 7 just let it collapse, let loose. And this Irrital probably still farming for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7, this is the composition. These are the types of compositions I expected to see from them. Game 1, they definitely came in a little sketch. Game 2 and 3, we get to see Shark on something aggressive. Shark put so much pressure on Vendetta from start to finish, even at the end there, continuously getting insane flicker raging sandstorms. And every time he engaged, best player was there to back it up. Nats was there to back it up. Zia was there to back it up. They were moving as a unit this game with every single play.
They were just a really good puzzle that fit together really well. They caught each other's moves and they were able to follow up. For Shark, he did great. Did vision control and map pressure play a bigger role than team fights here? Or the team fights were like what got them?
I think early on, vision control and map pressure for sure. Shark able to create vision by going into the enemy jungle. And then towards the end, I think it was much more of just team fights. Towards the end, it didn't really matter what they did. They had a 10,000 gold lead, right, Kronos?
Yeah, it got to the point where it's 10,700 or something. But hey, MVP, we're talking, it is Shark. You were talking about him, Trex. I was talking about him. Layla, you were highlighting him as well. I think Shark, when he's allowed to play his game with his kind of heroes, he's always the one to take the MVP. There's no conversation about who's going to be the MVP. So 1-4-18 KDA, you know he was pulling up. Got that Thunderbolt early on. Gets tankier as we go to the game. And one thing I wanted to point out in his itemization is I saw he picked up a Chastis Pauldron around the 10th minute mark when you know the Irrital's looking to get a bit of a power spike. That even hindered the chances of Vendetta further. So knowing how the itemization works as well, of course, at this point, they couldn't really do anything. 6.9k goal lead, 6 minutes in. They're just kind of getting in their face, can't take them down. Look at Nats. Melon had a full ultimate right there. He barely got half HP. That's the reason Iritel's not in the meta. That's the reason Iritel's not picked or prioritized. And in the global bans, you need to find a way to make combos work rather than waiting for an Iritel in the last pick.
And that was game 3, and we're gonna move on to game 4. Hero pools getting scars. What other possible combos could we be seeing for Alpha?
You know what? If you're Vendetta, Trex used to said it earlier, we could be seeing a hero playing in the lineup, right? Maybe this is the point they look to get that switcheroo going, throwing a wrench in the plans of Alpha 7. Maybe there's a hero that's deep in the bag of tricks of a hero that can pull out in the mid lane, maybe in the jungle. So that could be a way they're looking to go. But then again, are you really willing to disrupt the Bam Bam flow, in the entire game?
I don't
exactly.
think you do. I think you keep the same roster right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can try to throw the wrench, but that's like do that last game before it's match point. Now it's match point. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what I get told sometimes. You just got to keep it simple. And I think that's what they need to come in this game. Alpha 7 definitely has won out in draft. Like, we've seen draft be so important over the past 3 games. Game 1, draft definitely won for Vendetta, and it brought them to victory. That last series, I feel like the draft was just super clean for Alpha 7. Now things are coming back to a little bit more of an even playing field in terms of Alpha 7 had a lot of power still left over. After that game 1, they didn't blow too many major picks, and they still have some picks. They can still fall back to the Fredrin. They can still fall back to so many things that are available to them. And it feels like Vendetta's running out of gas a little bit in terms of draft. What do they have left? I think they're banning against themselves a bit. They ban out the Claude and stuff like that. They need to think about how they're approaching first phase. That's going to be huge for them in this draft.
In terms of a hero vocabulary, which team has a better one?
Hey, at this point, we don't know. We're going to find out.
I think Alpha 7 has more options, at least, coming into the draft. But I feel like Vendetta could still surprise us with some clutch. We know that Tarzan still has a pretty deep pool in the jungle. I think maybe don't focus so much on Azia. Maybe focus more on the best player here.
Yeah, that's why I was saying in the previous game, right? I looked to take out a couple of jungle picks, and all of a sudden they're really locking down on Zia. And now the problem being, you let the carry go banned the entire time, right? The carry was kind of banned. Now if you let it go, and if Alpha 7, if they're on the red side, they ban out a couple of heroes that you really want to prioritize if you're blue side, or vice versa, and you give carry in the hands of Zia, I can already see that game kind of like, with the win rate that carry's got throughout the competition so far, it's been super strong, doing really well, picked up almost every single time it's available, and I don't think Sharks really picked up the Kalea. Best players not picked up the Guinevere. I'm already looking at Kalea, Guinevere, carry being picked up, and that's an auto win in my book in any team's draft.
Ooh, what do you think, Trex?
I think we've seen Vendetta banning out the Claude first round. They obviously don't want Zia to get their hands on that. It's something that they don't want to slip through. So there seems to be some worries in Vendetta's mind about Zia majorly. But again, I think the problem is really going to come down to Shark and best player, and they need to try to control that on the draft. But it's match point, and momentum is definitely falling down for Vendetta. It hurts to win a game 1 so strongly and then come into the next 2 and just get stomped like that. I mean, these games have been fast. Alpha 7 is in prime form right now, which is going to throw you off mentally, and the draft is only getting harder. This is both of these teams' first time going into a game 4 with so many bans out there. And we said in the beginning, maybe Alpha 7 was saving some picks. Maybe they played this the long haul, because it is working out for them right now in terms of the draft.
Vendetta It seems a little bit grim for them right now. What do they need to do to possibly see a game 5?
A lot. They gotta win.
Don't overthink.
That's what they gotta do. They gotta win.
No, honestly, I think don't overthink the draft, right? Because in the previous game,
Yeah.
they could really just the game would have been so different if they just picked up the Moskov, if you ask me. If they just locked in the Moskov, the game would have been so much more different. You have an answer to the shred because the Uranus was picked up at that point. The only thing was left was the jungle, and we know best player is gonna pick up an assassin. He's not gonna go Akai in the jungle. We know that for a fact. He rarely picks up an Akai. Fredrin wasn't really good in that game because she had the Guinevere. So I would just say, yes, the draft has gone to a point where we're seeing 15, 30 heroes banned out. Possibly, what, 40 heroes right now? Don't overthink it. Lock in what's best. Lock in what works. And find ways to force Alpha 7 into a position where they cannot play aggressive in the early game. Because the moment you give them any sort of aggression, you kind of get cooked.
And they ban out the Claude. They just don't want to see us to have it at all.
Next
Yeah,
is
they're
carry.
not, and they keep getting blue side. Do you think they ban out the carry? Why not
They
just
gotta.
pick it for yourself?
It's possible, but I don't know. They've been
They would have
banning
to
out
first,
like
they would
what?
have to first pick it. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 games in a row now. So I think this is gonna be
It's
a
been
carry.
Sora,
Right?
Claude, and carry. Yeah, that's been the bans for VTA on blue side. Same
you
thing
go.
so far.
Marcel and Freya, right? That's gonna be a
last
Freya
time-
right now.
Alpha let the Marcel open, and VTA
Box,
never.
yeah.
Yeah, it's been Zeus and Bassa and Freya, and VTA doesn't want anything to do with that Marcel.
It's all right. Let it go then. They don't want to do anything with it. What can we do?
But
I'm starting to wonder if Marcel's even.
In the
Is
hero
it him?
pool, right?
Is he him?
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
is he
Yeah.
him? That's the real question. Not even hero pool. Is VTA doesn't care about it. We've only seen it lose. We haven't seen it win a game yet. I'm wondering if by playoffs the hero just becomes possibly irrelevant.
I mean, he did get a buff, but you know, why was the buff happening? I mean, he was banned out so much that nobody is gonna try to play him. So are they trying to buff him so that more people will try to play him? You know, and he's a new hero. Maybe they just don't have enough time to kind of work on the synergy.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I tried to play Marcel and I was soloing and nobody was following any of my stuff, okay?
It's
If you
definitely a
don't have a
team-
team
it's a team
synergy,
hero.
no.
It's
Yeah,
a team
it's a team
hero.
hero.
Yeah.
It is not a
And-
solo queue.
You know what, Trex? There,
The
Coach
carry's
T
open.
is starting to look at Coach T is starting to look at it. He's like, hey, the jungle pool is starting to get smaller and smaller. Best players already got through his picks. Well, are we gonna see a Hayabusa Fanny come out next?
It's
It's gotta be
Frey's open.
for
Frey's open. Frey's open.
Freya. Yeah, they're trading Freya
just gave
for
the-
a carry.
Just take that trade. VTA better lock in Freya right now.
Yeah, 100%. Freya carry, maybe Phoveus. No, Phoveus already
God,
picked
why
up.
are they thinking about this?
That's why I said don't overthink the draft. It's simple. Keep it simple. Yes, there are a lot of picks gone, but keep it as simple as you can.
I will say this, as a coach or as a player, sometimes you still let the clock run through a bit to give
Oh,
yourself
yeah.
time to think about future picks. Like, okay, we're definitely going to pick the Freya here, but let's wait a second and think about what we're going to do after that, you know?
They didn't have to go first pick Suyo because it was not. Oh, no. It wasn't available for Alpha 7. VTA overthinking?
Yeah, that was
VTA
a big
did-
whiff.
That's no
That's a
way. Are you gonna give Freya on the other side, bro? Okay, carry plus Guinevere. Right, Guinevere's you. Okay, Gato
I don't
Kacha.
know what's
Okay.
going on.
Are they gonna
What's
just
going
make
on?
it really hard time for Suyo now?
Yeah,
They
I mean,
still gotta
I think if
Freya.
you're VTA, you still go Freya, yeah.
Yeah.
You go Freya, you can't take glue, you don't have it. Freya and a mage, maybe? Do you pick up a mage here? You wait? Because the Lilia is just, you can't pick Lilia anymore, but Lilia's
Yeah.
just not cutting it. Oof.
Freya plus Lunox, maybe, or Freya plus. I think even Rome. Freya plus Khalid. I would say if you are VTA right now, Freya plus Khalid looks solid.
Yeah.
You haven't picked up the Khalid yet. Farsa, okay.
Farsa Alice.
Farsa Alice, all right. Still good. you're choking some. You're kind of making it difficult for the other side still. Lapu still available if you're Alpha 7.
Do you remember the interview with Melon? He said he's not. He said he can play the Freya, but he definitely seemed iffy about it. So maybe that's why he's not locking it in. I asked him about fighter gold laners. He's like, yeah, I can do the Freya, but seemed a little off. So I'm wondering if that's in the kit completely right now. Neither team seem to be worried about it. Yves comes in for Alpha 7 now. Finally locking in. These are these picks that they didn't use up front that now they're getting in the match point game.
Yeah, they're gonna bring it.
And AOG plus RWM, real manipulation plus that, like the Gatot and the Yves is a dangerous combo.
Yeah, that's
it's gonna buy
this is where
so much time for carry.
This is where like the global ban starts to show, right? You're picking some of these combos that really work, and it shows as well. Gatot, Yves, and the carry is gonna roam around free. Who's gonna stop the carry at this point? Yes, you have the Farsa, but you pick that up against the Gatot, which is first up questionable. But then again, there's not many other picks left in the mid lane left open. And if the Farsa gets strong, the bird really, the Farsa, yeah,
The Farsa, wings by wings.
Wings by
We
wings.
might see fried chicken.
Could be. If you're VTA,
A good Farsa can position is key, man. Even if there's counters on the field, you either get Flicker, you get Purify, maybe you get Purify in this situation. Good Farsa will be okay against a counter or two.
true. You can play the Farsa quite aggressive as well, right? If you get the early in your bag, then you can kind of find a way to get sieges, which is really good. This is where you start to show the jungle hero polo of best player. The Fanny is kind of a good pick here. No one has stopped the Fanny so far.
I think you just do Fredrin as best player here.
Yeah, still good.
Fredrin and a what do they need? An XP laner?
Fredrin and
Lapu?
Fredrin. Lapu, I think lock Lapu here.
Or
I think
Yuzong. You still have
Yuzong
Yuzong
is still
too.
yeah.
Yeah. Fredrin Yuzong and you just decimate VTA.
And Farsa's gonna have such a bad time. Oh no.
Yeah. Then it gets hard for Farsa. Now a Purifying Wings by Wings isn't enough. They go for the Lapu.
It's still hard for the Farsa.
Yeah, it's still hard for the Farsa.
Moskov? Don't think too much, guys. Come on, VTA.
Freya's still open.
Yeah, I agree. Freya's still open. But what could be in the roam, though? Khalid's ban, Gatot's ban. They can't pick Guinevere. They can't pick
Still
Ghoul.
just go
They
Grok.
can't pick... Yeah, Grok.
Set potential. You're just looking for big bang combos here. And I mean, at least you have set potential. Crowd control can win games sometimes. That just might be what they need to focus on here.
We might just see a tick pull up all of a sudden.
A
Nah, I think
Tig.
Grok's better. Yeah. Grok's the way to go here. Grok plus no Granger. There you go. Now they put Moskov when they could have used the previous
Grok
game. Grok Moskov. There it is. Still looks solid. Alpha 7 though. Jungler. Fanny's good. You said about Fredrin, yeah. I think Hayabusa's all right.
Another counter to the another problem for the Farsa. But I think Fredrin's just your safe, simple play. Safe, simple play. Lapu can.
Crimson Lightning.
Leo
Or
Mord was
Leo.
there.
We haven't seen the Leo Mord in a while.
Yeah. Level 4. Turtle. Alpha 7's gonna let loose VTA. I don't know how they're gonna stop them. They can't stop them from getting to the turtle whatsoever.
You have the crowd control from Grok, man. One big set, Feathered Airstrike or Suyo getting a big, Fury off. Like, there's early kill pressure on Vendetta is all I'm saying. Both teams have nice level 4 kill pressure. I might even argue that, honestly, level 4 kill pressure might be better in the hands of Vendetta with the Suyo and the Farsa. There's just more burst damage. So Alpha 7 has to watch out for that.
I mean, that's the only thing you got is the Grok, right? If the Grok misses, what's there to protect the backline?
The big question mark.
You have
The
a
big
Wings by
question
Wings.
mark. You can't see it, but Trex is just flapping his
Flapping
arms
his
like a
hands.
bird. But you're right, Trex. I think they do have early pressure. But the one thing is, Myth-Bombie's not going to be level 4 in the turtle pit, right? So maybe for a re-engage, Vendetta can go in with it.
Let's jump into the land of Dawn. Alpha 7 started off with a loss, but now have brought us to match point. It's one more game to secure a spot to playoffs. A great spot to playoffs at that. Vendetta needs to try to stop them in their tracks. Can they do it here, Kronos?
They need to find a way to get this early turtle. They need to not bleed out, of course. I think if you're Alpha 7, again, pedal to the metal, go aggressive, let this Leo Mord get that steed, pull out Barbiel, run away with the victory. And this is what you want to do. Force out flickers if you're Vendetta. Put Alpha 7 in a difficult position before they get to these neutral objectives. Apply pressure where it hurts.
Yeah, and they are trading blows right now. Sharks trying to put pressure down of his own as Myth-Bombie does the same.
Oh.
Tarzan's got a lot of damage. First blood, but it goes in the hands of Myth-Bombie. Not a perfect play for Vendetta, but a good one to start things off.
Hey, this is what you were talking about, early pressure, and that's the level 3 power spike of Suyo. Another flicker could come through.
Ooh. Forced to flicker out of Cold World. 30 seconds on the clock for this turtle. The pressure is definitely there, and we haven't even seen level 4 from Churro Bomby just yet. Can best player turn things around at this turtle with a big Barbiel?
You know what, Trex, as casters right now, for global bans, we need to look at this going all the way, don't you think so? Get our noggins a little thinking.
Yeah, really work things up, you know? Gotta practice. We gotta practice for whenever Grand Finals happens or something like that.
BO7?
BO7, baby.
60 bans?
Yeah, I'm
That's
ready.
a lot.
Put me in the game, coach.
Let's go in. Come on, we got this in the bag. The first turtle's up, Alpha 7 looking super strong. Here comes the steed at any point, and they could make things happen.
Yeah, Tarzan's there as well, though, and both teams are keeping it slow. Nats has the bravest fighter ready to go, as Merciless as well looks for the stuns. Nats doesn't pop it just yet. RWM also ready to pop at any point. Feather Airstrike does come down.
Ooh.
A lot of damage lands.
Nice
Best player's able to take the turtles. Myth-Bombie's taken off the map. One kill, one turtle over the hands of Alpha 7, but a nice stun onto Nats. Tarzan forced to dash back as Shark holds down the front side. Alpha 7 gonna push away. They got what they came for.
Yeah, and that's the first turtle. That's what I spoke about. Like, you don't have any way to stop them from going in and securing that turtle, especially that steed. Yes, you have a Grok, but he's not going to be level 4. They need to find a way to make that happen. And now, with the fact that Myth-Bombie has got that level 4 power spike, he's looking for these big sets now, looking for these big ticket ultimates, and you can see Alpha 7 will start playing a little more safer. Honestly, I don't know what Shark is. Shark was playing super aggressive, giving away first blood. It should not have happened. Just trying to prevent Tarzan to get to that point where it can be unstoppable. And if you are VTA, let Tarzan rush that Sky Piercer and make it a...
Ooh.
Oh, no. What? He didn't
The
get it.
steal happens. Yeah, purple buff goes over to best player there. A little bit of revenge from game 1 and all the purple buffs that Tarzan took. Alpha 7 now taking control. A little bit of damage up at the top side. Shark still staying in their faces. Myth-Bombie and Melon are pushed against the wall.
Well, if you are Alpha 7 at this point, you want to run with it, right? You want to apply the pressure. You can also use Zia kind of zoning out Melon, not letting him get his gold minion, a cannon minion. And you're kind of pushing VTA to the point where you're asking them to play aggressive. And the moment they start playing aggressive, they're going to make mistakes. And you want best player to come in and finish the job. SOD connects. No way they
No
want to
tech
take
charge
this.
just yet.
Ooh.
Melon does dash in. It's Tarzan there as well, 3v2. A little bit of damage on Azia. Shark here to help out. Will we see a full commit? Wall comes out. Myth-Bombie decides to back off. Down to the mid side. Both Churro and Merciless have to go back to base right now. Cold World looking for the cutoff, but everyone taking it slow still.
Yeah, Turtle's up. Shark was able to get that gold crab. So some good news. 1.3k gold lead if you're Alpha 7. Both EXP laners making a rotation. And if you are Merciless, you want that big, massive set with the Throne of Ruin. But they're not letting Tarzan breathe whatsoever.
AOG connects. Tarzan just looking to get it, but wait a second. A nice stun on a Churro Bomby. And Nats connects. The counter secured. No wings by wings to get away. Try to translate this into a turtle as Alpha 7 backs out of the jungle.
And in the meantime, the top side, at least Zia can get some sort of a push in. Alpha 7 still walk away with a slight bit of an advantage. Churubami, wrong place, wrong time, no item yet. You can see Tarzan's rushing that Sky Piercer. He needs it to get that power spike, to get to the point where he can get the job done after the Feather Air Strike, after the poke's being dished out. But the poke coming in from Cold World was just too much as well.
Yeah, Merciless dies off cam to the boss side. It's a 3-man gank. Then once they get that kill, they rush up, take this turtle. Tarzan knows he can't fight this out at all. Vendetta is stuck here looking for late game.
I don't know, man. Late game's not going to be the way they got to do this. They got to find a way to find more opportunities across the map. Both sides are pushing in. Alpha 7 are doing a good job to keep up the pressure. Melon's not allowed any breathing room. MLBB's just stuck to him the entire time for what, the past 2.5 minutes. On the bot side, Tarzan's force back as well.
Merciless takes some damage. The thing is you're saying Vendetta needs to look for plays, but Alpha 7's the one finding plays. They're keeping their composition at 3-2. Maybe best player goes off by himself here and there, but Vendetta can't. Oh, big AOG from Shark. Nats doesn't have the bravest fighter to combo up, but still the pressure is constantly on.
He doesn't care. He just dove straight under the turret. He's not going to die. We know that. But here comes the Steed. They're looking for a 1v1.
Oh, it's a lot of damage on a Tarzan. Tarzan just trying to get away, but best player's going to find him. Into the backside. A nice stun on it. Best player from Merciless, but the damage still not there from Churro or Melon. Nats hanging out in this bush. RWM comes out. Bravest fighter to connect. Looking for the stun. Unable to connect. Nice. Tech charge as well. Paired up. But MLBB just trying to get away, and he can't do it. Merciless taken out next. A double kill for Nats as Melon turns into the triple. Nats is on fire right now. 4-0-2.
Well, this is what the Lapu can do. 4-0-2 the entire time. He was in the face of the opposition. Melon did get a couple of kills. He could have got the third, but he knew the damage coming in from Nats would be too much. Best player goes in, looking to get Tarzan again. Gets pushed back by the Spear of Misery. They're able to clear the waves. At least they're holding their tier 2, still standing tall, Vendetta, but the goal lead from Alpha 7 is starting to pull away now. 4K goal lead. This is the third turtle, and somehow, someway, Vendetta needs to pull off a massive set with MLBB, layer it up with that Throne of Ruin, find opportunities for Tarzan to come and finish the job with that Soul Sever. And Nats getting the Queen's Wings right now does not help Vendetta in any way whatsoever.
What you just said is a lot of boxes to check. Ooh, Melon finds Zia. That's big with the help of MLBB. There's a small pick and roll, a small play that they needed. But what you just said, that's a lot of boxes to check for one combo to help them win this game towards Alpha 7. Any one of them can pull something off. It's a long road for Vendetta. They are on the right path. A little bit of play on a Cold World. Turtle does fall in the hands of Alpha 7 once again. That's 3 neutral objectives secured for Alpha 7. They're going to be looking for a 4th in 110 seconds.
Hey, best player gets the best of Tarzan. 1v1. Ah, this is not good for Vendetta. They get themselves a third turtle. Now they're going to go ahead. Best player's already to the point where he's 4 levels ahead of Tarzan. 13 and 9. Nats is a monster. Cold World's not gone down a single time. The only 4 kills that they have is on Shark and Zia, yes, but MLBB, they're trying to force a flicker out. They're trying to force out the tech charge so they can walk in freely, because that's the only skill that's there. Once that's gone or once that's misplaced, Alpha 7 have free reign to go in.
Feathered Airstrike comes down, a big missed AOG from Shark. They're trying to lock on to Nats. But look at the backside, a nice tech charge. RWM comes down to try to help defend, but Shark finally falls. Tarzan able to get the kill, but Nats is unstoppable, invincible. Finding members one by one, gets the stun onto MLBB under the tower. Looking for the triple, he's gonna commit. MLBB trying to respond, and he does. The shutdown locks in, but at this point, Nats is just having fun as Zia finds Tarzan under the tower. It's 4 members down on the side of Vendetta and Cold World and Zia. That's all Alpha 7 needs right now.
He was just playing with his food, and Nats was playing with his food the entire time. Got the back line, got the people that were necessary, and then found Grok, and he said, hey, I want to play with this piece of rock, and that's what he did. He played around, went down, it's all right, gave a shutdown, but it's to the wrong guy. He gave it to the Grok. It's not going to be anything crazy. Yes, he's got a couple items. The first item, Chassis Pauldron, did help out to prevent Zia to get to that power spike early on, but now he's building his way to the Trinity. Both marksmen still Melon ahead, so that's some good news for Vendetta. Even though Alpha 7 have been 4.5k ahead, it has been like that for about 5 minutes now, and Vendetta are keeping a good job from letting it slip away. And with this next Lord, I think just let it go. Find a way for it to come in, get to the point where you can get a split on the other side of the map, but then there's always Zia that could come through, but you can see Melon is pushing, and that's what they need to do right now.
Best player brings out the Steed once again. Merciless getting brought low. Couple more shots. Merciless forces to flicker. AOG to cut him off, along with the RWM. Myth bombing out, caught in a bad spot as well. Tarzan looking for a target, trying to zoom in, or maybe just get away, honestly, as Melon takes down the bot side tower, splitting up the lanes.
He could have pushed another one, to be honest. They could have benefited Vendetta, but then again, it's a risk you don't want to take. But at this point, all Vendetta can do is take risks. They need to take a risk because Alpha 7 are at match point. They already got themselves the Lord 10 minutes in. You don't have a lot of range on this Moskov. He's still not built that Malefic gun, and he's not going to for another minute or so. Got the Fury Hammer, so you know
Even
the range is going to be super
maybe
close.
2 minutes, honestly, till he gets a Malefic gun.
Yeah, and the range is just not there. And now with the Lord marching in, you know for a fact you're going to be susceptible to the damage and all the crowd control that Alpha 7 are going to bring in, especially Nats, who's been the bravest fighter.
And Holy Defense pops in the mid side before the waves even fully crash. Alpha 7, watch for Shark. Is he going to try to make the play happen here?
I don't know about Shark. We look at best player to get that Steed out. Ooh.
Steed does come out, able to connect on a Merciless, has to disengage. Feathered Airstrike comes down, able to still keep Alpha 7 at bay. No big engage just yet. Alpha 7 might be forced to back off on this one, buying Vendetta a bit more time.
Not so much of a disciplined push that we like to see from Alpha 7, right? We saw this in the previous game as well. Yes, they got the victory. It wasn't as clean as we'd like to see. The same thing happening here. Not a disciplined push, but here comes the AOG.
Where's the RWN pair up with a nice tech charge? Shark taking out best player to bad spot as well. Tarzan just the block on his head, brings out Speedy Light Wheel. Now they're all caught in the RWM. A Feathered Airstrike to response. Flickers are forced, but Zia still gets shut down. In response, Cold World goes down and Churubami picks up a shutdown of his own. Tower still standing on the mid and the bot as Vendetta do everything they can to defend as Alpha 7 looks for another engage.
Best player, Steed, comes out. They're trying to siege the bot lane inhibitor. Merciless goes in.
A lot of chipped. Oh my lord, Zia picks up another one. Feathered Airstrike does drop a nice stun on Zia. Zia forced to use the flicker and back off. Vendetta still defending.
Yeah, the confident. Zia is confident with the way that he's moving on this carry. Able to get so up close and personal against Merciless, taking him down. Ooh, just for a second before that play happened, I was going to say the Bam Bam duo showed up. The Bam Bam bros showed up. But then Merciless getting caught off guard like that didn't look good. Finally, Melon got his Malefic gun. He's building into a Wind of Nature. Zia going the opposite way. Here, Tarzan.
Oh, Tarzan able to phase away, but caught up by the RWM.
Oh, no.
Pinched up. Wait a second. Feathered Airstrike does come down to a big tech charge. Can Melon make something happen? But Zia shows up. Doesn't have a Speedy Light Wheel, still outdoing the damage. A nice stun from Merciless. Best player hasn't even got involved with the fight yet. He shows up with a Phantom Steed. He pulls up and takes another down. Now it's Melon on the run, forced to dash back. There's minions on the base already as Alpha 7 want to close this out. They want to go home early tonight. They want to get some rest as it's 4 against 1, waiting on the next wave of minions.
I thought you were going to say it's 4 a.m. because that's what it is for me. Nats finding a way to try and get this finish. Tarzan comes up in another second. Melon can't defend on his own. Best player goes over the Steed. Oh.
Cannon minion is down. Melon able to sidestep back. Looking to clear the waves here. That's all he's got to do.
What are they doing?
Able to take out Tarzan. Tarzan finds Zia. Myth bombing back on the field. Melon still standing, pushing Alpha 7 away. A tech charge, a knockup, a Feathered Airstrike, and best players down. Vendetta reclaiming ground. Alpha 7 on the run. Vendetta still standing.
Talk about a fumble. Talk about a fumble. They got the ball. They had to run with it. They had to throw a flea flicker, but not able to get the tight end on the right side. Oh no, this is not how it's looking. This is not how it goes down for Alpha 7 North. They need to get and contest this Lord, not give it away, because Vendetta could take and march down and take a couple of inhibitors with it, and Melon's already started to hack away.
Oof. This is looking like Zia in game number 2 right now. The Moskov is coming online. A nice stun from Nats as Merciless jumps to the backside of Feather Airstrike plus an RWM. Who's going to get the better of it? Tarzan on the Lord, and Tarzan takes the Lord. Vendetta finally get a neutral objectives in the face of chaos. Shark able to connect onto Tarzan with AOG, but it's not the way you want to go. There's minions on the base. Vendetta got to regroup. Got to think about how they're going to push this.
And you know what? Tarzan could have actually got that kill onto Shark because he does have Sky Piercer. He's got a stack, not too much, maybe about 7, 4. But it could have been forced. He had the Evil Queller, could go for the Soul Server combo, but didn't want to risk it, right? It's at the point where it's match point. Vendetta are looking to play it safe. They got the Lord. They sacrificed Myth Bomby. They got a good trade. They have to push the Lord as slow as possible, and that's what they're doing, not letting the Lord go through. They need to maximize what this Lord can bring in, and Alpha 7 looking to stop it as soon as possible. Don't want to get the next set of waves coming through, and look to cut off the supply of the oxygen where it's at right now.
Oh, there's minions on the base, though. Vendetta can't get a big push out of this. There's nothing they can really do, honestly. They get a top tower. They get a second to breathe. It feels like we're 25 minutes in. I'm not going to lie, but it's only been 16 minutes, Kronos.
It's the pace of the game. It's the way that Alpha 7 are turned up the gears, but at the same time, it's about how they threw that push. Best player missing on the Barbiel. Zia going a little too deep, taking a lot of shots from the Crystal. It could have been an end, but they gave another chance to Vendetta. And could this be the reason for their downfall, right? This is the discipline factor we spoke about in the previous game in the final push. Even right now, with the push before this, when they had the Lord about 14 minutes in. Same thing happened when they got the inhibitors, when they were at the base Crystal. Alpha 7, if they need to be the top dogs of the division, they need to be disciplined, and we're not seeing that. And we can see why Vendetta are able to get the better of them in game 1 and 2, although they didn't win game number 2. And looking at the items, it's full build. Melon's there at that power spike point. Zia's got there as well. Now it's just about swapping those items fast, getting those boots changed out for another, probably a rose gold meteor. And if Vendetta gives Melon the space that he needs, which Myth Bomby has been doing so well, Churro Bomby's been doing so well with that Feather Airstrike, it could be disastrous for Alpha 7. And Tarzan just needs to come in for the right time for the finish, because he's got the Sky Piercer.
Prolific Roar as well comes in for Tarzan as his last item there. Churro Bomby, the Feather Airstrikes are working. For Alpha 7, they need to start connecting those RWMs and those AOGs again like they were in the beginning of the game. Nats has to be able to lock on to Churro Bomby. But even now that we're into this late game, Nats isn't as tanky. He can get taken out if he messes up a Bravest Fighter or goes too deep. Best player, not doing as much damage as he was early on to the front line. He can't just 1v1 Myth Bomby. He can't just take out Tarzan easily. The Leomord has its limits in the late game, and we are starting to see that. What Alpha 7 has in their advantage is map control. All the inhibitors are gone. They need to do what Vendetta messed up on last time. They need to slow play this, honestly. Let the waves control the game. You don't always need to rush Lord.
And I think the moment they see Melon on the bot side, they're going to start blitzing it. At least that should be the game plan. But Myth Bomby's doing such a good job right now on this Grok, walking up to them. Here comes the Steed Trex.
I'm waiting for the big tech charge. Myth Bomby is holding on. SOD connects. At any point, he can fully commit. Feather Airstrike comes down. Nat's not there to jump down on him. Lord gets reset, and that means another tower possibly going to the side of Vendetta. RWM does catch Tarzan. They're going to rush down on this Lord as everyone is zoned away. Lord gets reset once again. A nice Bravest Fighter on a Merciless. Merciless just holding down the front side. Myth Bomby still holding on to the tech charge. We're waiting for it. The throw to Bruin, the toss up, the knock up. Cold World is down. Vendetta had to try to collapse. Feather Airstrike once again onto Nats. Nats with the Bravest Fighter. Stunned onto Melon. But Melon is locking in as Tarzan chases down Shark and best player. Vendetta hightail it back to the Lord. They're going to look to blitz it.
They need to blitz it as fast as possible. You can see Nats and Shark trying to do it, but look at Zia. Look at Zia on the map. He's trying to go for the base Crystal. He does not have the speedy light wheels, but it's enough for them to take an end.
That might just be G's. Wings by wings. Can he connect? No, he gets stunned up by Shark, and AOG catches him, and Zia is on the base. Match point wrapped up. Alpha 7 put it in a box. They're going to the playoffs.
Hey man, they're going to the playoffs. They get seed number 1. Not just us, not just you guys watching. Even production, we can hear them screaming, saying, "Oh my goodness, this was such a close game." And it came down to the end of the final push. And like you said, Trex, they had to play the map, and they played the map so well.
That was amazing. Oh, I didn't even look on the map, and then I realized, where is he? And they're backdoored. Crazy.
I wish we could have got it on cam because the Farza's going. Farza's like, and Shark catches an AOG. That's the only way. He had to have used it. I'm going to go back and check it later to see if the all plays. But he jumps and catches the wings by wings. Catches the bird. Fried chicken, baby. Catches the bird in midair and secures the game for Zia to just lock on the base a second longer. Ugh. That's why we love Mobile Legends.
MLBB. That's the best, baby. Most watched esports throughout the world. And you can tell why.
Wow. Look at Melon. Participation 30%.
Not enough. Not enough, though.
Enough.
Not enough for the dub here. I mean, overall, taking a look at some of the stats right now, it was a dominating game from start to finish for Alpha 7. Vendetta had a moment of glory there, but it just wasn't enough.
Okay, I'll take a look at the replay. The AOG did get committed, but I don't think he caught the Farsa there. I don't think he caught the Churro. I don't think he caught Churro. Probably at the edge if he did.
Right now.
Probably at the edge if he did, right? But it was so intense. And even if he didn't, it could have been possible because the Feather Airstrike was popped, but could not have got the clear because the attack speed of carry is just way too much at that point. And looking at the KDA as well, you know Nats was a monster 8-1-8 on this Lapu Lapu, and if it wasn't for Nats and best player taking charge in the early game, it could have been disastrous for Alpha 7 because Vendetta had the early power spike with Tarzan on the Suyo, just wasn't able to get the items, and you could see they were maximizing the ultimates that they had. Everything was played around the RWM that Cold World had for Alpha 7 North, which gave enough space for Zia to breathe and move around and dish out the damage, and nobody was really able to catch him. You spoke about the Grok and the tech charge. It got to the point where that was the only tool that they needed, and he was playing it super well. Him along with exactly one of those moments,
Bam Bam.
But it just wasn't enough. Him and the Bam Bam, bro, the Bam Bam duo just showed up. It's just that the Bam bus just wasn't there. It got away.
It was out of gas. It was out of gas. Nobody there to party. Vendetta. I mean, and they had some good plays. The fact that they lasted that long shows a lot. But Alpha 7, I think what we saw from the game that they almost lost to the games that they dominated in, they were able to constantly keep their composure and find moments to win. Whether it's having Zia hang on with the Moskov long enough to where they can win out of the game, even when it's there, when they're super behind, making the call, let's go for the back door. They're able to always, whether it's early game or late game, pull themselves together and get the win.
Yes, and I feel like Alpha, once they have that aggression, it's just unstoppable. Just seems like with the games, first one, they didn't have that, and then later on, they just brought the aggression early game, and then they just could just carry through the whole game.
Man, let's take a look at the MVP. It is going to be Nats, and I think that is a well-deserved MVP, honestly. From the beginning to the end, he took 1 death. There was some small mistakes made by other team members or even by them as a whole, but Nats just seemed to always be on point that game. Even where Lapu might fall off in the late game, he was able to make big plays happen.
He made it happen with that Lapu Lapu. We saw it with those raging slashes. He was playing with his food. The only death that he had was what, against the Grok. Yeah. I think this was the moment too. Yeah, he was just literally having fun playing with his food. He found a piece of rock. He wanted to kick it around, throw it around. Just unfortunate that he got hurt instead. So apart from that, he had a fantastic game. He was the kind of difference maker, able to engage directly into the back line. It was either between a Lapu or a Yu Zhang, and it both could have worked wonders. It just happened to be Lapu in this case, and Nats was just shining with it.
Yeah,
Nats has been a monster back-to-back. I feel like he's been such a star of the team overall, Layla.
I love XPs that are able to kind of just really be on top of you and you just can't do anything, and that's what he was able to do for the team. And we are going to go ahead with the interview, right?
Probably in just a second. I think
No?
we're still
In a
getting
minute.
the a minute or two, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, who knows, but they'll
I
be
just
here
can't
soon.
wait, okay?
Maybe 6,
because
7.
you
You're
know,
gonna fangirl
it's-
again?
Yes. I'm always fangirling. I'm sorry. And this is something that I really, really want to do because, you know, I have
Fangirl?
a lot of
Don't tell them
questions.
who we're
I have
interviewing
questions
just
that
yet.
I think I am gonna benefit a lot from.
Oh,
Okay.
Mhm.
so
Don't
we
say
have
anything.
And
Some-
also,
we have
you
some
are
stealth. The viewers are gonna benefit.
yeah, as well. Okay.
Okay,
But
okay.
I'm doing it for mostly me.
Okay, heard. I'm
Okay.
excited now. I want to hear. I'm just gonna sit back and listen. Honestly,
Yeah, I know. I don't want to have. I
You
don't
guys
got
We're
no
gonna let-
questions
you know
to
what,
ask.
Layla? You just take this.
It's all
on
you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
all
think-
you.
If you guys know, yeah, I think you guys will
I
have a
don't
pretty
know.
good chance of who
We
I'm
don't know
gonna be
nothing.
interviewing.
I don't know anything actually. I haven't
Yeah.
looked.
We're gonna find out.
What about the
We're gonna
viewers?
find
What
out.
do
It's
you
gonna be a
guys think?
surprise to us too.
Yes, and what do you know? They're gonna go straight to the playoffs.
Yeah, first seed secured.
First seed.
They get to hang out and wait for like how many more weeks? 2 more weeks?
Kind of
Two
sad
more
we
weeks?
won't
Break?
see
Two
them
more?
for a while.
Yeah,
They
I
get
think so.
2 weeks.
1 week, I think. Next week and tomorrow. So next week and tomorrow.
Mhm.
That's a long time.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
plenty of time for them to hang around. And not just that, Trex. Going later, deeper into the tournament for other teams, they are gonna expose some of their draft. So I guess. But Layla, it's all you now.
All right, now I get to announce it. I'm so excited. We have now joining us Shark from the winning side. And I want to say congratulations on the victory. And I have a lot of questions because I am a roamer myself and very excited. So that looked like a very controlled game from your side. Really good team fights from you guys. What do you think allowed you guys to stay so coordinated throughout that match?
I think today we did not play perfectly, but yeah, today a bad day for me. I did not play good, so I was happy at all. But lucky, yeah, I got a good teammate to carry me. So yeah.
No, you were great as well. I know that a team cannot do that great without a good roamer to be able to kind of give the vision and kind of control that map. Kronos, what do you have for Shark?
Shark, I was gonna say, like, it didn't look like you were your usual self. You mentioned it. It wasn't the best of days for you, but still walking out with a victory. A strong team performance. You already secured the first seed. Which is the one team that you think can give you a little bit of trouble moving in for the rest of the season? If there is a team at all. There has to be someone apart from Vendetta. Or is it gonna be Vendetta again?
No, they're a different team. So I'll let you know, there are one team always make a try hard in the stream. I don't remember the name, but they're from Colombia, in Influence Rage.
Influence Rage, yeah.
Influence, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you, they're really good. So I hope to see you in the round final. That's gonna be the good game for us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, surprise us all with that one. I like it, and a lot of our eyes have been on that team, honestly, thinking of what they can do. Shark, it's good to have you back. It's good to see you. I feel like we haven't had a face-to-face in a while. Hopefully, maybe we get to see each other in person soon at some point. How's it feel? I asked Naths the same question. It was a while we were on break. How are you feeling coming back into the competitive scene here and like getting to actually play in a tournament again? We didn't have a fall season. Do you feel rusty or do you feel ready to take this all?
I mean, I did not want to go back to the professional play, but my team keep like DM me. They need a good room, so I just come back and play the game. But I did not expect I'm still good, so I guess I'm not rusty still. But yeah.
I like it.
So I'm gonna again ask a question that I'm dying to ask as a roamer. Yes, because I am one. And what can you do as a viewer, for me, for the viewers? What can you do to kind of improve yourself as the roam?
For me, just be confident. Like, just be confident in yourself. Don't be scared. So for example, if you see keyboard on enemy, like, don't be nervous or shaking. Just be yourself and play the game. If you got confidence, you can win everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think with roams, a lot of them, sometimes they make great sets, and if you second guess yourself, that's when you miss that chance. Kronos?
Shark, what do you think about the global bans? We went, 4 games today? In a best of 7, you could go 6 games with 60 bans. Another best of 5 later on, 50 bans. Are you liking this global ban that's there?
I'm enjoying the global ban, so we don't have to see Sia play Moscow every game. So yeah, I pretty like it. Yeah.
I'm in charge of
He
global.
said we don't have to see Zia play Moscow every game.
Yeah, I'm
I like
enjoying it. Yeah.
Nice. All right, last question for me. What happened in game 1?
Uh,
Why are you playing Marcel, man?
long
Come
story,
on,
man.
we
What
want
can I
to see
say?
you on big. We want to see you on big play heroes.
Grok,
I don't want to see no.
Khalid.
So
What happened in game 1?
for the first game, I mean, we kind of tried something like new rotation, like we did in this room, and it worked really good. But in the game 1, we did not know, like, we just want to try something new on the first game. So I guess it's not working out.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's better to try it out than when you do at the playoffs, so that's a
Ooh.
good thing.
I got one more question. In the second game, no, you just hit me. Because this is a question that all 3 of us probably want to ask. No, it didn't hit anyone's mind. Second game, you guys went Gord second pick. What was the Gord second pick about? Like, that was so early. They didn't even pick the Fredrin up on the other side. It was third pick, it would make sense. Right? What was the Gord second pick?
Honestly, we have the one chick god in the team, so we always play god in the stream, so we just worry like they're gonna buy it out, so we want to like pick the god early. Yeah, pretty much like
One
that.
trick Gord.
So it's
Yep.
been a scrim pick. It's been a scrim pick.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Thank you so much for answering all our questions, and once again, congratulations. And then we'll see you at the playoffs.
Okay.
How was today? That was amazing. Yeah?
Easier than last
Okay.
week.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema.
Did we got everything we expected out of the teams? Is there anything surprising that happened that you weren't expecting?
I think Vendetta should have got game number 2. I still think Vendetta should have got game number 2. That was in the bag. They fumbled. They fumbled hard.
So there we go.
Yeah, I think it definitely could have been very different. They should have definitely got game number 2. Did whiff it. Taking a look at what happened, though, we had Stamina Esports with a 2-0. That was kind of a surprise to me. I had a feeling Stamina might be able to pull it off. It was 50-50. I did not think it was going to go the way that those games went. They were stomps overall. I mean, Stamina just showed up in Influence Rage, was off their rocker. I don't know what was going on because they're a team that looked so good in previous matches.
And I think the 2-0 with Dez playing so aggressive, so well, and not just that, Diamond also coming in, making sure it's not just a one-man show, showing that Stamina Esports definitely have a lot to offer on the table. Influence rates, though, they weren't looking like themselves. I think the 2 of us, all 3 of us can say that Influence Rage were not the same team that we saw in the previous week, even though they did get a couple of losses before. This is not the kind of game we expected out of them. They're usually the ones that understand their own composition and know how to play it. Of course, we just came back from the best of 5, so that's pretty fresh on our minds. But the one thing that's really fresh on our minds is Shark talking to us about how they have difficulty in placing Influence Rage Origins in their scrims. So for them to find it difficult to play against Influence Rage, but the other teams are getting wins against Influence Rage Origins, this could be a blessing in disguise for Alpha 7 maybe, so they never really go up against Influence Rage unless it's in the grand finals, right, at this point? Or maybe upper bracket finals or lower bracket?
We'll see. It's
Yeah,
definitely going to
you're
be...
right.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
So are we looking forward to that? If it
Yeah.
happens,
I'm looking
Influence
forward
Rage
to
I
the
would
grand finals,
say
no matter who it
seven.
is.
Yeah, of course.
I
we all
need
are.
verification that he was actually talking about Influence Rage, because he said a Colombian team or whatever. There's U2.
He said
Could've been
Influence
U2.
Rage. He did say
agreed with
U2 is a
Influence
Mexican
Rage.
team.
And Shark, you know, sometimes he gets a little...
No, because I mean I can see it. I can see it. With all those facial expressions, yeah. But but I can see what he's talking about, right? Influence Rage
No, yeah.
look like a
The
team
way
that
they were
kind of
looking in day 1 and 2.
yeah, and the drafts too. Like it could be difficult for Alpha 7 to go up against. That could be like their kryptonite. But then yeah, it could be a point where you never really get to face your kryptonite. That's what the Swiss stage is kind of about, right? And for them to be able to secure seed 1 while I think we're going to find out who secures seed 8 tomorrow. It's just that Influence Rage do not want to be on the bottom of the pack, want to be on the top half. So if it comes down to a point where they have to go against Alpha 7 to get to the next stage of the competition, I think that would be the best thing for them.
So let's have a look at what is going to happen tomorrow.
Let's take a look at it. It's going to be Leviathan up against the Night Horde for the first match of the night, and U2 Esports versus Leon. That match right there is who's getting knocked out of Swiss stage first. Who's going to the number 8 slot, as Kronos said. I mean, at least you get to take a break for 2 weeks. Might be strategy, honestly, to just take the loss early and relax for 2 weeks. Maybe it's all part of U2's or Leon's plan.
Hey, you got to play that extra round, man. You got to play that extra round to try and make it into the playoffs too. After all, if you're on the bottom 2, don't forget that. But I think tomorrow, the phrase, I want to say word of the day should be for tomorrow, but I think the phrase of the day tomorrow should be expect the unexpected.
From Night Horde and U2, honestly, both those matches could have some surprising
Exactly.
picks overall. For me, the Leviathan and Night Horde games should be a complete banger. Both those teams are some of the top sitting teams right now in a lot of our eyes, and I think it's going to be amazing to watch.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how the Night Horde performs. One, they're a Canadian team, so I'm gonna cheer them on for that.
Nice guys.
And
I
yeah,
feel like she's just biased, yeah, but it's starting to become she's just biased for
It's
everybody.
working. No,
every
no,
team,
no,
she's
no.
like, I love them.
but it's working. Whoever I'm fanning, they end up winning. So
Good luck charm
Good
could
point. That's fair. That's fair. I like
Well-
it. I think we need to give a final shout out though to some of
Exactly.
our sponsors. Layla, you did such a good last time. Tell us about Runestone.
today's games are brought to you by runestone.gg. It is a platform designed to help you better understand your gameplay and improve with real-time data. So, Trex, you want to kind of tell them about it a little bit more?
Runestone, it's pretty
Ooh.
cool. I like it. Pretty much they can help tournaments get data. They can help you get data. They can help me get data. But I think one of the major things, it's going to be big for a lot of tournaments like us to be able to pull information. Casters like us to be able to get live data. You're not waiting for it. It happens almost instantly. And that's where we're doing all of this right now for MCT. So make sure you check them out, runestone.gg, and see what you can
Work
get data for
smarter.
yourself. Not harder.
Work smarter, not harder. Exactly.
So make sure also to don't forget and stay connected with everything that's happening with MLBB. So make sure you're following us across all of our social platforms and for the updates and exclusive content. So you can find us on
Ooh.
Kick,
They added more.
Twitch,
They added
Yeah, I
more.
was gonna say yeah.
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. That's a lot
got
of
a
places
Kick
that you can
stream?
find us. So
Yeah.
make sure to find us at MLBB
I'll have to go follow.
Esports.
Me too.
Are
I
you
mean-
following MLBB Esports, Layla?
Yes.
Our last host wasn't. We had to make her
Yeah, I
follow
know.
on stream.
Well, they added new ones, so I'm gonna have to go follow the other
follow
ones as
on
well.
Kick
I mean,
and all that.
I'm pretty active
So no.
on Twitch, so I gotta go find that one now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's been
Even
a
if
good
you're
day,
not
guys.
active, right? Even if you're not active on Twitch, you should follow on everything else.
Mhm.
But go ahead, Trex.
I was just saying it's been a good day. It's been a good day.
Quick
And
one.
I'm looking forward to
Quick one.
tomorrow.
Gonna be a long
Tomorrow's
day
games
tomorrow.
are going to be bangers. What's going to be your most exciting match for you tomorrow, Layla?
Leviathan and the Night Horde, 100%.
Then you're cheering for Night Horde.
Yes, please.
I'm just looking forward to the drafts.
All 50 of them. Well, thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure casting with you tonight. Kronos, how do you feel about the night?
It was a good day. It was quick. I just still feel like if Vendetta got that game number 2, it could have been so much better. But I mean, hey, we might get to see a little bit more from them later on. I hopefully they're able to move on from that. And it just felt like they couldn't shake off that loss. But apart from that, it's been a great day. Looking forward to tomorrow. Today's been quick, nice, crisp, clean. Not so disciplined, but we'll get to see that more later on. But tomorrow is going to be a long one. It's going to be exciting. I think we're going to see all best of 3s. We're going to see all best of 5, 8 games tomorrow. Expect the unexpected. It was a good day. Absolute cinema.
High five.
Take
So
us
that's
out, Layla.
all for today's broadcast of MLBB MCT America's North. Thank you so much for joining us. I am your host, Layla, alongside with Kronos and Trex. Don't forget to follow us on all the social platforms, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.